Okay, hopefully you'll be able to hear
Hey.
Can you hear it? No, it doesn't know if it's come through there at all yet. Maybe we have a little delay. Hello everybody, we are shortly going to be going into the first event. We're just doing a little bit of a test to see that, to check our sound is working.
Right, ladies, we're on the last ball.
Still trying to load.
You're good. Okay, fantastic. Just on our sound check, there was a small delay, but hopefully that shouldn't be a problem. And we'll be kicking off with the Cambridge. Not too far away now. Pat is just doing the last briefing for this event.
Three left, who's the best? If someone's going to go for a record on this out, we'll do 4. 365 is the men's and 165 is the women's.
Okay, so kicking off, Pat has just reminded everybody they have 3 attempts at this lift. It is a Cambridge deadlift, which is like a 12-inch height from the floor, so slightly higher than a normal deadlift. Personally, I think the worst height, so it's going to be a real big challenge for these athletes today. Now, the current records are 365 kilo for the men and 175 kilo for the women. And if anyone's able to break that record today, they get a £100 cash prize. Now, these are fixed axles, they are stiff, there is no whip in them whatsoever.
Wow, I'm going to try with the jets.
So sorry. Come back. Okay, so they are now getting everything loaded. Welcome to the Farm Open 2025. We have a wonderful array of events, and I'm loving seeing the comments here. Everybody clearly already prepped to know what's going on. So we have the Cambridge deadlift, max attempt. Everybody they do not have to necessarily nominate, so they can jump in for warm-ups as they go. Following that, we have the overhead medley, the max keg throw, which will be able to the wonderful arm on the John Deere tractor. So here we go, our first lift of the day, kicking us off. 100 kilo. Nice, knocked out. Now, for anyone who is wanting a little bit more information about what the kinds of weights that athletes are lifting, we do in fact have a little bit of a comparison chart to animals that you might find around the world to help kind of visualize the kinds of these kinds of weights, because they are not light. We're just getting everybody to move out of the way so you can actually see the lifters. I'm well aware the men's bar, no one is lifting yet, but I know you can't lift it. So here we have another lifter. Oh, strong pull straight up to the floor there. Now the mats that they're standing on are also not particularly solid, so that does cushion some of that leg drive. Perfect, we have people moving the athletes around now so that we can get the full view. The men's bar hasn't started lifting yet. I believe we have a lifter coming out now. Apologies that you're not able to see that right now. No one can see anything. That was no accident.
Should we get it on that box?
Yeah, that could work. We're going to try and get a better vantage position for the camera. Guys, can you move the cameras right here? So right. I can't see that bar at all. Okay, yeah, we're in. We can see that. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, now hopefully you'll be able to see, and I apologise if you have now missed some of the lifters. We do not have a list of the names currently, but we will work on getting that for you. So now the women's bar is up to 105 kilo. Do you know the weight of the men's bar currently? Nice, that was a strong lift. Okay, the men's bar is up to 180 kilo currently. Now we have some really strong lifts today. The atmosphere here is always fantastic. So, 110 kilo currently loaded on the women's bar, and 200 on the men's. 180 on the men's. 190 loaded on the male bar now. Oh, strong lift there. This lifter on the women's bars for the second attempt. Apologies that I do not have the list of names. We will work on getting that. Oh, back and through, even though it's coming loose.
That was an absolute fight.
Yeah. It was a fight. So, introduce ourselves properly. We have myself, M, and...
Hi, I'm John. Yeah, sorry, I've been trying to get the camera right, so I've been a little bit absent for the first bit of the live stream. But as Em said, the atmosphere here is fantastic. Obviously, actually, you can tell that it's impossible to get a good camera angle because of the amount of people in here, which is fantastic. It is great to see.
Though.
Yeah, people want to get involved, they want to be part of it, which is fantastic. It's just a really nice atmosphere to be part of and see. Everyone's here to support the athletes, everyone's here to see how everyone does. People are already hitting personal bests across the board here, which is fantastic. So we've got, on the left-hand side, as Em's already explained, you've got all the men's classes. On the right-hand side, you've got the women's classes. So you'll have, on the left bar, you will have all of the men's with the under 100, the over 100, and the masters class. And on the right-hand side, you've got the women's class as well. So the under 75 novice, the over 75 novice, and the women's masters as well today, which is a great thing to see everyone into the mix as well. It is maybe one of the more chaotic events because obviously you'll have all the classes mixed together, which is fantastic. Really cool to see everyone kind of, getting in the mix, getting stuck in. Em obviously over there trying to get the camera angle sorted so we can see what's on the bar. Good for Em.
Hopefully that will help us out a little bit.
Solid rep on the left-hand side for the blokes. Nice solid lift, 115 for the women on the right there. And remember, this isn't a specific class here. This is a set of classes all linked to mix all together. So, like I said, on the right-hand side you have all the women's novice classes and the women's masters, and on the left-hand side of the bar you've got all the men's classes mixed in together as well.
I like that. I think that's a really good way to kind of set the atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone in together.
Everyone in the mix together. Everyone opens up the day together. That was Jack on the left-hand side there for his opening lift at 200 kilos. Nice and happy for him. Often you find that the hardest lift is the first one there. Amazing fight there on the right-hand side for the women. Really tough second lift, I believe, for her there. Just giving it another go. Absolutely fantastic to see. Nice, go on. Obviously, this is an interesting event here because some of the guys here will put in a lot of effort into their deadlift here at the start of the day. A max effort, a tough way to start the day as well. It's quite a taxing way, especially with an axle bar with absolutely zero give in that bar. So you'll see that often you'll find that people will struggle to break the floor, but once the floor is broken and they're through, they'll actually be quite solid from that point onwards. You'll find that some of the hardest things are just in the initial breaking the inertia. And remember, warm-ups are less than optimal on comp day, so you'll often find that once they start, their second lift can often be better than their first lift. Fantastic opening lift for the Stoner there, who I know personally. He's a good lifter. Great first lift for him there. Up to 120 kilo for the women now. Go on, break on!
Nice.
Back on the men's. Really comfortable opener for that gentleman there. Yes, fantastic second attempt for the women there.
Up to 120 kilos on the women's bar now.
That was one of Sam Grover's clients there. He's a great coach in his own right. Lovely human being. Really nice to see him getting in the mix as well with his wonderful hat.
Talking about wonderful hats.
Oh yeah, I can't see if I put that on at the moment. It will come back out.
They'll make an appearance throughout the day.
1 second. Hey. How are you doing? See you again. We've got a resident from Barbell Division now taking up to the plate on the men's side. He's in the novice under 100 kilo class. Opening up here, or maybe second lift here at 200 kilos, I believe. Tough lift, but he locks it in pretty well. There's definitely more in the tank there.
And I think that you have to remember that we're in a farm. Like, we're not in a gym here. There's no calibrated plates. There's no flat floors. Everything's on an angle. It's about responding to the environment you're in just as much as the lift.
What we love about comp day is that all the variables you've planned for go out the window. You're used to lifting on a perfect platform with your bar. In an environment where you do a bumper plate or calibrated plates, you turn up, Paddy's put you on a train axle with actual train wheels here, and like it just a fantastic setup. But it's not like what you've used at the gym, right? So people will come out, and this is what I mean by sometimes their first or second lift is sometimes you find and Kurt Bishop on the left-hand side there. Coming in, look like he's up to 200 kilos. Not sure if this is his opener or his second lift. Absolutely fantastic lift out there.
I have a feeling he's aiming for around about the 250 mark by the end of today.
Look, 250 would be a good shout based on how that moved there. Like a tough top end, but it'll be good.
Now,
7 attempts on this lift here for the one on the right side. Not quite there today.
Now, for anyone who's not necessarily familiar with the actual deadlift, the bar that they're using is about the thickness of a Coke can. It is shiny, it is hard to grip. So you will see a lot of the athletes using straps. Now this will help them to attach to the bar, but it's not really helping them with the lift as such. Because that bar is that much thicker, because that bar is that much thicker, the weight's going to be that much further out in front of you, giving you that extra bit of a challenge.
Fantastic lift there on the women's bar. Really solid effort. You've got Conor Devat on the left-hand side here. This should be his second attempt, I believe. Nice, comfortable lift for him there.
Conor has actually only been training strongman for about 2 months, 2.5 months.
Yeah, this is his second block of strongman. He's been transitioning from bodybuilding. He did his bodybuilding competition in November, and he's been coming back out of that into a new sport. Oh, lovely lift! Fantastic lift there for the women. Unbelievably quick open at 200 kilos for that gentleman there on the left. We shuffle to the right, guys. Looks like the third and final attempt for this person here on the right-hand side. God! A very raw deadlift technique there, very grip and rip, lots of power from the floor. If she gets it moving, she might be all right here, but looking just a little bit out of reach today. Obviously, bear in mind for her third lift, she's already done 2 attempts already, so there's a lot of expenditure already done. It's not like coming in fresh and aiming for just that lift, right? She's done 2 difficult attempts already, so sometimes that third lift is just out of reach.
And a lot of athletes will be picking their first attempt as something they can do every day. The second attempt will probably be something that's going to be like what they're really aiming for, and that third attempt is quite often something they're shooting for. They may never have lifted it before. They're going to be going for something that's a huge challenge to them. Yeah,
that's it. Exactly as Em said. I told some of my guys, lift 1 if you want to use specifics. Exactly as Em said, same process. That was a fantastically quick 210 on the left-hand side there. Go on, break the floor! Apologies, I'm terrible at staying on track with what I was saying if someone's lifting. Go on!
Get excited.
Get all hyped up. So I have to say that your first lift, your opener, should be something you can do for 3 reps any day of the week. Your second lift is something that you have pulled before for a 1 rep max, but your third lift is something you've never done before. Oh, look at that! That third lift, like if you want to, unless you're playing strategically, and I don't think too many people play strategically today, right? It's a lot of fun. Nice. We're here for a good time, here for a lot of fun, having a good time. Not many people here are here specifically because they're after the trophy. Most people want to prove something to themselves and have a really good time. So, what we've got to look out for here as well is people waiting for that down command. A lot of people will often get so excited that they then miss the down command and they fail to kind of and they fail to wait for that signal. Fantastic lift, nice and comfortable.
Okay.
You see us running off past the camera trying to get the live stream cleared for you. A lot of help from people here today as well. Solid 210 on the left hand side there. Fantastic. I would say a very graceful 125 on the right hand side there. That was a wonderful lift.
The women's bar is now only 50 kilos off of the record.
That's a big point, yeah. So the record on the women's bar, as Em just said, 175 kilo, we think. And on the men's bar, 365 for the men's bar. So the men's bar is still a way up in the women's bar. We're now at 135 kilo they're loading to. So a very, very dangerous place to be for that record. Looking like, and remember, this is the novice day.
Yeah, and masters as well.
Novice and masters. So is that the record as well for the Opens women tomorrow as well?
Yes, so I believe the record is currently held by Lewis Bing for the men and Emily Norley for the women.
Emily Norley, a ferocious deadlifter as well. That was rapid. That was an aggressive 130 for the women. And here we are seeing so what I think we're seeing here is, remember, we have some particularly strong deadlifters in both classes, so you'll find that not everyone's even had their opening lift yet. Some people are a particularly dominant lifter. I know in the Masters men there's someone opening at 270, so we're still going to see a fair few people who haven't even had their opening lift yet. So what will start being interesting is you'll see a few people taking their second and third attempt, really fighting for it, struggling to that top end lift, and then out of nowhere you'll have someone load 10 kilos and do their opening lift. It's one of the interesting things about having all the classes, all the classes mixed in together like this. You'll see a real mix of deadlift styles, but also like the amount of people here who are taking their opening and then their second, third attempts intermixed with each other. So different speeds, different styles, all coming out at the same time.
Now you'll notice that all of these deadlifters, they may have a belt, they may have the straps, but their suits are not allowed for this lift. And also, I cannot emphasize enough, great lift. We're on a farm. You can see on the athlete's leggings, there's socks already, there's dust, there is dirt. It is not like lifting these kinds of weights in a gym environment, which is much more pristine. It's rough and raw.
Yeah.
That's what makes it really fun.
It's the way we like it as well.
Now up to 130 on the women's bar here.
Strong lift on both bars there. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Done on camera.
We're trying to be out the way, but we're somehow in everyone's way.
The other wonderful thing about everyone wanting to crowd round is generally just because they want to support each other. They want to get involved.
Wonderful lift. Fantastic. You've got Alan on the left-hand side at 220. Go on, let's see this, mate. Nice. Alan calls himself the OAP strongman. Phenomenal beard. Wonderful human being. Genuine gentleman. Really strong open lift there. He's in the Masters. If you didn't guess by the name OAP strongman.
I'm not entirely sure of his age, but we do have lifters that are in their mid to late 50s here today.
Yeah. One of the wonderful things about the sport is actually you find a lot of people don't even find the sport until their 40s, 50s, which means they start competing in the Masters. It's wonderful we have an opportunity for people like that to find their sport later in life. Middle age, not even late, but not even old, but just at a point where a lot of sports are off access for you. But it's for strongman. You can get involved at any age, any skill. This is a novice day with Masters in it. It's a fantastic thing to see. Stoner on the left-hand side, his second lift here, 220 kilogram.
Now, I think Stoner could be competing as a Masters.
Great lift for Stoner. And as Em said, he is actually 42 years old. He has he could have done the Masters, but he wanted to push himself in a different class as well. Just wanted to be in the under 100 kilo class. Hold on, 135 kilo on the right hand side. Go on, wonderful floor. Yes!
Yeah.
Come on. Nice.
Really efficient hit.
That's something popularised by Josh Lancaster and Chloe Brennan as well. The 2-part deadlift with that hitch there. Wonderful technique. Once they get the bite.
Also, just for reputational purposes, Stoner's name actually is Stoner, and there isn't a nickname.
Oh yes, fair point. Well made. You got Tom Butts, the coach there at the right-hand side, behind him with the camera. Wonderful lift for her. Wonderful lift. Max.
Alright, I can't say.
Max.
Brilliant. He's got a memo. I'm only short. I can't see much. So me and
Rosie
John,
on the right-hand side. Sorry, Em, you keep going.
So me and John are. We compete. I'm an under 64 kilo strongman. You're an open strongman.
Super heavyweight. Attempting to. Wonderful lift from Rosie on the right-hand side there. Nice and clean. Supported by her friend with the green hair there, Ellen, who's competing in the women's tomorrow, not in the novice class. She's stepped up a little notch this year.
You have 2 full days of fun this week.
With 2 whole days of strongman. Life couldn't be better. That's exactly what we want in life. 220 on the left-hand side there for this gentleman.
I mean, you'd like a snack.
I'll eat some food pretty soon. Oh, you got Big Mick hiding in the background as well in the crowd, looking like a rock star. Oh, 135 kilo on the right-hand side. Wonderful lift, very nice and sweet. We've got an astronomically tall gentleman on the left-hand side at 220 kilo mark. I apologise, whilst I may not know everyone's name yet, we will get better at it through the day as we become accustomed with people and who's in the classes. So how they're doing this is they're going to nominate, so Paddy will call out the next weight on the bar, people will nominate their hand up and say they are going to do it. If no one does it, they will just skip ahead. So I believe the bar on the right, the women's bar is going up by 5 kilo total jumps. Nice! The men's bar on the left is going up by 10 kilo jumps, so 5 kilo a side. So nothing smaller than that in increments. Jack on the left-hand side. Women's loaded up to 140 on the right. So the first nominated lift for 140 on the right-hand side here.
It's a good lift from Jack there.
Wonderful lift from Jack on the left.
Nice.
Look inside you boys.
Go for it. Brilliant lift over here. Right. Once they can get it past their knees, you find a lot of athletes are able to ramp up their thighs using that hitch. Loving the loaders, rainbow umbrella hats in full effect. Now this lift earlier was particularly strong on the women's side, so I'm really interested to see how this moves. Slow down a little bit around the knees. Also, I don't know if it's picking up too much on the camera, but the platform that the lifters are actually lifting on is not flat, it's not even, it's not perfect or pristine in any way. Very much fitting with that farm aesthetic of being a bit rough and ready.
Apologies, I'm dual-hatted between live stream and coach today, so I'm trying to get some of my boys to their final lifts. Good job. Go on, fight for the right, come on! Nice, nice! Wonderful lift from the women, that was strong.
So 140 kilos, for context, is 2 of me.
That's a strong lift, really strong lift. I mean, the Chaos Championships had that for in the English Championships for reps, right?
I think it
4150?
was, yeah, I think it had, yeah, it was one of their deadlifts.
So just for context, that is a England standard lift within the Chaos class. You know, that is a very, very potent place to be with a lift. You know, we have not even, you know, we've almost lost perspective of what strong is these days. Go on, Con! Go on, Con! Go on, Connor! Go on, yes! Go on, mate!
I believe that's a personal best, is it not?
That's a comfortable personal best. That was his, I've got to say, before we talk about his personal best, we've got to say that was exactly why we do this sport. If you must have heard the roar of the room. Doesn't matter who knows him or who doesn't know him. Every single person in that room recognises someone fighting for a top lift and just gets so excited to join in. Everyone from the right hand side, the left hand side, the women, the crowd, everybody was in unison there, hyped up for that lift.
Strong deadlift as well there.
That was an unbelievable 145 on the right hand side there.
I also love that we have not just 2 categories going side by side, so you get that energy of everything. Everyone's involved at the same time. No one's waiting for the next category to come on up. Everyone's jumping in. But having the men and women lifting side by side, I think is actually it's awesome to see. Really strong lifts coming out now. So we're still up to 145 now.
145 still loaded on the right hand side. Left hand side loading up to 230 by the looks of it. Wonderful lift at 145 on the right. That was wonderful.
There's more, way more.
More in the tank. And as Em said earlier, we are now 30 kilogram away from the women's record. On the novice and masters day, no less as well. That's saying something.
I know. I think a lot of people were expecting these kind of numbers tomorrow for the Opens.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Nice, wonderful lift on the left-hand side there. That was glorious at 230. If you're watching at home and you hear someone on the right-hand side, come on, you've got that. Look at it. Stay strong. Just keep pulling. That's it. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Look it out. Nice. Molly's got excited again. I don't remember what I was saying. Honestly, if you're at home and you've got someone who's in the class tomorrow, or you're just watching at home, right? Bear in mind that the women's class is now only 30 kilogram away on day 1 from the record. What do you think we're going to pull tomorrow, right? Like someone's going to be pulling something stupid. I'm excited.
That was rapid.
This is where we might start seeing some of the other people having their first lifts. Rosie coming in strong. Go on, Rosie! Go on! Look it out! Stare it down! Stare it down! Good, nice. Well, it must sound aggressive there. The staring down is often one of the little tactics you can use to strongman is you eyeball your ref and try to intimidate them into the rep. If you know you've got it, stare them down. Tell them you've got the rep. Make them work to have to hold it back from you, you know? It's a sport of like, I've got this. I know I've got this. Confidence is king. Two 230 load on the bar for the men on the left. Unbelievably rapid lift there.
So we have 150 loaded here for the women. Yes, is moving fast.
All right, perfect view now to see the 230 loaded up. Nice. Wonderful lift. Interestingly, what we might have seen there is Jen on the left-hand side at 230. Often what we find is, so he's got just bare knees. You don't have to wear leggings, but sometimes the slip and the reduction in friction from having leggings on. Certainly talcum powder. I can see some lads with talcum powder thing, but I'm not sure if it's a ladder's comp. Nice! 150, locked out.
And the women's bar is now only 25 kilos under the record.
Nice! We know tomorrow that I'm fairly sure Rich Molnar, who is the under 90 kilogram deadlift world record holder, under 80 kilogram world record holder, I think. 363 kilogram, unbelievable lift. He is going to the Cambridge record here as well.
I would be surprised if we see this women's record fall today.
We could well see the women's record fall today. At which point I'm excited for what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be eye-opening for anyone competing tomorrow.
Max? I think we're now seeing some people on the men's bar just start their opening lifts. We're seeing a massive increase in the speed of the pull, so we're starting to see some of the over 100s who can definitely pull some big weights. Looking on the man himself, walking past the camera now, that little head there, that is Rich Molnar, the world record holder for the deadlift for the under 80. Dude is a monster deadlifter. He's proportionally built for it. He's definitely going for the record tomorrow, and he's taking the opens record is what he'd like. So bear in mind that's a man who will probably weigh 40 to 50 kilogram less than some of the other athletes. He's going to take on the opens class, so massive respect, which is exactly what we want to see in this sport, right? People underestimate the power of just doing something that you can't currently do. Take on a category in a class. You don't have to go trophy hunting. He's not out there to try and win the trophy. He's just trying to prove himself as the smallest guy out there tomorrow, as one of the strongest. That's just an awesome thing to behold.
Now 160 kilos being loaded on this.
And so we've taken a big old jump there, let's get up to 160 already.
There have been some really strong lifters.
All right, we've got Kurt Bishop on the left-hand side going in at 230. Yeah! Nice, good strong lift. Wonderful effort from Kurt, wonderful effort. Powerful lift for the women, that was strong, go on. Women out, stand down.
And the thickness of these axles should not be underestimated. It is going to pull you forward.
Oh, it's ruthless. Yeah, this bar has no giving it. When you put on a deadlift bar or Olympic bar, even sometimes a stiff bar, there's a small amount of flex in the bar that lets you start the weight moving before you've actually broken the floor. Bit of momentum generation. Here, nothing. Not on these axles. You'll notice there will be no bend in this bar ever at any point. When you break the floor, you have pulled the full 230. That's why you tend to find that some people stuck at the floor, and other people, once they break the floor, they would just finish the rep. All right, Stone on the left-hand side. Go on, Stoner! Finish it off, let's go! Go on!
Just glued to the floor this time. Was that his third attempt?
That was his third attempt, yeah. 220 moved beautifully, 230 just out of reach today, no problem at all.
And the wonderful thing about having so many varied events today is that everyone's going to have a strength. And there are so many different ways you're going to be tested. Sometimes saving the energy actually can pay off later in the day if you have events that you know you're going to be able to send it in.
Yeah, 100%. So obviously we've got a max effort now. The next event is going to be an overhead medley, which is going to be a rapid speed event. There's a lot of people who will be going for all four implements in a really quick time. You know, we could be looking at, once you've got 75 seconds to complete the medley, we could comfortably be seeing, I'm going to pause for a second. The bar on the right is loaded at 170, 5 kilogram under the women's record.
That is exciting. I think that record will be falling today. Paddy's going to
That being said, I don't think there are that many women left in the mix here.
Just as a reminder, if anyone is able to break that 175 record for the women, £100 cash prize, Paddy's going to have to dig deep.
Tough, good job. Tough, but good job.
I'm going to go with that.
Now, feel free to send in any of your guesses for the mystery event. It's obviously been invented by Paddy, and we're obviously on a farm. Feel free to kind of play around with that when you're thinking of what it could be. And we will, after the Deadlift event, give you a visual clue. The athletes have now seen the setup. You may already know if you're in communications with any of the athletes. But let's just have some fun. Let us know what you think Paddy may have wrapped up.
Rapid lift, 240 left. On the right hand side, this is actually 165. Come on! Finish it! Come on! Hit!
There was
Absolute
so much
draft.
power.
What a fight!
So much power on the floor there. I think she looked back just a fraction too early, just getting a little bit too excited, when she then had to kind of fight her own knees. Those knees acting like a bit of a speed bump, which is exactly what you don't want when you're trying to just go through these. Right, now we have...
That was Alan pulling it up. Unbelievably comfortable 240. God, you got it nice!
Beautiful.
That was a perfect demonstration of what happens on an axle. Took a couple of seconds to break the form, but once she did, that was rapid. It was 165.
Yeah, we're getting really close to that record now. And I actually think there are actually quite a few lifters still going.
Strong lift. Oh no! So, for those who couldn't see, so the straps there, there is a downside with the figure eights.
Absolutely fine.
Downside side, we have
cameraman giving us a little bit of a, am I in your shots?
wonderful human
Absolutely
beings
fine.
making sure everyone can see
Doing
as much
his
as they
best.
can. So, what happened with the straps there is the figure eights, whilst it's very hard to, it takes a lot out of your grip, as in it will take the impact into the straps. What happened there was one part of the strap just slipped off his hand, completely opened up his grip, unfortunately.
And where these bars are really shiny as well, it's quite easy to slide slightly across the bar, which means you're really picking this up.
240 on the bar.
It looks like he's actually not quite central. You see how one side of the bar is coming up. There's really clear markings on the bar. There is a purple strip, but it's quite dark.
On the
It's
right
hard
hand
to see.
side, sorry to cut you off, Em, as Pat is demonstrated, we have 178 loaded on the bar. I assume that's 177.5. That is going to be, so I believe that's a fourth attempt for someone. There is a fourth attempt allowed for those breaking the record, or attempting to. Strong point. We are now at the record breaking territory on the bar on the right hand side already on day one.
That is exciting.
This is a strong weekend.
I don't think anyone, not to underplay the athletes, but I think it would have been presumed that the record would only have been broken tomorrow. So the fact that we're breaking it today, we have novice and master athletes. That is exciting. Male lift is still going on. He's strong at 240 kilos. Feel free to shout out the athletes that you are here to support. Give us your comments. We are keeping an eye on that chat as well.
That was an interesting move on the left hand side. I think he may have missed the down command and was given another attempt.
Oh, okay then. You've really got to wait for that down command. The judge will be looking for those reps not to be completed in terms of fully locked out, but that you confidently have that. You have that control. You're not wobbling around and stepping backwards and forwards.
Oh, seeing a one against using the hitch there. But it keeps stable. Nice, strong.
You see, that's a good example. He can technically lock the rep out, but he wasn't stable. He was having to step around a little bit. Now, I presume there's a pause on the women's bar because now there are fewer athletes that are giving themselves a bit of a break. Rapid lift there on the women's bar.
So I think for the women's bar, because it's someone taking the 4th attempt, they're in control of their rest time. They're allowed a few minutes, especially where she was the last lifter to take 165, I believe, or 160. She's going for the 178. She's allowed a few minutes rest under her control, under comp conditions, to give that few minutes to simulate other lifters being in between, right? You don't want to take a disadvantage of doing a lift and then immediately 1 minute later being the only next lifter. So the organisers will always allow, nice strong lifter. Organisers will always allow a few minutes grace to give you to collect your composure, rest, get some of your strength back, come back in, imagining that 4 or 5 lifters has got in between you, as would be standard for the rest of the comp. So it might feel like a fairly long break on the right hand side, but actually in true fashion it's probably only a few minutes, but they would have waited between previous lifts as well. Pad will be in control of this, and any minute now we'll ask them to come up for the lift, so it's not completely under control. It needs to be under comp conditions.
Now the atmosphere is fantastic. Everybody's supporting everyone. You can't see people slightly off camera to this side. We've got athletes that are giving each other pep talks and helping, like sharing straps and all sorts. It is always an awesome environment here. A real kind of family atmosphere. We've got children and dogs and all sorts. John doing his best crowd control again. Now we're nearly 45 minutes into the day, so if anyone has joined us late, welcome to the Paddy Haynes Farm Open 2025. Okay, for a second I thought one of the loaders was going to have a quick go there at the 178.
Apologies, I got excited seeing people I know. It's hard to hold back. I like it. I love people. I know.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm having to sort of wave at people, but I'm also cautious. I'm like, we're on camera and we have microphones.
I'm far less professional. Oh! Tough attempt.
Came off the floor, but just not quite enough. 240 here on the male bar.
This is where we'll see a bit of a surge of people either starting to take openers or finishing their 3rd attempts. So we'll see quite an interesting, surge of activity now around this weight.
So I'm seeing in the comments cheering for Kerry, Toby, Alan. Keep those shout-outs coming and we'll make a point to try and relay. That was a fraction under his knees. I reckon if he could have got that extra half an inch, he wouldn't have to run the inside.
I don't want to ruin his day, but I think that may have been a premature failure. I think he actually could have kept pulling for an extra half second, got over the knees, and then hitched his way through.
There is definitely a lot to say for going into a lift with that belief that you have got this, that you can lift it. The second there's a fraction of doubt, you're going to pull it slightly differently, a bit more hesitantly, and you're also, like you say, more likely to think that it's stopped moving before it actually has. It's a heavyweight. Your central nervous system will be screaming at you. What are you doing to me? Put that thing down now.
Remember, it is an extreme sport at the end of the day, which comes a lot from the mindset. You've got to be willing to be a bit extreme, a bit of a lunatic to kind of full send in this sport. It is, it is a difficult sport. It asks a lot from your body, it asks a lot from your mind.
Seeing some of our younger audience members as well getting really excited. It's really cool to see.
Also I've seen that there are actually still some masters hanging out in the warm-up barn. So what you can't see is there's another barn on site. That's where they're using it as a warm-up area. So there's currently, I've just seen a gentleman who I know is opening at 270 on the men's bar. Opening at 270. So he's not even made an appearance yet. So there's still some athletes who are in the other barn who are going to make their way over any minute when they see the bar getting to where they want it to be. Wonderful lift over 250 bar there. Absolutely wonderful. Strong execution. I think we're seeing the women get ready for this record attempt.
feeling again. It is generally because everyone is so supportive and they want to be there. They want to be cheering and giving them that boost that they can keep pushing through. It is really common to think that bar is not moving when it actually is, and that's why everyone is getting it. Now this is exciting. So if they make this lift, it'll only be a new record.
This is it. This is a record attempt. Go then. Break the floor. Pull it. Yes. Nice.
The record has.
Handshake from Pad. Well, Cambridge record. We love it.
High five.
Good job. Good job. That was brilliant.
That was awesome.
Hey, that's all you need.
Brilliant.
Try to bring her in.
I've missed it. You can take. John is grab that athlete. See if she wants to come on. Thank you, audience members, helping us navigate chairs and all sorts. We've been doing like hurdles to try and get these bars moving and get everybody out of your shot to give you guys the best seat in the house. Perfect. We have our new world record. It's a world record for the Farm Open. Our new Haynes Farm Open world record holder. And the men still going strong here at 250 kilos, which is, and as I realised I haven't actually been going into the acute comparison weights, about the same weight as a pygmy hippo. You've been seeing Mu Deng, her adult counterpart, same weight as that bar. Or, other fun fact of the day, the heaviest snake on the planet, the green anaconda, also weighs about 250 kilos. That one's just glued to the floor there. And we are reaching the point now where we are down to the final lifters. John is just adjusting that camera so you focus on that male bar. We are determined to get you the best shot of the day, best seat in the house. Perfect. Yeah. And you're probably going to get a bit of a taste for the amount of people here as well. Hey, come in. Hello, how are you feeling?
A bit shaky now. I feel like I need to lie down and something to eat.
I can imagine. And you've got so many more events coming along today as well.
Yeah.
How are you finding the day so far?
It's really fun, isn't it? It's very friendly. Everyone's absolutely lovely. Yes, yeah. Don't hold out high hopes for me now, though. This isn't like a portent of what's to come. This is me being a one-trick pony.
But that was fantastic, and I think that means you're walking away with £100 as well.
Oh, okay.
That's exciting.
Apparently dinner's on me later.
Exactly, yeah. You have to be there. Guard off too many people coming with you. That's amazing. Are you looking forward to the rest of the events?
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to this tractor thing, whatever. I didn't really understand holding it, maybe.
It will all come to light, I'm sure. Of course, Paddy picked something grippy. I'm sure everyone's thought there'd be a grip companion.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to that. Stones, maybe. The rest is probably not for me. Overhead's not really my thing.
Just have fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the hard part's over. Just enjoy the day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you very much for coming over. That's fantastic. Well done. Now, Kurt Bishop. Up for, I presume, this is his third attempt. I was right on the 250 kilo. I am proud of myself. Here he goes. Can he keep going? Not quite. He got it just to his knees, but just needed that extra little bit to keep on going. Now, who can make this one? 250 kilo fall. Nearly underplayed them by a whole 100 kilos there. That would have been unfair, wouldn't it? Thank you, Sam, for the shout out to me and John. Apologies that it has been a little bit chaotic to this point, but we've been just making sure people are out of the way. It's purely because they just want to be in athletes' faces, supporting them, screaming in their face. Brilliant, efficient hit there. Now, as you may have had a little bit of a hint as to what the mystery event is. It does indeed involve a grip component and a tractor. Can you at all start piecing together what that might be? So one of my mics has just turned off, so I'm just going to charge that. It's turned off. John is on the case. There we go, we're there.
Hopefully I'm back live. Woohoo! Yeah, it looks like I'm live.
Nice. That was looking quite fresh, actually. And also, thank you, Mr. Glitch, for shouting out for Jack and Stoner. They, I believe, have finished their deadlift attempts and are probably now getting ready for that overhead medley.
Yeah, all our lads are in the novice under and over 100, so they will finish their attempts. That was Kurt going for a 250, who didn't quite make it.
It was close.
It was close, yeah, tough. When we say close, right, it might be misleading on camera because obviously he got to his knees. But for a lot of people, if you get to your knees, that's actually the hardest bit. You get over, as Em described, if you get over the speed bump of your knee, you can finish the rep via a nice dirty hitch. Some people are more impressed, some people are more proficient at a hitch than others. My hitch is bang average, Em's hitch very, very efficient. So some people are much stronger using the hitch than others.
Here we have another lift coming up to 260 kilos.
I love these media guys. They're faster than I am at getting people to move. Absolutely love it. We're doing what we can to keep the shots good for you guys at home. I apologise if anyone gets blacked out.
Oh, again,
there's that speed bump.
Just to that knee.
Yeah.
And also, if an athlete pulls back just a fraction too early, they can almost pull it into their knee. Oh, that was close. You could literally see really grappling with that last little bit there.
Em is absolutely right as well. So often what happens is there's a temptation to pull back on the bar to hitch. And if you start that hitch, that hair too early, you end up costing yourself the rep because you get caught into your own knees as opposed to being able to actually pull through over the knees and then hitch the way you want. So yeah, very, very difficult. I don't want to go so far as to say it's a thinking man. That was a wonderful lift. A graceful 260. I don't want to go so far as to say it's a thinking's man game, but you know, we might have a thought every now and again.
Maybe.
Sometimes we think we're thinking.
OAP strongman stepping up here.
You'll obviously notice that some of the crowd has started to quiet down. They're still enthusiastic, they're still keen. What we're seeing is people having to start warming up for the next event. Obviously where the bigger dudes are coming out for their top lifts. The lighter guys who've already performed their lifts, they're now going to be focusing on the overhead medley. Go, mate! Everybody! Nice!
Brilliant! That was a good lift.
Watch my language. That was an awesome lift. Oh, that was hard to control. That was great.
Also, just thinking ahead to the next event, there is no set dressing here. Everything that you can see is probably going to be used, including those really unwieldy looking dumbbells. They are going to be featuring in that next moving overhead medley.
Oh, the dirty circus dumbbells. We love them.
They'll probably catch out a few athletes, I think. This athlete going into the perfect space. Beautiful rep.
Unbelievable.
That was looking strong. And you'll notice that some lifters are very external. They like that hype. They'll have their smelling salts. Other lifters will go into like a really quiet and focused space. They will try and block out everything in the world.
Describing me and you, aren't you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we are completely opposite lifters. You love a bit of volume.
I'll headbutt something, punch myself in the face, have some smelling salts, start crying. I'm the lot. I'm a mess. Em, however, well, you're very strategic in thinking.
I like to just pretend there's nothing else going on around me.
Beautiful.
Wow, that was a speed lift.
That dude is strong.
And actually, I think it's actually the Masters athletes that are looking the freshest at this point.
Yeah, but that may be because the Masters don't have a weight class.
No,
so
they do not.
The Masters will be all intermixed with like all their weights. So at that point you have some big heavy opens who are kind of coming in for their opening lifts. There's a dude who's just walked in. He is around. He's kind of pacing back and forth. There's a dude I spoke to earlier, pretty lean dude actually. And he, a guy in a green kilt who'll be out in a second. His opening lift is 270. So got to bear in mind, we've not even seen some people hit their opener yet, let alone the top lift, right? So I think the 270 opener, we may well be seeing a 300 kilo lift go down today.
Beautiful work.
That was almost effortless. I think I've seen it before though. I hope that's somebody's final lift.
Good point.
It's only me.
We have Paddy.
Hello, sports fans. We okay?
We have had
the
quite a
chat's
lot of
so busy.
comments.
Hey, friends. That was a bit of a new record in the women's.
Oh, that was wild.
And we're on day one.
The novice and the masters took the record. That is unbelievable.
For clarity, does this mean now that the record that everyone has to beat tomorrow is now heavier?
Yes.
Yes.
So the record is now officially 177.5.
Brilliant.
I'm sure that'll get smoked tomorrow as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'm buzzing. Can't wait. It's going
That is
well.
exciting.
You've got Rich Mulder and the under 80 record holder in the open.
Yeah.
He's trying to go for the record.
He's already given it a lot of chat about it as well. I think that's the only reason he's here. He wants that record, so.
We also have been teasing everybody who's listening here by not actually telling them what the mystery event is, but just a few hints. But as you're here, would you like to introduce
You've not told him about the Max Log event then?
Oh, the Haynes special.
My favourite.
Throw everybody off.
So what we've done, guys, for those listening in, we've got a tractor parked on an incline. The athletes are going to be sat in like an arm over arm seated position, and it is just a test of grip. So there's no wrapping the hands on the rope. It's a horrible rope as well, and you're just going to hold on for dear life, and the longest time wins. It's like when a point crosses a point on the line. So it's about 50 centimeters basically the total travel. So yeah.
It's going to be a test of their grit and their ability to just switch their brain off and hold in there.
Yeah, and after this deadlift as well, they're going to be pretty taxed already, so it's exciting. It's going to be interesting to see because half the field are going to be doing it before the keg toss and half are going to be doing it after. So I think the women are going to go straight to the keg toss and the men are going to go do the hold. So I don't know. I think it might tank the throwing a little bit. Just everyone's just spines are falling out, but we'll see. And then stones after all that is going to be hilarious.
Yeah, that is
Yes, indeed. Wow, we've got some rapid lifts still going on here.
You what? Sorry.
There's some rapid lifts still
I know,
happening.
it's ridiculous. You forget this is the novices today.
Yeah.
I think someone opened on 250 or something, didn't they?
So the gentleman in the kilt, I've been waffling about him.
There's a kilt?
There's a dude in a green kilt over there, one of the masters. He's opening at 270.
The Masters is such a tough category. I've got a few clients myself in it. It's like, hoping to pull like 220, but because there's no real separation of talent, is there? It's like someone like Mark Felix, Big Loz could come and have a play if they wanted to. Do you know, nothing's stopping them.
Open at 350.
Yeah, exactly. Game over.
And there aren't really that many competitions in the UK where you get to see all of these classes back to back.
And how good does this deadlift setup look as well? I know I'm biased because it's my thing, but it just looks sick. I
It's
love
like
it.
Cambridge Deadlift because you came up with it here.
Yeah, but we're not in Cambridge.
No.
The roll wheels on the bar are called Cambridge wheels.
Okay.
Or Cambridge rolls. So they came off a bit of agricultural kit. Turned out they fit on a bar perfectly and they weighed 20 kilo and 25 kilo. So it was a little discovery in COVID. And it's
Made to be.
It was made to be. Right, I better go look busy, I suppose. That's my job
Enjoy,
today.
thank you for coming on.
Love you all.
Got some really fresh looking lifters. Already this far into
So
the day.
this here, the gentleman I've been going on about, this is his opening lift. Remember, he has only been warming up. This is his first lift of the day. So we are an hour in, and he is only just kicking off with his first lift. That's one of the reasons why this is such a, it can be a difficult sport. Because if you don't manage your time correctly, if he warmed up wrong, he could have been waiting there for 45 minutes. Go on, mate, open it up! Oh, that is ridiculous.
I think we've got some exciting things to come here.
If he doesn't pull 300 plus, I'm going to slap him in the face.
Are you
He looks much
actually-
more intimidating than me, so maybe I won't.
I know we just were speaking to Paddy about the mystery event later and how it's going to be a real test of grit. I typically find the masters bring the grit. They're here to fight.
But they also won't be messed with.
No.
Like I like your story of the OSG World's Strongest. So for those who don't know, at OSG Strongest in the world, so the Masters category, sorry, Europe's actually, wasn't it? It was at Europe's. And the poor competition organiser was desperately trying to get everyone in the right place at the right time. They could not get the Masters to move any faster. They were trying to corral the Masters. The Masters go, yeah. I'll be there when I'm there.
I'll be there when I'm ready.
Yeah, absolute respect. They knew their pace and they stuck to it. Go on, mate, get it! Man, do we love this game.
And on my list of animal weights, which for anyone who isn't a lifter, you might be a family member, a friend who are just jumping into this live feed here to support your friend. 300 kilos, which is we're not that far off at this point in the grand scheme.
We're not far at all, especially not the way that some of these dudes are lifting.
300 kilos is the same weight as a polar bear. Those things are massive. Yeah.
That is disgusting. I think we're going to see a dude sling a polar bear into space today.
That would be impressive.
Obviously, we can feel the room has slowed down a little bit, one lift at a time, loading up the heavier plates on top.
But at the same time, I think it's partly because now everyone's getting super excited for the weights that are being lifted, just as they were for the women, and especially when that record fell, which was fantastic. We're kind of getting that electric sort of feeling of what's actually going to happen. I think there's a little bit of anticipation that this is quite exciting at this point, that we're still getting fresh lifters here. Like someone's only just opened.
That is wild, isn't it? And it made it look good. Sometimes when you're a late lifter, when you're later on in the day for an opening lift, so what happened to me a couple of years ago is I opened up, I can't remember, 280 or so. And at the point when I had to open, I'd not had a warm-up for about an hour and a half. Because just kit limitations. Organisers try to do their best, but there is not available kit for everyone all the time.
And at this point, I think the athletes are just making the loaders really work for this now. These loaders are probably coming back for tomorrow as well. They're going to be cooked.
Oh yeah, not only the loader's going to be cooked, but athletes by event 3 will be struggling. They'll be feeling it. I mean, my voice is already feeling it. I need to dial it back a little bit. It's not going to, but I should.
So I do have a photo to show you later of the mystery event setup, so you can see exactly what Pad was talking about ahead of the actual event itself. But how would you fare? What do you think? Is it going to be a fun one? Are the athletes going to... How are they going to do? What do you think? It was
Pad has cranked up the tunes and I'm fucking busted. I might jump in. Go mate, 280, let's get it! Go!
Nice, that was looking good.
Nice!
A solid roar of I've got this. The second that it ended up past the knees.
We love the guttural strongmen.
Also, I think partly because of where the hill is that Pad is going to have that mystery event, he had actually set the tractor up so that when athletes drove in this morning to park, it was the first thing that they saw as they entered the farm. And I imagine there was a fair amount of swearing as they put 2 and 2 together.
If you didn't think it was going to be a tractor, you didn't know Pad well enough. There was no tractor in it yet. There's always a tractor.
We actually asked the athletes what they thought it was going to be.
Beautiful lift.
Nice lift there. Really efficient. Now, out of all of the athletes that told us what their guesses were, none of them got it 100% right. The closest were probably the vague ones, which were something tractor related. We had one person mention. The winner was in fact the idea of a tractor arm over arm pull, which is in fairness very close.
I also had it pegged as an arm over arm pull. I was not quite right. I guess it was going to be a pure arm over arm hold. That is a nasty variation. And when Pat said it's a nasty rope, so you may have seen this race before. It's not as simple as just a rope where you can get your fingers into the knots and the crooks. It's got a coat. It's got that nylon coating around the rope, so that it moves over the rope as well. Oh, he's got to finish it!
Oh, that was still moving.
Something happened there. I don't think he's injured, but he decided that wasn't going to work.
And sometimes at this point in the day, when you hit sort of like a certain point of effort, like if you're feeling like your central nervous system's really going to have to fight, this is event 1. You've still got
interesting.
so much
The guy
to come.
who made 270 look like a joke. He's got at 280. I'd assume 290, 300 minimum.
Interesting. But again, maybe it's tactical, maybe it's conserving that energy.
Could well be. He is a Masters as well. Energy reserves will be slightly different. Beautiful lift. Good, nice one.
Also, there are some athletes, myself included, that do actually get a lot of benefit out of smaller jumps at times.
Yeah, I like a big, nasty jump. Just looking at the comments, absolutely appreciate it. Sam Whitting, big shout out. Very much love to you. Thank you very much. Our voices will be gone by the end of the day, so tomorrow's going to be a mess. Luke Halford, very much good luck for tomorrow. First comp back in 2 years. Really, really big good luck for tomorrow. We're going to have a great bit of fun. The atmosphere here is wild. I'm devastated I'm not competing. I'm just here. And Mystic Blitz, shout out to Jack and Stoner. absolutely agree. Those dudes have worked tirelessly for this. And Jack coming back from there, for those who don't know, Jack has actually come back from a motorcycle accident just 4 or 5 weeks ago, so tough. Go on, mate, finish it off! Yes!
Oh, I'm presuming
Tough lift.
the group behind him screaming, Dad, I heard Dad. So he's got his kids screaming for him right behind
Isn't
him.
that beautiful?
That is awesome. Right, I'm gonna just shoot over. Keep it. Oh, of course, Sam. Just to wind us all up. Thankfully, they're just still loading the bar. I just want to make sure you guys are getting that best seat in the house. The camera has a way better view than we have because it's propped up, and I'm like 5 foot nothing. So
if it makes you laugh, as usual, we have a complete ratchet setup. For anyone who was following us last year, our setup was me walking around with the camera. This year, it's just this ratchet. We're stood in a plyo box. We love it. We love it any other way. What is the point of the good setup?
This year we have an upgrade. We actually have a power extension cable. We can plug stuff in. It's wonderful.
We're running hot off 4G. We have paid for some data packages to try and make sure we stay alive. But if you imagine that we're in a barn, of course there's no Wi-Fi.
In the middle of rural Oxford, we are using what we've got. You might even notice that the actual overlay, there was actually something underneath the title of the event, but that we just don't have enough juice to actually load that. So we've put all of the
Give her all she's got, Captain!
We've given all of the juice to the camera so you can see what's going on.
Em has to put up with this daily, by the way. This is just normal day-to-day for her.
Yeah, if you just see me roll my eyes and carry on, it's just now at this point a habit.
Go on, mate, send it! Yes! Why didn't you
This is looking really, really good.
That was 290 all day.
I feel like, 290 is falling at the very least.
I think they're offering it now. Now there's 1 or 2 left.
I would have done 2.
I was surprised as well. I think it's because
Who is coming up next? Here he comes. The mystery kilted lifter. Opened at 270, then to 280, and 285. At this point, this still will put him.
Let's put him first.
This will put him in first. Fantastic.
I think the reason I was just talking to Jack back there as to why they've done a 5 kilo jump. This is 285.
Can you see?
Difficult.
Pulled back a fraction. He really pulled it into his knees there. So does that put him joint first at this point?
It probably would do, yes.
Joint first overall.
I don't know the person who failed 285 if they did a 280 before that, but I believe the reason they agreed 285 was because they were both the final lifters in, and they both went for an agreed final lift that was out of norm.
So this
does sometimes happen.
This now does look like we're about to change over. Do we think that, yes, it looks like we are now about to start the changeover into our next event. So let's give you a little bit of an insight as to what this mystery event looks like. I'm just going to bring up the photo for you. So here you will see the tractor setup. Now this photo doesn't quite give this hill justice. This will be on an incline, and the athletes will be basically taking the weight of the tractor in their hands and having a max effort hold. It's not a nice rope. It is going to be a test of their grip. It's going to be a test of their grit. How long can they hold in there? How much can they switch off their brain and just go to a different place mentally so they can just hang on in there?
Apologies, whilst those being professional, I'm having a lemon sherbet.
You will be snacking quite a lot throughout the course of today.
I'm not snacking enough, Em. I've not even had breakfast. This is me.
And also,
Bare bones.
and I can't believe I'm going to say this, from the amount of tractors I've pulled over the years, I would confidently say that's probably a 6-ton tractor. What do you think?
Tractor connoisseur.
I feel like at this point, especially where I've turned up to Opens events as a lightweight lifter myself, I've been very mindful of what does that weigh.
I think it looks like a
what am I
5.5
getting myself
personally.
into? 5.5. Oh, there we go. We have professional opinions in there. in fairness, we did compete at a Highland Games in the Peak District, which is also a wonderful competition, but it's an opens competition. And we had the same tractor for the women as we had for the men, and I believe it was an 8-ton tractor at that particular moment in time. And there is a wonderful 60-second long footage of me making very little ground whatsoever. I think I took a foot and a half.
No, you did a good few meters.
Okay, but there's still
The
a
track was
good
20 meters, and you did a good few meters. But what was amazing is it was a 2. It's not 75 seconds. She did a 2-minute pull, and she kept pulling for 2 solid minutes, nearly passed out, which is a bit of a special trait of hers.
And I have to admit, that was purely because I had the crowd screaming in my face, and you'll see the crowd here. They are right behind the lifters, every single lifter. It's not that they're here to just scream for the one person they've come to view and to get back outside into the glorious sunshine that we have today. They are here for every single lifter.
Sam, you don't know how much I wanted to jump in for a cheeky guest lift. Absolutely was busting for it. I should have some smelling salts back here. I'll be off my nut. Right, we're going to go to a hold, otherwise I want to keep chatting.
So
I can't say the word S word.
So I'm actually going to introduce myself and John. Let's have a look here. So just so you have an idea of who on earth is talking to you, I just thought I'd give you a little bit of background. We are both athletes ourselves. We've both competed.
In case you can't tell, Em's the one on the right, I'm the one on the left.
Oh, what? You didn't think I had a magnificent beard?
Sorry.
This is actually us at the Highland Games that I was talking to you about a minute ago. So we're both athletes, we're both coaches. We also have a podcast. There is currently only one episode live, but we have recorded many others that will be coming very shortly. So if you like our absolute carnage of commentary here, then please feel free to go and have a look at that. And I've just got a few little photos while they're setting up, because right now you're not missing anything. Everybody's outside. Hopefully you'll see a few photos of us coming in here. So we have John at the Aaron Page Classic, England's strongest qualifier. I think that was a few years ago, and the Peak District. Of course, we just needed a small montage of John. This was me at the Chaos Classic last year, and Europe's strongest last year as well.
I've said before, you should be doing colour commentary.
Now, as you are watching us, I'm gonna get the camera set up so that we will give you the best view in the house for the next event.
You say that? Oh, they're coming quite close.
We're just going to move the camera around, so sorry if you hear something in the background. We didn't want to plunge you into silence, so you should be able to see, or hear even, a bit of the background music as we go. Unfortunately, Sam, he will not be hopping in today. He is, in fact, a very injured athlete right now, so he will be, unfortunately, enjoying from getting his energy from cheering everybody on. And I have reminded him that if he wants to go full send with the screaming, he does need to take the microphone away so that you all can hear things again tomorrow and next week as well.
So is everyone now teaching?
I will do this. I was going to say.
You're going to have to make the legs smaller. You have to make the legs smaller.
Just bring the laptop over for a second. I just didn't want it to go all over them.
Just if you want to enjoy the handle. All right, so everything's getting set up. It is looking very exciting. Now tomorrow you have me and John again, and we also have a guest speaker coming in called Dave Thomas. He is also an open lifter and has competed at the Strongest Man as well. We're just having a little bit of a test as to where we can give you the best seat in the house. Whilst we are waiting, I will load our introduction. Ooh, let's have a quick look here. Hopefully, very shortly. Oh, it has moved over to the side of the screen, which is less helpful. But here is the trailer for today playing. It won't be us. I'm sure somebody might be able to. So feel free to have me the best someone first.
Yeah.
I think he's literally right there.
In fact, ask the lady with the laptop.
Yes,
She's got the phone.
She'll be the one to ask. Go for that. Now we even have a few song requests coming. I'm just going to give you another pause screen just while we are getting back to the next event. Everyone is starting to warm up and the implements are now in place.
That axle they're using in that lane is 5 kilos. They're only using it for the women's. So I didn't want to just put 5 bumpers on.
Okay, so we're nearly have a good shot for you, and then we will bring you back so that you can see the warm-ups. But let's transition on over now so you can just see the action in play. Now you will see that they have lots of implements to rattle through here. Today we have the monster dumbbell that you see right at the back, into the axle press, into the log, finally into the circus dumbbell. And tomorrow they have the extra benefit of the block press as well. So I think we have now managed to get everything in shot. Believe it or not, the mat that you can see in the front here, that is where the men will do their circus dumbbell press, which should not be underestimated. Not only is that fixed weight really shiny, so it's difficult to actually get that grip in that wrap position, but the actual handle itself is that same size as that axle, more or less. It is that Coke can thickness, so it's a test of their grip, it's a test of their ability to hold that wrap position and be able to drive that dumbbell up. Now you'll probably see people using slightly different techniques for the two dumbbells because they are that different, and they will have to press both of them with just one arm. No two-handed pressing is allowed. And earlier I did hear somebody ask the question, can I snatch this dumbbell? And Paddy made it very clear that although that is possible, that would be very impressive because there will be very strict judging of whether or not the athlete is using a second hand. They're not allowed to engage with a snatch with two hands because that's essentially like throwing the dumbbell up. Once they've got that dumbbell to that rack position, one hand, they have to take that second hand away. I think we have everything in shot, more or less.
Yeah, pretty good.
Wonderful. It took a little bit of I don't want to use the phrase jiggery-pokery because I feel that's going to...
Jiggery-pokery.
It's not very professional, but we have got that all working there.
With this.
Yes, let's have a look. 1 second, just checking. We are still everything. Now, you see how the athlete in front of us right now for the warm-up is getting this circus dumbbell really vertical, really stacking it up. Now that is an incredibly efficient technique for the circus dumbbell variation. With the monster dumbbell at the back, the thicker, rounded metal that's loaded. Apologies, can't speak as I'm moving around. They will probably have a very different position for that particular lift, that particular implement. Ooh, some vipers with the logs coming in, which is very exciting. Now the athletes will have to progress through the different implements. They will start with the dumbbell right at the back. You see a lifter possibly lifting right at the back there. They will then have to move forward into that lift, and they will have to wait for those down commands each time. Not only is the judge looking for somebody to complete the lift, but they are also looking for that stability. We have now been provided with a list of names, which is fantastic, and a lot of the athletes have also provided us with a little bit of information about them, so hopefully we'll be able to get some of those snippets in there for you as well.
Take a photo of that, have it, and then I'll hold it.
See in a moment. Right now I'm aware there's lots of people that are crowding in front. You've got a wonderful picture of Stoner's head there. I'm not convinced he's aware that his massive shiny head is currently taking up the entirety of the live stream. Everyone's getting excited about the orders because how this is working is obviously the last event was a 1 rep max attempt. Everyone could jump in. The bar was rising, which means the bar started at the lightest weight for the day and gradually increased, and you just had to jump in when the weights you wanted to hit were loaded on the bar. That meant that in theory the athletes who were lifting the lightest went first, and it just progressed through the day. Now that has given us a score for event 1. We are now working in reverse order of the placings for the first event for this medley. So anyone in each class, whoever lifted the lightest will probably be going first. Now that means that those who lifted heavier in the last event get a slight advantage because they can see who has gone before them. They can see how far they progressed, how many reps they've been able to achieve, and it will give them that slight advantage as they're going in knowing what has been achieved before them as well.
Let's do one more time.
So Paddy is starting to round everybody up. John is also in coach mode as he has a few athletes in the field today as well. So let's have a look. Now athletes here are allowed to use wrist straps, they're allowed to use belts. I believe it looks like no one is using a grip shirt, so it looks like that is not allowed, which is exciting, which gives an extra test, especially for those dumbbells as well as that log. A little bit for the axle, but more so for those implements that are a bit more unwieldy. The log is a big, thick, round piece of metal that wants to roll away from you. This is a test of stability and strength. Mr. Glitch having a lot of love for Stoner's shiny head that made it onto the live feed for a while there. Everyone is just very excited to find out where they are pole racing. Now, I believe we have a bit of a running order here. So it looks like we have the women's under 75 novice and the men's under 100 novice, I think. Is it under 100?
So I think we'll have on the right hand side, we'll have apologies, should have a mic. So I think on the right hand side, I'll have to stop throwing stuff at me. On the right hand side, you'll have the women's under 75, whilst on the left hand side, you'll have the men's under 100. Then they'll swap, and you'll have the women's over 75 going against the men's over 100 on the left hand side as well. And then we'll have probably one lane by itself for the men's masters.
Brilliant. In which case, I think I should be able to get you some weights. So I believe we are starting off with the monster dumbbell for the women's under 75 at 20 kilos, which is about the same as a monkjack deer, if you would like a little bit of a comparison. I feel like the best analogies for animals that I came up with are definitely the lighter weights. I think that it's the heavy ones that don't seem to have the right comparison here. And then we have into the axle, they will be lifting 30 kilos, into the log of 35 kilos. And they are very different pressing events. They're testing very different things because of the instability of the log. It's going to want to roll away from you. You have to be in a very different position. And then finishing off with a 20 kilo circus dumbbell. The men, I believe, and I could be 100%, I think I'm on this one, 50 kilos on that circus dumbbell, which is about the same weight as an average fridge, into a 70 kilo axle, into a 70 kilo log, and finishing on a 42 kilo circus dumbbell.
So for those worried, we're not missing anything yet. People are just warming up. Haynes just shouted that he's about to kick off, so we're now able to start. Actually, the next people who will go should be people who are actually competing. So give it a couple of minutes to corral people. There's always a bit of chaos as people try to get back in order, understand where they're at, find the running order, listen to people. But other than that, we are almost ready to go. So
now
give it a minute.
Sorry, the scoring of this event will be done on speed primarily, but also I believe the last implement reps. So you have to progress through the first 3 implements as fast as you can and achieve as many reps as possible on the last.
Is it?
Is it not? Is it just speed?
But it was just time.
We're just going to go with time then. Apologies. I have definitely misread that. So it is just time. The fastest they can move through this. We have 2 athletes.
All right, first athletes are ready.
Right, so
So Monster Dumbbell is up first.
And we have Livy for the women.
Into the
and
axle.
We have Angus for the men.
Into the log for the men. Livy's still fighting with that first Monster Dumbbell. Tough implement, that hard one to start with. The Monster Dumbbell tends to be less familiar for a lot of athletes.
Yes! She took that time to get that position, which really is crucial here. Now Angus
lock it in.
onto this circus dumbbell. Getting it nice and high, that's really good technique. Nice, got the down command. You can see him giving the judge that look of, I know I've got this. Liv progressing through to that circus dumbbell as well. It is for speed, but there is an element here with the 4 implements. You have to pick a speed that is sustainable. You have a great phrase, that haste not waste.
Yeah, so Rob Frampton, fair play to him, he taught me that phrase, haste not waste. Break it down, it means go at a good pace, don't make a mistake. The guy going at the right pace, the girl going at the right pace will always beat the person who had to do the rep twice because they made a mistake.
Also saves your energy as well for, again, later in the line. You don't want to be spending energy where you don't have to today. So Livy didn't quite get that last rep there. There is a time cap of 60 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's a lot of implements to press this time. So now we have up Connor for the men and we have Julie for the women with some very cool looking sunglasses.
Remember, Connor new to this sport. I don't know much about Julie, but
Beautiful press there from both of them.
Great
pretty much
first
in
rep for him.
sync as well.
Nice, wonderful run so far.
Nice.
Julie just toe behind here.
Onto the
really,
wall.
really close. Fantastic runs, both of them. No mistakes so far.
Nice. Now
Nice. Come on. Roger.
And now into the double.
Go on.
Both athletes
Stick it.
can combat this.
Nice.
Now, it's quite likely that a lot of the athletes will not have actually been able to practice
Nice,
on
Jamie.
those circus dumbbells because not all the gyms have them. They have fixed weights. So unlike the loadable ones at the back, where you can make as many different weight combinations as you would like, more or less, the circus dumbbells, you have to have the exact weight, which means they are quite hard to come by. Pad has quite the collection.
Yeah, I don't know many places that have these. We've got a couple of really small ones that we use for grip training. But honestly, I don't know many places with these events all available. So, yeah, difficult. And also, it also depends on what type of monster dumbbell you've trained on. We've got like a 25 kilo large monster dumbbell.
Now,
See different styles here, more of a push. Some of them are actually strict pressing out a little bit, really interestingly.
we have
Minimal leg
Rosie.
drive. Sorry,
So we have Rosie and we have David. I think I have a handwritten list here. I just want to announce their names, but please feel free to carry on.
No!
And Rosie pushed through. That was a very good lift. Strict. There was some grit in there. Oh, not quite getting that down. Come on, having to demonstrate that stability. Good. That good look to the judge there. He just said, it's quite awkward. He didn't use the word
Only
quite.
quite, was it?
They made that far more polite.
Go on, Ed, you've got this.
The elbow sleeve has come off. She's getting
Go on,
nice
let's
and
go,
high,
let's go.
which is perfect.
Yes!
And she gets it.
Nice.
Hopefully you heard the crowd just light up there. That was a fantastic one. It's really hard to strict press them. It's not that.
It's difficult.
It's going to test the stability there.
Remember, I think the other thing that's really nice about the community, if you look at everyone here, everyone gets excited involved no matter what level they are. You got a pad there getting completely invested in a novice under 75 woman. Everyone loves everyone here. It's fantastic.
Right, now up here we have Tia and Jack, I believe. Again, sorry, I'm reading handwriting here rather than typed. Whoa! We have got into the medley for both of the athletes. Onto the log here for Jack, looking strong.
Hold on,
Got that
strict press there, strict
stability,
press there.
giving the judge that glare of "I've got this." Tia also onto that log, looking strong. And you see there's a variety of different pressing techniques, especially. We have those strict presses. We have those push presses where they're using their legs to drive the bar up. And then we have a few jerks coming into play as well, where they're driving the bar up and dropping nicely underneath it.
Keep that elbow high.
John giving coaching advice from the wings as well. We're actually now closer to the athletes than most of the crowd.
Yes.
Just not quite. They are really, really unruly bits of kit. She's going to go for one last go, I believe. The time is running out. Time called it just in there.
That circus dumbbell is a particularly difficult implement for everyone. As Em said, people have had a chance to actually practice on it, but it's very different to the monster dumbbell. So having it in the same medley is nasty. You get used to the monster dumbbell shape that sits nice and tight on your shoulder. The circus dumbbell doesn't sit on your shoulder the same way. You have to sit it kind of higher up into the neck with a higher elbow position. If they haven't trained it, it's really unique difference.
Now, I think we now have Paul, and we have Emily, I do believe, with the fantastic pink leggings. Oh, he took the dumbbell to the head. That's going to give him a bit of a dragon kick. The axle. Stoner very famously does not use his legs very efficiently. So the fact that he is dialing that in here to really get these implements moving is fantastic. A Viper! You haven't seen a Viper yet other than in the warm-ups. And he's already onto that circus dumbbell. Very good. Now, I can tell you, Stoner is one of those athletes who's not been able to practice on those circus dumbbells. I think he got hold of a potentially 20 kilo last week, but that's for like one rep. Right at the end of his training, nowhere near the actual event for this, the actual weight for this event today. Now, who do we have up here? We have Isaac in the men's lane, and I believe this is 6. We have Kirsty, I believe, up in the women's lane there as well. Oh, not quite.
Difficult first lift.
Not quite.
Reset his composure.
That elbow is just falling down just a little bit, which for something as
That was a
technical
wonderful
as
lift
this.
once he got that. Like,
Yes.
once he got the position right, that was absolutely
But
wonderful.
look at Kirsty, she is
She is pacing.
spring already on. There's been no mistakes here. She has used every single second so efficiently throughout that. Brilliant.
So that is a good demonstration there. Pad holding the high ref standards up. What he did there was the guy did not hold the rep for long enough, wasn't under control, so Pad made him do it again.
Yeah.
Back to that phrase we used earlier, haste, not waste. Go at a good pace, don't rush. If you rush, you'll make a mistake. Pad will make you do it again. Go on, big legs.
So you see how
Elbow high, big legs.
10 seconds left.
you can't.
Take a breath. You got this, come on.
These circus dumbbells
Elbow
are
high.
very different to the monster dumbbells
Yes!
at the back. Wow,
Yes!
that was fantastic. Right in the nick of time. I believe that was a second. Oh, I believe that was just.
Oh, your conscience, Pad. You're like,
Oh.
no!
Was that in? Was that out? Oh no, it was a fraction of a second out. I believe I saw the clock at 1 minute, 0.35.
For anyone who thinks Pad's being too harsh, put it in the comments.
Yeah, have a vote. Was that too harsh? A shout out for Sam Grover's Lifting Academy, fantastic. And also, Mr. Glitch, glad that you're enjoying the weight comparisons. I feel like I started off thinking it would be a nice anecdote, especially if we have people watching who aren't familiar with these events. I want to make sure that you can get an impression of how impressive it is what these athletes are doing here today. And I may have gotten a bit carried away, and I have 2 A4 sheets. So I can keep them coming as the day goes forward.
Yeah, good, yeah.
So who do we have here?
Up to here.
I'm just getting up the list. The phone keeps shutting. So here, I believe we have Sam and Joe in the women's lane there. Athletes looking ready. Here we go. Judges also poised and ready to give those down commands. Oh, rapidly moving through these implements.
You can also see a nice comparison here between the way people are going between the events. Some of them jumping over, some of them running round. Slight difference in the time it will take, but also slightly higher risk. To jump over, you might actually get caught and fall over. Very, very nice controlled reps from the men here. Women, though, already onto the circus dumbbell. Absolutely wonderful. Wonderful run. No mistakes. Very quick, very controlled.
Brilliant. Always good to get a fist bump or a high five from your judge at the end. Now, who do we have stepping up to give this very challenging medley a run? I believe. Are we on?
So Rosie's in the women's lane.
And Will in the men's lane. Some very tactical chalk placement, I think, is going on here as well. Fantastic. Brilliant pressing
So
here.
for some people who've got a difficult elbow lockout with some elbow damage in the past, the ref may make them hold it for a little bit longer, but they are allowed to have a slight. So if you are naturally have a bit of elbow damage, it doesn't allow your elbow to be locked out, the ref will give it to you, but will make you hold it for longer to demonstrate you have it.
They usually will have had to have spoken to the rep beforehand to kind of say, this is my mobility limit here. Brilliant.
Both runs very consistent, both finish at a good time, but also very, very no mistakes from either. No mistakes. And it's one of those things where looking back every now and again, you think you can shave off a second here or there by moving faster, running, but it also opens you up to risk. It opens you up to making a mistake and dropping something. So, it's a difficult balance. Sometimes you wish you'd gone quicker, but at the same time, it is what it is. You've got to make sure you don't make a mistake. So, what's interesting about some of these events, most people, as expected, are finishing the medley. A majority are finishing it, which means it's going to come down to half a second here or there. You could drop big points via 1 second.
And here we have Anna and Luke. Oh, rapid. Anna's been looking really strong all day.
That's the jumping over technique from Luke there.
Oh, a snatch, I believe we had there from Anna and Axel. And a Viper. We're really rapidly firing through these events now. Fantastic. A wonderful leap as well. We've turned this now into hurdles at the same time. Brilliant. And a fantastic jerk underneath.
Run there, really consistent.
Now, I believe that is it for our men, and we have a few more women to go. It's awesome to see the women's class so big, to be honest. I believe up next we have Kate. And remember, the weight of that first dumbbell, for comparison, is the same as a monk jack deer. They are pressing a deer over the head with one arm. This is not lightweight. Boom, straight in there. And
so they're now doing just the remainder of the women's under 75, and then they'll move on to resetting both lanes to the right weights for the men and the women, I believe.
This is looking a really fast run, really maximising that transition time between the implements as well with that dog. Now, if you know that you can take that extra risk, be it that little bit faster, definitely, because it's all in your time.
It's all about time today. Like Em said, it's not for reps on the dumbbell, it is for time. You want to be quick.
Now, Emmeline, I believe, is that, or Emmeline, I believe, is up last for the women. Here she comes now.
Sounding at Sam, looks like she goes by M, so we'll keep a reminder of that.
We will keep a reminder of that.
The last women in the under 75. I don't think have you explained the running order at the moment and how it's done?
Yes, I have indeed.
That will be whilst I was gaffing on people.
Or having a snack.
No snack yet. Max has got my burger order.
Oh no.
Fantastic run, demonstrating why she's out last from having won the first event. Clearly an incredibly strong athlete all round. Very, very dominant performance here. Very quick, no mistakes, confident in her ability. Very, very powerful run. Be surprised if that isn't first place for her.
I liked the determination as she leaped over the log. Very athletic.
Jumped.
I believe we are doing to the women's over 75 and the men's over 100.
I believe.
Novice categories. And
they will be going in the order of amount of weight they have to load with the bars. So I believe the Masters men will be going by themselves at the end.
Fantastic. So I do believe that for the women, we will have a monster dumbbell of 25 kilos, which is the same as an emperor penguin. I'm going to keep these coming. You're going to be really sick of me by the end of the day. Into an axle of 40 kilos, into a log of 40 kilos, into a circus dumbbell of 31 kilos. And then the men, we will have a 55 kilo monster dumbbell, which is the same as a Jaguar. I will keep them coming. Don't you worry. You will have to tell me, many of you will have to tell me you want me to stop before I'll actually stop on this one. Into an 80 kilo axle, an 80 kilo log, and finishing off with, I believe, a 48 kilo circus dumbbell. So basically, their circus dumbbell, that wonderful, shiny, horrible looking globe of awkwardness that they have to press with one arm, is basically the same weight as a fridge or a Siberian husky, whichever you prefer. They're going to have to put that above their head with one arm at the end of a medley. Now up first, who do we have? I believe we have Helen in the women's and Jack in the men's.
Yes, that's right. So as Em said, it'll be in reverse order of the lifts they performed, their top successful lift in the previous event. So Jack, I suspect, then pulled the lowest total in the Cambridge deadlift, which will put him out first here. But don't forget, it doesn't count you out of the competition in any way, shape, or form. Well, we only have to look to the organizer of the event, Mr. Paddy Haynes, to actually see that in evidence. Europe's strongest man, one of the lowest scorers in the overhead medley, one of the only, it's not the only weakness that Creek has at the moment. Where he genuinely, he came out, he got very low points on the overhead. However, second place, podiumed, got his invite to Worlds based on crushing the rest of the day. You can have a weakness and not count yourself out. Never ever count yourself out. Reset if you have a bad event. There's a few phrases I want to use, but I'm not allowed on YouTube, so I won't. Chloe Brennan's got a great one that I can't use here.
Oh, possibly not, no.
Put it in the effort bucket. Fill in the gaps.
And it is about, like you say, it's that average across the day. It's the average score that will come up on top. There are quite a lot of athletes in each of the classes as well, so things can change. Now, I just wanted to shout out Jackie Weston here, shouting out for Emmeline. Apologies if we're pronouncing that wrong. Please let us know. And also Mr. Glitch for jumping in and also adding into our, is it a Jaguar or two medium-sized ocelots on the weights? That's helpful. I think sometimes gives it a bit of a context. Now, Jack is up here.
Yes!
Oh. Now.
You've got that. Stay straight.
Helen is rapidly moving through here. of insider knowledge. Jack has very recently been in a motorcycle accident about 4 weeks ago, so he is not on his most strongest of forms. And we have Helen, who is rapidly onto that dumbbell, taking her time here, getting that extra air in, being strategic. Like we said earlier, it's that haste, not waste. If you know you need to have a little bit of time to get that next implement, take it, because it will probably be far more efficient than having to go 2, 3, 4 times, and it might be the difference between you getting that implement or not. Any time on this implement will beat anybody who only makes it to that log, or very, very close. I think she might be tired at this part. Time has been called. Okay, so we have up next Vicky in the women's lane and Ollie in the men's that's closest to us.
If he's in too much pain, he's in too much pain.
Some cheering. Keep your shout outs coming. We will make sure that we make them known. This is a very, very challenging medley. Lots of different implements. You'll have to be a little bit strategic here, as well as focusing on that speed.
Oh, brother!
Of course, it's one of Max Whiting's clients that's delaying proceedings.
Oh no, we have
He's told him everything he knows. He's having a burger.
we have an athlete that is being pulled out of the warm-up area, I believe, and then we'll get on moving. Here we go. Vicky has been ready and waiting for quite some time now.
Yeah, poor girl. Yeah, it's difficult because sometimes if you're super ready and your opponent isn't, you do find that some referees, I think Pad's going to be nice because it's a novice day, but you find a lot of referees will just start the clock, and if you're not ready, you're not ready.
I think we have Sam Whitting, who pointed out earlier, Pad's always harsh but fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's more about the consistency as well. It doesn't matter necessarily what the criteria is, as long as you've made it clear and you are consistent throughout all athletes.
Yeah, I think so. He might change his scrutiny, as it were, for the next day, where you've got opens, people who are used to competing tomorrow.
That's fair.
Where it's people's first day today, there could just be.
This could be their first ever competition.
Yeah, there could be genuine just nerves, small mistakes. It's not a problem. I think Pad's being nice for day one to make sure that people are having the right time and the right experience. He doesn't want to. At Europe's, yeah, they'll call you out. They'll start the clock if you're not ready.
And doing an event in competition is always so different to doing it in the gym. So not only do you have that to contend with, it's going to feel different. We're also in a barn right now, so there are definitely going to be variables. These athletes are not useful. Now the rule is if the log or any of the implements move, the athletes have to put it back on the mat, so that can eat into their time as well. Which means
making a nice, consistent effort from start to finish. Same as the women there, making a really strong effort from start to finish.
But it is within these athletes' best interest to control these implements down so that they're not having to waste time moving other implements around. These circus dumbbells are unwieldy, and actually,
wincing, his barn floor gets destroyed.
I have a feeling that's actually taken a chunk out of the concrete floor. A round of applause from the audience there. I think I will actually. So I'm not holding it. Though it does actually make me look quite big when I have a tiny mic like that.
You're still holding a microphone even though it's clipped onto you?
Yeah. No, I was holding it. I just clipped it back on. I forgot that.
Always the professional us.
Yeah.
You wait till I'm scanning burgers on
enthusiasm. Right, who do we have up next? Is this Chelsea and Sam, I do believe? Sam has been full neoprene. I feel like he's been very tactical with his kit.
Yeah, he's colour coordinated and all. We love it.
He's practiced. He's tested this out. He knows what works best for him.
Also, for those who can't tell, wow, there's a lady there who just tried to absolutely one-arm snatch the dumbbell. Phenomenal effort.
So that was earlier. Somebody asked about that.
I have never seen that technique before. That is phenomenal. For those who haven't noticed as well, no grip shirts. No athlete is allowed to wear grip shirts. They're all making do with a pump shirt and putting chalk on, which can throw some people off. No grip shirts allowed from Pad today, so it's all from the grip from the chalk. Obviously, he's a big fan of chalk.
He's quite cool with it as well, so gives you an extra element.
10 seconds.
She's made a strategic choice not to attempt the dumbbell. Doesn't want to risk the injury.
Sometimes it's just the effort involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also a one-handed event, so you're going to fatigue one side of your body a lot more than the other.
Yeah. I thought it was alright. Literally got this.
Now I believe, and I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but as far as we know, the next event is going to be a combination of that mystery event and the throw. I believe they're going to try and divide it up so that we're going to have two classes going at once. We're going to have to be a little bit strategic with our cameras, but as soon as I know how we're going to set this up, I will provide you with more information. So some of the athletes will be going into a movement after this that is all about that power. Can they send that object in a really accurate direction with some oomph behind it? And the other are mystery event, which none of the athletes knew about before this point. And we actually asked some of the athletes how they prepared for an event that they didn't know about. Now, a lot of the athletes, knowing PAD, presumed there would be a grip component, but no one knew. Now, up here, I believe we have Elizabeth.
So a little pep talk there with some of our clients.
And do we believe this is Gavin?
Yeah, I believe it might be. Yeah, difficult dumbbell. It's a hard one to start with. Like I say, a lot of people are used to the axle, they're used to the log, they know those implements very intimately. A lot of people here struggling with the dumbbell. So some of the harder events here, starting with it is very difficult. Some people take a real shine to it. I know some people who've got, absolutely astronomical monster dumbbell once they get the technique right, but some people who really struggle with that implement.
And the coating, especially for things like the log, where these are painted, they are quite shiny. Can she get this? She's getting a nice position. Oh, that was
So
incredible.
close.
Really good position. Oh, time has been reached.
Was that my copy? Yeah.
So up next, I believe we have some very interesting handwriting to contend with here. Maeve? I think Maeve. Everyone is cheering for Maeve. And I'm pronouncing the name, let me know. And I believe we have Gus in the male lane as well. How are you taking to the axle? Both
Power clean there from the women's side, power clean from the log. She's got a big crowd here, she does. This is brilliant. Wonderful one for both of them. That was fantastic. That was absolutely electric.
They were basically like in sync. That was fantastic. Where is your chocolate?
In that bag.
I will.
Sorry everyone, snack break. We're not going to stop the live stream, I just want to eat. Always the professional.
Right up we have Kurt and we have Kerry. Nice
Wonderful
work.
lift from Kurt.
Those are
Fantastic
very
lift from Women's Lane.
good
Who have we got in the women's lane then, sorry?
Kerry.
Wonderful lift from Kerry.
Come on, Cat, sit!
Wonderful lift from Kerry in the right there. Great lift from Kurt. Second attempt though. Come on! Go, Kurt!
Yes, that was a good
Yes!
fight.
What a grasp from Kurt there. Kerry's onto her final lift here. Absolutely smashing it.
You need a dance. Go on, Kerry. You are so close.
Go, Kerry. you've got this.
Big brace. Use those legs.
Yes!
Oh, not quite. So close. Up next, I believe we have Katie on the women's. And Patrick, I nearly read pancake. Sorry, there is some very interesting handwriting here. Patrick, I believe, coming up on the men's side. Now, this will be our last woman in our winners over 75 novice. But we will have a number of men still to lift in this medley here today. Now, Katie, of course, took that deadlift record. She said she's here just to enjoy the next event to see what she can do. I actually have more confidence in her than I think she has, because she's already moving through these implements very well.
What we'll also see here from the men
Down commander.
was the individual lift might be a little slower. His pace between them is rapid. He's picking up a lot of good time just running between the events.
Katie onto that log after having to press that axle twice. Again, missed that down command.
Both moving wonderfully here.
Having that comp experience of kind of knowing when to kind of wait for those commands and really having that dialed in really does pay off.
When to push, when to take your time.
What a one-legged circus dumbbell press there, and Katie onto this final implement.
God, you got that?
No, I think she's going to take that there. But that's
That's
challenging implement.
Remember, that's the new record holder for women for the deadlift, so she's going to be coming in quite fatigued. That top lift was a fourth attempt. She's done 33% extra, 25% extra work than everyone else so far.
Yes. Now, I believe we have Andrew coming out. We have a few more men in this event to kind of battle through. No more women, I do believe. So I imagine may start setting up some of the implements for the master. No, I imagine they will wait because they want the other logs. You'll see they'll start moving some of the kit out in preparation for the events coming later today. Andy are here from the audience rather than Andrew, apologies. Good rep there, slight press out, but he's working to his strength here. Nice press there.
That was an interesting and really clever technique. He rebounded, so he took the clean, to his chest and immediately strict pressed it, almost off the rebound.
It was a bit like his hand was going to get in the way there.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also tell the people who are more delt dominant and those who are more leg dominant. A lot of people usually implement to jump. This guy here using much more of like a very ruthless shoulder pressing power.
That's the beauty of strongman.
Yeah, A to B, right? A to B.
That's it, it's A to B, so you can work to your strengths. You can use whichever technique works best for you, where you're most efficient. You can probably imagine, just looking at us on our terrible commentator side camera, that me and John may use some different techniques because we have some very different builds. You are, in fact, twice my body weight. And so. Now, up next, I believe we have
What
Dino.
she's saying is I don't know how to use my legs, I just press everything.
He definitely doesn't. If he could use his legs.
What will be interesting is tomorrow when we see the the weight classes, but the non-novice weight classes, we're likely to see, pocket about faith. Oh yeah, that's good. So tomorrow, we are likely to see people implementing a push jerk, a split jerk, various types of different jerks. It looks like we're about to change over so that the masters go head to head.
Brilliant. Okay then. In this case, we might be getting the masters up and running very soon. I believe we have Dino coming in here for the men's over 100 novice. I just managed to rip out some of my hair on camera with a pen. Brilliant. Moving on through these implements. So you'll see there have been a variety of clean techniques used here, especially with the axle. We've had continental cleans and belt cleans where they're able to get the axle onto their chest or their belt buckle to be able to then do a second part to the clean. We've had snatches where the implement hasn't even rested really on their chest. It's gone straight from the floor, straight to overhead. And we've seen power cleans as well.
See him taking a breath there before the final implement, the most awkward one. Really good move. Paid off wonderfully. Wonderful rep there. Size of that dude's calves. Very jealous.
You have calf envy.
I always have calf envy. Haven't got any.
You have bodybuilder calves.
Not here.
They look,
How useful they are for strongmen.
I believe we have Jack A. That's because we had
Alexei
Jack
Novikov.
T.
Absolutely spot on, Graham. That's exactly who he looks like.
So we have another Jack here now.
Let's go, Jack.
Getting limber, ready to go. It's so casual. Yeah, good thumbs up. And here we go.
So we hear in the backstage area, this is the first time this guy's ever touched a monster dumbbell, which is fascinating. So we're going to see how he takes to it as his first ever attempt on this. I believe he was also learning how to do the axle. He was just kind of dropped into this comp last. Don't take this as a negative. I'm absolutely in awe of the guy. It takes a huge amount of awesome ambition and just confidence to go, yeah, go on, I'll give it a go, see what happens.
I realise you actually can't see him pressing because Pad is right in the way of the camera. Should we try and move the camera a little bit?
It's a no from him on the first implement, unfortunately.
And earlier when we were talking about the conditions here and that the kit has a slight variance as well, there is an element of, to be a good athlete, you have to be adaptable, you have to be willing to kind of step in and just feel your way through. Things can take you by surprise. And I think to be able to step in and have a go to get that close on an object you've never pressed, something that's that awkward and very technique driven, that's impressive. All right, so I believe we have Ben, then we have Luke, Matthew and John. I'm just reading them out as they're on. I feel like that substitute teacher at school that has the full names list. So apologies if I'm missing any nicknames or anything.
Aaron. I wouldn't. I put enough force into it.
Okay, so I think we are getting up and running. I believe we now have.
Masters, we're ready for you.
Yeah.
All right, they're running for the Masters now.
So Masters, who do we have coming up first? I believe we have Stuart out first for the Masters in the faraway lane. We haven't moved the camera around because we didn't want you to miss out on anything.
Looks like liability.
Off go. Have that head-to-head feel again now, which some athletes really love because it gives you that. Even if you're not in the same class, these athletes are not in the same class. They're not technically competing against each other, but it gives you that adrenaline because you feel that race. You feel that. Brilliant. We have Ben Rapid here. Nice. And our first Masters, Stuart, out doing really, really well. Pad is taking it with pride that he was blocking the entire lane there. Stuart, finally getting that leg, that was fantastic. That was very good. He took the right time to take that break there. Can he get this up? You can see how much it's sliding off of his back here. These are really unwieldy bits of kit. Time has been called.
These are incredibly hard implements as well, like I keep saying, but you can see them just slipping down their shoulder, not quite sticking as well. And also, a lot of people not knowing how to use the circus dumbbell. It's not a shoulder, but you want to get it higher with your elbow high. You almost want the You almost want the bell of the dumbbell to be right into your neck, so it's more upright, almost vertical.
And I believe the master's weights here for the overhead medley we have 75 kilos. Then I believe it is 120 on the axle, 120 on the log, 78 on the service dumbbell. That's a heavy service dumbbell. Both onto the second implement. We have here Matthew, I believe, in the lane closest to us, and Ash in the master's lane as well. Both through that axle. Ash especially, I think he's using his time really well to take that breather between the implements. These are heavy.
Yeah, you can see who know where their limits are. They know which ones to slow down, and they're not being swept up in the time. They're making sure they know when to focus, when to switch it on, and when to take a breather.
So we just had, was that Luke or Matthew in this lane? Do you know if it was Luke or Matthew in this lane? Ash coming in for that dumbbell, but I think he has been timed out. So those circus dumbbells weigh 70 and 75 kilos respectively, and about 70 kilos is the approximate weight of a grey wolf, which they're pressing with one hand.
Right lane should be Miles, I think.
Miles is third, yep, that's third for the Masters. It is, I think, this is either Matthew or John, and I'm not 100% sure. This actually might be brilliant. Matt, I've heard Matt. We have Matthew here. And onto that log. Rapid.
Oh, power cleaner as well. Wonderful. Power cleaner right back.
Has got that monster dumbbell. Didn't quite
Not
get
quite.
that down command there.
Wasn't given. Needs to do that again.
You need that stability component there as well.
It's all about making sure that that bar, that circus dumbbell stays straight. If it starts moving away from you, you'll end up losing the rep by having to walk towards it, and at that point you're not able to control it very well.
No, I don't think Miles has much time left, but he could still get this. Judge is poised and ready to give that down command. Can he get this within the time?
Just gassed out, unfortunately. Sometimes when you do that final clean after a lot of effort, you can feel your body, the blood rush from your body. Have it.
And having that log on your chest, it's not a resting position really. You've got weight on you.
You've got weight crushing down on you.
That log wants to roll away from you. You are having to fight to keep it into that position. So I believe we have Graham currently in our master's lane, which is the furthest lane from us. And John, who is our last over 100.
Yeah, that's John in the left-hand lane. And the right-hand lane for the Masters, you've got Graham.
Graham being very tactical, making sure he's in the perfect position to be really, really efficient with his power. Can John get that dumbbell? As John has the highest deadlift points here, this may change the overall score quite dramatically. We're talking about it being like an average overall performance. Not quite.
So no for Graham, unfortunately. That's just one step too much.
Now we are just down to our Masters lifters. I believe we have Dave up next.
Thank you.
We have been provided with food. John is incredibly happy. So I think we're having double check. I believe we may have. I've completely confused now with who's looking. I apologize for that one, but I will find out and I'll let you know. Some determination in these lifts on both of these athletes. Nice rack position. Being tactical, getting that breath, feeling the stability. And you don't have to do that second rep. The floor is taking a bit of a battering. There are quite a few chunks out of it at this point. But that is the nature of these events. So that may. Apologies. If anyone knows of a lifter that I've misnamed, please let me know. I will do my best. We are working off of a wonderful paper list. I don't know if that was at all visible, but we have a photo of, so it's not the easiest. We have OAP Strongman in our Masters lane right now. Brilliant. Onto that axle. Good clean. And onto that log. Another thing with competing is, in the gym, you will move between your exercises for that day in the most ideal timing. So the athletes don't have to contend with gaps, but also at times when you're moving fast, not enough rest.
Alan now taking his time, making sure he gets everything really well done.
Really
that log was very, very persistent as well. Make sure he didn't lose anything there. That's a difficult dumbbell.
Well, it's just that elbow just falling just a little bit. They are really awkward. I never want to come across like we're here saying, "Oh, this is slightly not perfect," because these are such challenging objects to actually work with.
I remember these athletes want to train for years, right? Especially the Masters. There's many years. The Masters are not novices. These are years worth of effort to make sure they are this strong. They are substantial weights. People forget. It's easy to sit at home and do it for a bit and look at these weights and think they look pretty easy. Some people make them look easy, but they are pretty ridiculous weights here.
He's moving rapidly through.
This is astounding. Remember, we're in the top half of the pack now for the Masters, so you've got the guys who are the biggest deadlift pullers as well. Sometimes that means they're just overall incredibly strong, but sometimes it means that they're not the best wrestlers. So we're seeing here someone who's
an athlete who was towards the top of the over hundreds pack who wasn't able to get the dumbbell.
Absolutely, and some people are just naturally very, very good deadlifters based on proportions, and some people are better overhead. I'm much more naturally comfortable pressing overhead than I am deadlifting because of proportions, but there's other people who are the exact opposite. Look at Paddy, a great example where I would use that example where he is one of the best deadlifters in the world and overhead, struggles to make the same progress. But sometimes you also get people who are they're good at both, and they're the really dangerous athletes you want to watch out for. And people who are currently getting good points in the deadlift, but are also coming out and getting good points in the overhead.
And now we have the final few Masters athletes, so they'll be really fighting for every point at this point.
This guy here, we've got Louis, who's currently struggling with the dumbbell, unfortunately.
I'm glad you know what's going on. Can he get it? He's been very strategic with finding that position. Oh, they are so unruly. That
looks like it might just be a little reach today, but he's going to give it another go. That was the best rep so far.
This is what we're saying.
Probably just out of time, though, I imagine.
Athletes play to their strengths, and he doesn't necessarily. Firstly, having one bad event, if that happens, it doesn't matter. You can still have a really good score because it's about that average. But it also is great to see athletes come into their own and be able to step forward when claim back those points when they're
100%. I remember, I'm not saying that you might be a good deadlifter and not good at anything else. I'm saying there might be people who are better at deadlifting than overhead medley, but we're suddenly about to watch a grip event, we're about to watch a max Keg event. Max Keg Toss, those are two astronomically different events to the first two events, so it's really interesting to know who's also bringing explosive power and grip strength to the day.
And especially with so many events of the day and so many varied events as well, it also comes down to who can recover fastest as well.
Yeah, really good point.
Remember, our final event is stones for reps.
That was a phenomenal monster dumbbell press.
That was brilliant.
This guy clearly talented at both deadlifting to be out this light, but also an unbelievable overhead presser. Fantastic press. Looks like he's gassing out a little bit. He needs to be careful with his pace.
But sometimes taking those risks really do pay off.
Absolutely has. You're totally right.
It has paid off really well for him.
Eat my words. That was fantastic.
Well, you've eaten the burger, so...
It was great.
What's next?
Shout out Max Witt. A wonderful burger. Thank you for saving me.
Right, so now I believe we're going to be moving off into a different location.
Not yet.
For the next event. No?
Still a few lads left.
Is it? Okay. Apologies. Getting to
May have got some of the names wrong and I apologise. It's hard to keep up with the different lanes.
Gilded Wizard.
This is Paul by the sounds of it. Amazing axle transition from axle into press. Let's see how it gets on with the logs. Some people naturally better at axle and then struggle with the logs. Some people both look good. This guy is just a monster across the board. A real one to watch out for today. He's come out really late in the day for the really well at the deadlift. We know because he opened at 270. Looks like he was given the benefit of the doubt by the referee there. Looks like his legs were apart to me, but I think that's because the sport pad they've got to start on was incredibly slippery with dirt and mud, which may be a bit of a given the benefit of the doubt for the equipment being the difficulty there rather than the athlete itself in control. One more athlete at the Masters to go before we wrap up onto the next event. Off camera, M being an absolute snuffle monster and eating the burger. It's good, right? Shout out Max, barbecue man of the day. All right, let's see it. Last overhead medley to go. Great first monster double. Let's see if he can keep up with Paul, the guy before.
That's it!
Go on, mate, get it! Big drive, come on! Yes! Hold it! Good job, good hold. Take a breath. Come on, mate, see it away. Big points here. Really good at utilising that shoulder neck technique there for the monster. Little outreach today. Good job.
That was a good run, though.
That is the overhead medley done. I think we now need to reposition and get ourselves set up. So I think we're probably going to go to a whole screen.
We are indeed, because we're going to have to move everything outside. This is the nature of working on a farm. Well, wish us luck, and we will be back very, very soon. Hello, so we are now coming back. You'll see that we are now outside, and the overlay is going to look a little bit different this time because we're going to try and run two events side by side. So you'll see on the background of the two videos, you have luckily a higher resolution camera filming a little bit further away. You see over the back there is the tractor which has the Haynes Strength Farm loading loading arm. And the athletes are going to throw a keg over that. Now it will raise up, I do believe, a little bit higher from where it currently is, but you should be able to see some of the action there. We probably won't be able to give you exactly which athletes were running at each time, but that's because we also have positioned strategically so you can see the mystery event behind me in action here, where there will be a max hold ongoing. We will ask the athletes to clear back so that you can get a clear view of that as well. Now, I know it's probably not the most ideal position for either of the events, but it is hopefully the best of both that we could come up with to give you the best view of seeing both at the same time. And hopefully that will set you up. Now, I will leave this running just for a little while longer, but I don't believe that either of the events have started just yet, but we will be back very shortly. But I'll leave you seeing the action, especially the crowds that are forming as well. Hello, back with our amazing Paddy Farm hats, which actually, where it's actually quite sunny, really quite useful, to be honest, especially as I'm ginger and definitely will burn. So I've just seen that someone's saying they can't see it. Have you been able to get back in? It might just be that you need to refresh it. Hopefully we are, it looks like from our end that we are still connected, and we've tested on our end that it does look like it's still working. Apologies that the front camera on here is a little bit, it's been covered in dust from the inside of the barn. But hopefully this will allow you to be able to see. Well, obviously when the event starts, we'll ask everyone to move across. But as they're warming up at the moment, we're kind of just going to leave that in play. But we will hopefully be starting shortly. Please let me know if you are still struggling, and I will do it. Thank you, Mr. Glitch, for helping out as well. Okay, so perfect. It sounds like everyone can see it. Okay, hopefully, please let me know if not. So I will, as they're still warming up to the kind of behind. We are very, very, very close to the tractor. Very close. That is the tractor. I can touch the tractor. We have literally got you as close as we possibly can from a health and safety point of view, to kind of give you the maximum view possible with the two events going on side by side. Now, with the mystery event, again, the athletes genuinely did not know what was going to be happening. They did not have any clues other than that Paddy had invented it. So a lot of people did guess correctly that there was a grip component. A lot of people thought there was going to be a moving component as well. And a lot of people thought there was going to be some kind of we had a few votes for like death by cardio or something that was really going to get that heart rate up and test that kind of endurance side, that engine as well that we kind of used in strongman. No one got it correct. We had a few guesses for tractors. We had quite a few guesses. I think it was 13 or 14 guesses for an arm over arm pull. No one guessed an arm over arm hold. So Paddy definitely testing that grip as well of all of these athletes as we're moving into this. There will be one class that are going first with the keg throw, and then another class that will be going with the pull, and then they'll swap over, which is why we've kind of given you the two views of the camera here. So hopefully you are getting a good view of the day, and we've literally put you as close to the tractor wheel as health and safety will allow. I do want to be able to take all of our kit home with us. So we have given you a good space. I'm going to move aside so that you might get a shot of them actually warming up and getting ready for their first minutes. So this is our first athlete up as well on the pull, and I believe that the throwing is about to start as well. So we have the max hold. They just have to stand in there as long as they can, as long as they can endure holding on. This will be a battle of being able to turn off that brain, go to a different place, and just dig in. Meanwhile, on the other side, you'll see some of the throwing starting now. You see that the women are having the lowest height, I do believe. I don't know the exact height myself, but the idea is they're going to throw the heaviest keg over there they possibly can. Now the keg, as you can imagine, and that throw, if you caught that was wonderful. It almost did like a pirouette on top of the arm. You can imagine a keg is a very awkward object to throw, and everyone's going to have to pick different ways of throwing it. I'm an athlete that's short enough that I can't actually throw the keg one way because my arms, the keg will hit the floor basically, so I have to be careful. And there we go. That was a very good hold time. Hopefully that is going to be, you can literally probably hear the tractor gearing up here. Paddy's dad looking very excited to be a part of this, and all of the arm that they're throwing over right now as well has been purpose made by Paddy and his dad, I believe, for the John Deere tractor attachment of the green tractor that's in the field there. Yeah, I'm going to try and keep people back on this side. Alright, so we have our second athlete is now getting into position. I'm going to hold my mic so you can definitely hear. As we were on the farm, we definitely have.
Not all lick chalks. I haven't worked out.
He's doing well. Just let that get away from him there. Brilliant. Some really fantastic throws going over in the field as well. That is a hydraulic arm, so they have definitely engineered this very, very well. Now we have our third athlete coming in for the pull leather. We're just giving the athlete a fair chance to kind of get into a good position. If you're having a max hold, you want to get yourself into the best position possible. It looks like this athlete's going to try and do... No, he can't be trying to do a standing version of this. No, perfectly. It was actually one of the loaders just making it fair so that all athletes have the exact same distance. Okay, so athlete is engaged and lifting. Lifting? Holding. You might be able to see John walking over to the kegs. I will give him a microphone so he can give you a commentary from over there as well. You see the purple hats of all of the people helping out here today. On this hold, you see the arms starting to shake. Really having to dig in there, really having to find a good position and hold on for every second. Really started to shake here, but still looking like they've got some left in them. Apologies, I can't tell you the names of the athletes because we've got competitions on both sides, but I'm hoping for the stone at the end we'll be able to get back to the names of all of the athletes as we go. How is it looking over at the throw-in?
Yeah, been down to the women's doing the keg toss. Looks like they got the height set to 3.5. I'm not quite clear which height it is, but they have 60 seconds to throw over the heaviest keg they can, with all of them already lined up at the start. So it's not about nominating lifts or about choosing the lifts. It's about having all of them lined up and being very, very careful to make sure you don't waste energy, because you only have 60 seconds to get the heaviest keg you can from the run over within that time. So different to other throwing events where you might take but well, clearly the size of the keg is difficult for the women, because when they throw it between their legs to go for that swing, at a certain point they just hit the ground and it's really hard to kind of
I get
a big swing. Yeah, absolutely. For the taller blokes later on, it might be a little bit easier to get a bigger swing. Not to mention they are also taller, which means that they are already closer to the height of the bar. So no one is 4 meters tall. 2 meters tall. You know, less distance to actually throw. So.
Now over here on the hold, you're seeing a lot of athletes get some really good times, to be completely honest with you, and you can see them having to like properly uncurl themselves after they've been holding on for that length of time. Their hands kind of take a little bit of time to kind of wake up again after being in that grip for such a long time. Now I think you actually do have, I'm not joking, you are as close to the tractor as I think anyone dares be at this point in time, so you're getting that full-on action shot of this hold event here. This athlete's having to involve like a full twist here to try and get that those last few seconds, because every second does count. Yeah, he's holding on for everything he's got, and there we go. I think those extra few seconds will always pay off as well, and it's so difficult when you're in that moment. You can't necessarily, although you would have seen athletes go beforehand, you're not really going to know how long you've been holding for, because when you've got something heavy in your hands, time does feel like it slows down quite a bit. Okay, so this athlete's gone for a slightly different tactic. They've locked their legs out just that bit more than the first few athletes here. They're looking strong so far though, looking nice and calm and collected. It is actually really quite hot here as well, so the chalk is definitely going to be needed. That rope is also horrible. I don't know if you can see, it's actually a coated rope. So it is really, really nasty. It's a big test of grip here. And this is a 6-ton tractor that is on a hill. So I don't know if the camera quite gets this. It is quite a fair incline. They are actually having to take quite a lot of that tractor weight here. Just in case it does look like they're just holding a rope. Because I think the camera actually picks up that it looks quite flat. Now I'm going to occasionally have to come in and clean the camera, I think, because there is actually quite a lot of dust flying around. Again, we're on a farm, it's a working farm, so it is obviously, there's a lot of dust and mud just around that adds to the whole aesthetic. Now I hear some cheering from the kegs. I can't tell you the exact weights. Maybe when John comes back we'll be able to get a bit more information for you. But it looks like there are some fantastic throws, and now these kegs are looking and sounding heavy as they're hitting that arm. Now John is on his way back, so hopefully I'll be able to get a bit more intel for you as he's coming back. Any update from the kegs?
Yeah, so they're smashing through it. It's not taking too long at all. But I would say that it looks like the height of the bar that they're throwing over is not actually 3.5. It's more like 2 and a bit, 2.2, 2.3. They've lowered it because the size of the kegs is just very difficult for a lot of the women. Like the height versus size is just a very different dynamic for them. Also, shout out to the tractor driver, Pad's dad, mastermind behind a lot of the equipment here today.
He's looking very happy. Having a great day.
Loves driving the tractors, doesn't he?
So we have our next athlete coming on up. We have Con. Con is the athlete we spoke about earlier, who only a few months ago competed as a bodybuilder. He's actually come from the bodybuilding world and has only been training strongman for, I think, 12 weeks. He's got a lot of raw strength.
Hold on, Con! Just stay there!
So far, he is looking very calm and collected. So grip strength is going to be entirely new to him. His training, mainly as a bodybuilder, involved using strap and
stay with it
and things like that to attach himself to bells. So he hasn't really trained grip at all. It is completely new to him. Now it looks like he's throwing. They've brought in the arm to measure up for the next climb. Up, I believe, to 4 meters. So you'll see the strength arm. It's a hydraulic arm. Paddy is controlling from the tractor, also looking very much like he's having a great day enjoying this. Now, one is doing really well. He's actually talking. It's going very calm. I love that they have those athletes helping each other, cheering. That camaraderie honestly makes the day. Now it looks like we have Paul Stoner coming up next.
Yeah.
Nearly lost my hat there with that sudden breeze. So he's getting into position. I don't suppose you know the approximate weights of the kegs.
I do. So the kegs actually start at 10, go up in 2 kilo jumps. So you've got 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. And then you continue up in 2 kilo jumps, I believe. So far, no one's got over the 20 kilo jumps, but over the 20 kilo. We have only had the women so far. Looks like for the various classes, they are raising the height to make it harder. It's not like you've just got the weight to play with. You have a higher bar depending on the class between the weight classes. So as your weight goes up, the height that you have to throw over goes up as well, which is fair. The amount of momentum that you can generate with your own body weight is increased based on your actual mass. Much harder for someone who's 60 kilos to throw something over a high bar than someone who is a lot lighter. Stay this side.
Stoner is looking very calm. I'm well aware that you can't actually see their faces because of the platform that they're using.
Stay with it, Stoner!
But I'm just judging by his overall physique, that his arms and his legs not shaking at all. So he looks like he's still got plenty in him. He is a good athlete when it comes to being a bit gritty and hanging in there. Oh, I was mistaken. He was closer to the end there than I realised. Remember, for these athletes who are currently fell over there a second. These athletes doing the hold. A great hug there from the other athletes.
I think Stoner went a little cold there. I think he almost passed out.
Passed out. Okay, then I wasn't sure. But obviously, these athletes who are doing the hold here still have the throwing to go, and the throwers still have the hold to go, and then of course they still have the stones. So there's plenty more to play with today. So yeah, they're testing themselves over and over again here. Now look, it sounds, yes it does, sounds like the throwing is in full swing over the other side as well.
Out now will be the winner of the second event, the overhead medley. They're going in reverse running order, as I've explained earlier. This is now the under 100 kilo novice men winner of the overhead medley, coming out last.
This athlete is looking strong, shaking a little bit. I'm just going to quickly clean the camera because I can see the amount of mud that has developed on it. Hopefully that will give you a clear view still. And on the throwing, some very near misses here. Oh, athlete having a full-on lie down here on the throwing side as well. Now, I believe they are uploading the scores somewhere online. Do you know where they're uploading the scores? They're not. They're not uploading the scores, so apologies, I misheard. So we will try and get you a little bit more of an update whenever we can.
I think just normally you've got the man himself, Ben Joyce, doing the scores here, who has a good relationship with Strength Register. Sorry, is Strength Register, but has a good relationship with Strength Results. This weekend they're not able to do that because Ben has prior engagements, unfortunately. So they are using in-house scoring talent. Charlie there, who is also a wonderful cake baker, a wonderful human being as well. She is taking care of the scoring today, and they are doing it as they go. So unfortunately, they've got a little old school with the scoring. Nothing wrong with that. They're making the best of what they have. But it does mean nothing live on the scores, I'm afraid. Best thing I can advise from the scores is to go in, depending on the order, work out from there how the people have done from the previous event.
Sorry, trying to protect your best view in the house there.
Luckily, no one could spot him because of her umbrella.
I know, I'm so subtle. Oh, some really powerful throws here. You can see that the kegs get really heavy very, very quickly. I'm really sorry, we have the camera here. Is that alright? That was a good hold there as well for the tractor. Now, I believe we have Jack coming in here for his hold. This is the individual we mentioned earlier who has recently been in a motorcycle crash only a few weeks ago. He has had the all clear to compete today, but he is feeling not in his most peaked place. Oh. Do you mind moving across a little bit? Sorry, just give the camera, sorry. Sorry. And here he goes. The tractor is in his hands now. And we have one of the dogs here cheering along is trying to get involved. He's doing well. He's holding in here. He did not believe that this was his event, but I think he is doing very well. When he needs to, he can dig deep. Oh, and on the other side, a very near miss there with the throw. Jack is holding his ground. Looking strong. I think he's got a little bit more left in him as well. Oh, holding on for every second there. I think Paddy and his dad are both enjoying the opportunity to be in the tractors as well. Obviously this is a working farm, but I think being able to kind of use them in an event that is this exciting, it's not their usual use. So we have another athlete stepping up for the hold very soon. I'm just going to quickly check the comments to see if anyone's okay. Brilliant, it looks like everything is good. I just want to make sure that I haven't had loads of comments saying, and the camera's gone. We still can't see and it's not loading. As you can see, at both events you have crowds of people around the athletes. Everyone wants to watch what's going on and cheer everybody on, be there supportively.
If you want to know the glory of strongman, Jack has come off from that event and he has something brown on his hands. I'm not sure if that's mud or poo.
Well, I'm slightly concerned.
No.
Live stream.
Oh, I see.
People at home need not see. I'd suggest going to the urinals.
I suppose as a working farm, who knows? I'd like to just clarify. I don't think anyone was insinuating it was an athlete who had pushed too far in that hold. If you are at home supporting any athletes, please shout out.
I am pumped mum.
Tell him what you got.
Second.
What's the leading?
Another athlete getting into position for the hold. And on the other side of the field, we have a bright yellow keg flying over the arm. That was a wonderful throw. They are really unwieldy, and as you can imagine, the weight is very rarely evenly distributed. I don't actually know what's inside the kegs. It's quite commonly can be water or a liquid or sand. But as you can imagine, that means that they're really difficult to throw because the weight is not evenly distributed. They can spin in awkward ways. They're also quite large, so they're going to be out in front of you for that actual. It's harder if you can get the weight more like over your center of gravity. You're going to be able to channel more power through. With the kegs being so large, they're always going to be out in front of you. This athlete is starting to really dig deep here.
It's going to be something. Yeah, your guess was pretty tough. Either grip or arm over.
Every second counts.
First time you hear going into it. I wish we'd take more grips, like with the thumbs. It's like,
Coming in for every second. That was a brilliant hold.
Oh yeah. We've done a lot of grip, guys.
And over on the keg side, a wonderful throw about to take place, I do believe. Oh, no, they were just getting into position and getting ready. Here we go. Nice! Bounced its way over, but successfully over, and that looked like a really heavy keg there as well. Some absolute expert work from all of the volunteers here. So when we mentioned Charlie earlier, who did the weigh-ins this morning, has been doing the scoring all day. We've got people running barbecues, we've got event loaders, we've got people resetting the distance of the tractor, and they'll probably be doing this tomorrow as well. So they're going to have quite the weekend of work here just to make sure these athletes get the best competition.
I'm not unhappy with that. I would like to beat a minute, but
That is good.
Yeah, oh,
Here he is.
I could feel myself going forward. I'm like, I'm not.
Oh, the atmosphere here is really good as well. Everyone's supporting each other. Another athlete getting into place for the hold. Now, I'll try when the athletes swap over to get some scores from the keg throw for you.
Who was it that kind of helped you get up?
This athlete is looking very calm, considering the rope is actually wobbling a bit there, which can... They are holding a really nice, calm and collected pose. So I don't know if anyone watching has been familiar with watching different various hold events from other competitions, but typically if you can stay calm and collected, you're going to be in a more stable position. You're going to not test that grip through CNS shaking or sort of bubbling around.
Slowly sound a dog.
Yeah, you thought 2 cars don't quite try to.
I'll win.
This athlete is looking very good here. Just there. You can see that they were really fighting there. Now, where are we at with the throwing? It doesn't look like an athlete has stepped up. Maybe they have gotten through the athlete. Actually, I've just realised they are re-measuring the height.
Absolutely spot on, Em. So they've got through all the women. So the women are going to be coming up here to start their tractor hold as soon as possible. And the men will be moving down. I think we're going to try to keep it fair. We will keep the camera angle here because I want to see some of the women up here as well on camera.
I also don't fancy moving the cast iron table that we've got to put the camera.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Only on the Haynes farm would you find a cast iron. I can't say that word. Table.
It's the only thing that might survive the tractor, to be honest.
Yeah.
What we
So we'll keep it here. We'll try to keep an eye on on the throwing event as well to make sure you're getting some camera angles. But given the height has been raised, you will see kegs flying sky high, so you'll see what's going over.
Exactly, and John is also in coach mode, so he may be disappearing for moments here to just support athletes.
Which means ADHD mode, where I get distracted by people.
Definitely, you'll get distracted. I have.
So the winner of the under 100 men's came in, one of the first ones out as well, and got a savage 77 seconds hold, back to hold.
Oh, that's
absolutely
disgusting.
Amazing, phenomenal that was. And then in second place was Stoner, who got 63 seconds, held for over a minute. Interestingly to me, he claims he actually has no memory from 45 seconds because he blacked out. Absolutely savage. I love the sport. Third place got 58 seconds, and fourth place got 57. So you can see that there were points up for grabs for seconds. Absolutely savage event. And then I haven't seen the over 100s yet. They're still finishing up. So once that's done, I'll go and grab some of the scores and let you know where they got to. Let me go get some of the scores for the throwing and see how we did there.
All right, so John is off on the mission there. And we're all... Ooh, another athlete in here. Again, using the kit wisely. And there's a lot of neoprene here. And sometimes I can just give that extra support, especially for a whole event, anything that's going to help you. Now, the athletes would have been aware of what kit they can use, and it's not necessarily more isn't always more. It just definitely comes down to what makes you feel the strongest for the way you like to move and you like to tackle these events. Also bear in mind, none of these athletes knew what this event was until this morning. You'll see the tractor, there's like a space to the side of where they're pulling right now. That is where the athletes drove through this morning, and their first knowledge of this event was when they came into the farm to park to weigh in. That was when they turned around that corner and saw this magical setup. And it was only from then that they were able to kind of start getting their strategies in place and trying to play around with what they wanted to do here. Protecting your best seat in the house as much as I can. Now this athlete has had a good time that I actually do not know at all how that's going to stack up with this class. But they were looking really good. I'm just checking comments and things. There's a lot of mud on the screen, so I'm just making sure that you can still see stuff. Again, the nuances of being on a working farm. So we have another athlete coming up to the hold. This is a particularly tall athlete as well. So you'll see the height of that hydraulic arm in the field over there is now quite tall, ready and waiting for the male athletes. So the athlete in the hold here has taken a stance where he has a slight arm. He looks like he's actually resting his arms on his knees to give him that extra purchase. But you saw a lot of the athletes sort of really allowing themselves to lean right into that hold and keep their arms nice and locked out. This technique here will be very bicep heavy. And there we go. So I think we're down to the last few athletes of this class, but I feel like the way they're staring at this means they're gonna hold on for as long as they possibly can.
Someone else is gearing up.
So we have some throwers already in play. I don't know if they're warming up. It looks like they are actually warming up by the looks of things. So I think that's the class that have just finished throwing. So they might just be getting their hands on the kegs and feeling them out. Because again, the kegs is also something that a lot of gyms don't have access to. It's much more common to find things like throwing sandbags. And the kegs will feel different. There'll be different grips. And you also have to be throwing from a completely different position as well.
If I commentate for a bit, why don't you go look for the scores for the women's? Because that'd be good for you to call. You alright? Pass the ball over. Alright, has started this guy over 100s. He is smashing it. Nice sound in this. We're hearing a lot of people going kind of 100%, really struggling with it here. Remember, as we said, it's a nasty rope. I don't know if anyone's explained yet. So if you can see on the rope, there's a lot of glare, a lot of people, and a really bad camera. So I apologise trying to get the two at once. But the rope is a rope that's got a coating on it. So it's like a vinyl cover all the way around. So you need to get your fingers tight into the more like a battle rope with a. So you might think you're going to get your fingers into the rope, the knots. Not on this one. There is no hooks. There are no knots. So unfortunately, you are completely just loose grip. It is hideous. Absolutely revolting it is. See my umbrella coming to the shot. Just looking at some of the comments. Jack is a stubborn man. He absolutely is. Did that with a fractured wrist. So over doing his bit there. One of the coaches here really runs the lifting academy with wonderful human being, along with Max. They're helping some of the running. We've got Kurt up next. Come on, Kurt! It's all about setting and just knowing it's going to sting from the start, right? There's no nice way to do this. Grip event, long max hold is a nasty way to. It's a difficult thing. You've got to stay hard. It's going to be uncomfortable to start, and you're just stuck. Come on, Kurt, keep on! That's it, stay locked in! Go on, Kurt, lock it in! His legs are shaking. Whoa, like actual event. Yeah. Woo! Sounds like the men's under 100 are about to start the kegs. You can see the live stream there on the camera that you've got the bar has been raised up to max height. I think it's just shy of 4 meters. The equipment doesn't quite hit the full height. You're looking at the my umbrella out the way. Apologies. You're looking at the live stream. You'll see the Haynes strength sign sat at the highest point there. So they have to get the kegs over that. They have 60 seconds to get the heaviest keg they can over that bar. We've now got Cameron out for the men's over 100 in the grip event here. So we've got one camera facing that way, one facing that way.
Yeah, I thought it was that high.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's high enough. That it's,
yeah. So everyone that way is clear,
yeah.
but here we're trying to keep this where the camera thing.
Aha. I was hoping it would be a rope, and it's not a rope, it's a coating rope.
That's it. That horrible cover you can't get your hooks.
I mean, I got no hooks at the moment. Oh no.
Very good.
Oh no.
I've got Ellen here.
Hi,
Ellen's
John.
competing tomorrow in the non-novice classes. What class are you in, Ellen, and what are you hoping to pull on the Cambridge?
Under 75s, I'm getting...
You can say what you want to open with if you don't want to give away too much of what your top lifts are. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Oh, no shame. Opening 140. Plan is to get redemption on 150 after zeroing last year.
Yeah.
And then, fingers crossed, we'll hit 160.
Amazing. That's huge. That's huge. What was it? 150 for reps, wasn't it, last year, rather than just a single effort?
Yeah, it was 150 for reps, and I did not shift that.
Difficult day.
I pulled it the year before, so that's why I was so disappointed last year.
Absolutely savage. What else are you looking forward to?
What else am I looking forward to? Well, I think I'm actually kind of looking forward to this silly mystery event.
Albeit a hideous rope. I've been going on about the rope for the last 10 minutes, I think, about how there's that horrible cover on it.
Yeah, under 64 versus a tractor, so, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Also, fresh under 64, aren't you? You've only cut down this year.
Yep. First debut out back in February. Definitely not under 64 right now, but, you know.
What is your class?
What, tomorrow?
Yeah.
Under 75s.
You've got plenty of wiggle room, don't you? You're allowed to get a bit, have the extra weight.
Yeah, I'm walking around at about 70 kilos at the moment. Coach is not blessed pleased with me, but, you know. I've had 4 weeks of a little bit of freedom. Although, yeah, I have just signed up to AL Fitness's strongest lightweights under 64 in October, so time to rein it in.
Yeah, so you've got to get a few of them down before you waterload.
Yes.
Oh, this is good. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the hardest bit. I love being outside.
Yeah, because you can't be in front of the camera. Oh, God, it's warm.
Oh, yeah.
I hope it's like this tomorrow, though. That'd be nice.
Also, after this, we're back in the barn, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And room.
It is, sunshine would be nice.
We're now coming into the top end of the over hundreds. So these are the guys that now did the best on the overhead medley. You know, do they back up their overhead power with the good pressing power? Remember, game, who you see coming out last is not necessarily who is overall last. It is just the reverse order from the previous event only. So you might have someone who's a particularly good overhead presser who struggled in the deadlift, who now has phenomenal grip or bad grip. You might see someone who's done an amazing deadlift and a great overhead medley, but hasn't done the grip training to back it up, so we don't know where they're stacking up overall. It's a really interesting place to be. Em's come back. I think she's done a bit of a recce as to the scores that the women's had from the keg toss. If you want to pass over to Em.
Hello. So yes, I have definitely got some scores, and it was interesting down there. I've just been down to that lower field. So first off, for the under 75 kilo, in first place we had Emma Line. I realise I've now been taught how to pronounce that correctly, so apologies for that. Then in second place, joint second, we have Jo Mays and Julie Wolfe. Then in joint fourth, because obviously it drops down, so we have that third place, we have Kate Walters and Anna Feinbaum, I believe. Then obviously, because we've got another joint, it drops down to sixth. So then we have Kirsty Bing and Livy Rose Bonner. Rosie and both of the Rosies, Rosie Nicholson and Rosie Thurgood. And then it, obviously because of that many people in sixth place, it drops down to 10th, which is Emily Sahl and Tia Schofield. In the over 75 kilo, we have joint first Elspeth Bevan, Katie Edwards and Maeve Connolly, which then drops down to fourth. We have Chelsea McDonald in fourth, as well as Kelly Sullivan joint. And then a joint sixth place for Helen and Vicky. Now, this lifter here in this hold is really fighting here. You can see the shaking. They are doing well. I can't confirm exactly how the scores for those classes are looking overall. I just have those last bits there for you. But as soon as we get a running order, we will let you know. It's probably likely that we won't get a full running order now until the stones, but we will see the women over here shortly doing their hold for the tractor, and they are using, as far as I'm aware, the exact same tractor. Is that correct?
Sorry, second.
Are the women using the exact same tractor, I presume, as there is no other tractor in sight?
That might be true. There is a smaller tractor around the back, but given that the blokes have been going for, you know, some of the winning times are a good solid minute, the women may be using the same tractor.
That would be very cool to see.
That'd be awesome. Personally, I'm all for it. I think it'd be fantastic. I don't think necessarily you'd have a different one. As long as we were up against the same as each other, 30 seconds, the winner might get 40 seconds rather than a minute and a half that the blokes have been seeing. You know, but the hand size is almost just as important as the, you know, as you know, strength and that kind of stuff. So it might be really cool to see a different type of event for the women, being a short, really aggressive, quick hold.
Brilliant. And over on the lower field, I'm going to start calling it that. As you can see, the motorway also in the background there. We have the, I believe, is it starting with the under 100 kilo novices? If you can find out some of the weights of the coloured things, that would be helpful. If you can find out some of the weights of the different colours of kegs, that would be really helpful. I've sent John on a mission. Hopefully we'll report back soon. Thankfully, the tractor hasn't gotten any closer to the table. Expert tractor driving skills, even just holding this, with this repetitive back and forward with so many athletes here, which is awesome to see that we do have so many athletes here. And in the UK at the moment, you'll find that there are competitions more or less all year round, but there is usually still a good buzz over the spring and summer months. This is kind of the beginning of the season where you start seeing lots of events. And this is going to be having athletes who have been prepping all through the winter there. There are plenty more coming up that have this kind of variety of classes and also sort of different events as well. I know in particular Newbury Strongest is going to be taking place in I believe the first weekend of August, and they have not a tractor sadly, but they do have a truck on lorry pull with a harness, which is actually something that is quite rare to see, especially on the south coast. So there are lots of different styles of events coming up all across the country. And a good place to check that out is Strength Register, where you will see basically every competition in the UK is listed. You can go find local gyms to you and what kit they've got. Definitely one to check out if you're interested in dabbling. So this athlete on the hold is looking very calm and collected. The timer also helping to give that encouragement there. Brilliant work. I am very grateful for the purple hat. It is glorious sunshine here today. A fantastic throw of the green keg. John will report back shortly with the weights so we kind of have an idea, and it is helpful that all of the kegs are different colours, so it should be easy to kind of tell roughly what weights are being thrown, even just from this far back. So another athlete is stepping up to give this tractor hold, grueling tractor hold. I'm actually really impressed at some of the times, especially to be able to get them even close to a minute, let alone over a minute, is phenomenal. Because again, that rope is absolutely horrible. I'll try and get some kind of close up for you later. It's got a coating on it, but the coating is not. It's essentially like a rope in a bag. I feel like that's the best way I can describe it. Like a rope in a loose bag. It is horrible for a grip event. And we're making sure that the tractor is being taken back to the exact same place. Because obviously, again, this is all taking place on a hill, which I know it might not be so clear to see because we obviously angled the camera up the hill for you. But it is quite a gradient. But also, the floor itself is uneven. So from where the front of the tractor wheels is, there is suddenly quite a dip. So once the tractor starts rolling, it's going to build momentum pretty quick because that is a much sharper incline than where the athletes are sat. Just checking the comments. Love it. Fantastic. It sounds like everyone is having a good time there. Yeah, the bulldog is definitely having a great time. Actually managed to fall onto his tummy earlier and have a big snooze, but he was still standing with his back legs. And some of our athletes are also very much enjoying the other dogs that are around as well. We've got full families here. We've got really young children. People have come out as a full team, and because it's kind of outside in the sun, we've got deck chairs, there's a barbecue ongoing. It's become a full family event here. There is also a farm cat around somewhere, but I imagine with all the noise and the dogs, farm cat may have found a quieter place to stay. Now this athlete on the hold is looking strong. Digging in there nicely. And there have been some really good throws. Yeah, expert cameraman getting some fantastic shots in there. Very close angle. That's probably gonna feature in next year's advert, which we can definitely play again for you. The advert, which is like little clips from Red for the Stones. Oh, that red keg was very close to going over. And the nature of the kegs being round means that they can sometimes almost roll over the top. As you throw them, they'll be kind of spinning. Oh, that is so close. The athlete's going for one more attempt with that keg. Oh, so close. And when I was down there getting the scores earlier, it is really hard to get the kind of throwing angle spot on, especially if you've been practicing using things like sandbags. Being able to channel the weight vertically up and not backwards behind you. It is a fraction of a second difference in terms of the time that you release that keg. And if you've not been practicing on it, which most of these athletes probably won't have been, most gyms won't have kegs to throw, then you're definitely having to just kind of respond in the moment here. You're seeing people throwing the kegs with kind of the roundness pointing forward, but also with the flat side up as well, trying to play to their interface. That throw was magnificent, well cleared there, so presuming a much lighter keg. I believe the athletes have a set amount of time to throw the heaviest keg they can. So some will be starting with the lighter kegs and building up, and others will be going into a heavier keg and only dropping down if they aren't successful. But of course, the downside to that is that you might be spending that energy you would really need to get the next one down. The athlete here with the hold has a brilliant stance, looking very locked in, keeping calm and collected. There's a good audience around. I think that also this is one of those events where you don't necessarily need the audience to be screaming your name and very animated, because to be honest, it won't feel like a good event. It's not going to feel nice. You might want a little bit of encouragement as you're getting now towards the end when you're struggling for those last few seconds, but for most of the hold you want to basically switch your brain off, go somewhere else mentally, just let yourself just not even think about what you're doing, because the more you think about it, the more it's going to feel naff.
Right, so for those who are trying to see based on colour, your first keg is 10 kilos, that's the yellow one. You then have a purple keg that is 12. You then have a blue keg that is 14, a beautiful blue keg. You then have a red keg that is 16, and you have a beige keg that is 18. From that you move on to the gnarly looking dark black kegs. They're all a little bit different, they're almost kind of vinyl covered, so they feel different as well. So far in the under 100 men, as yet the winning points are, I think someone got an 18, but everyone else is stuck around the 14, 16. It's a very tough competition. One or two people playing a bit of a gamble, trying to start on a slightly heavier, like a 16 keg, and then ended up zeroing the event, which is really difficult because it just burns you out real quick. Throwing power disappears quickly.
Fantastic. I don't suppose you know what the kegs are loaded with. I was presuming that it could be water or sand, but I wasn't 100%.
I think it's sand and shot.
Oh, wow.
So it moves around a little bit inside it. It doesn't move as much as water, but I think they're loaded with sand and shot, so they kind of quite rattly, and all the weight moves to one end. So as you swing through the legs, you want to make sure that you retain a lot of tension through the swing, because as the shot or the sand moves on the inside, it can throw off the trajectory of the keg.
So you're going to really want to try and work with gravity as much as you possibly can there.
Yeah, a lot of people's problem is as they go through the legs, they kind of allow a little bit of sag into their arms, a little bit of looseness, especially if it's a sandbag. Kegs are slightly different because there's no looseness in the keg itself, but the looseness can be in your body as you go through. You need to maintain complete tension all the way through, or what you find is that change of trajectory, that change of direction can move this stuff inside the keg and throw off the line.
Well, we are in full swing here. Nearly lost my hat there with that breeze. It is beautiful. It's absolutely glorious out here. Genuinely, it's so warm. It's one of the nicest days we've had so far this year. We've got an athlete doing really well here, and I actually really love the strategic chalk placement on the back of the arms. I think that was actually going to pay off quite well to give that extra little bit of grip up against the knees there as they're bracing into it. And that's something that I imagine has been probably picked up from watching other athletes go previously, and maybe even hearing from other athletes as to how it felt. I think that's actually a really, really valuable thing to have kind of picked up on, just to give you that extra bit, because again, like, it comes down to seconds at the end of the day. Every second counts, and that can be the difference. And sometimes in this sport, that can be the difference of quite a few places. Just going to quickly get some of the dirt off of the camera. I apologise that it has definitely snuck on in there. Just checking on the comments as well. I'm glad that everybody on the live feed is enjoying the dogs. Everybody here is. I wish I could turn the camera around. Obviously won't, because I want you to be able to catch the athletes. But the bulldog that was in shot earlier is now currently laying on his back with the most relaxed, happy facial expression possible, having his tummy rubbed. So I've just done a little bit of a Google, because I hadn't actually had something prepared for what is the approximate weight of a 6-ton tractor. I've just Googled it to find out that basically an adult African bush elephant weighs around 6 tons. That is the weight of this tractor. And again, if anyone has joined us recently, to explain what is actually happening here with the arm over arm, is that actually we're on an incline here. The athletes are having to hold the tractor for as long as they possibly can, if the tractor is trying to sneak its way down the hill. I'm not aware where we've angled the camera makes it look like everything's very flat, but it is not. There is actually quite the gradient here, and we're looking down the hill to the other side where we have the throwing event ongoing as well. The aim of that is to throw the heaviest keg you can, and I believe 60 seconds I think the athletes have. So you can play this tactically. You can either go for the lighter kegs and build your way up, or you can start heavy and hope you get that first attempt in there without gassing yourself too much, just in case you have to drop down to that lower one. We have OAP Strongman on Instagram who is stepping up for his attempt at this tractor pull as well. You see that initial movement is the slack coming out of that rope there. Looking good. Trying to control that wobble. Central nervous system will be taking a little bit of a hit here, especially after having just done the moving medley and the deadlift. I think actually another thing is that where the tractor is actually staying still for quite a large periods of time because the athletes are doing so well with this event. A lot of the spectators are kind of almost forgetting that it's literally being held up by the athletes, and occasionally when it starts moving you see a few panic looks as they realise there is a 6-ton tractor rolling towards them. But have no fear, Paddy's dad is well in control. A fantastic throw there. I presume that was the green keg. I didn't quite catch the exact colour just because of the sunlight, but it was a wonderful throw with a good metre of clearance. So I hope that athlete's going to take that chance to go for that heavier one now. Hi guys. Now, this athlete is doing really, really well. It looks like he also has gone for the chalking of the back of the arms technique to give him that extra little bit of grip there. Just gonna ask these guys to move a little bit. This athlete is looking very calm and collected. That is fantastic. It's all happening down here at the farm. Oh, right to the last minute there. Now we have another athlete coming up for the test. Once again, these athletes did not know about this event at all. Some people, we ran a little bit of a questionnaire online for the athletes to fill in, and we asked them what they thought the mystery event was. No one got it right, but there were a few people that got quite close. The most popular answer was an arm over arm pull with a tractor. We then also asked how have you prepped for it. Now, a lot of athletes did say, oh, I've been practicing grip because, of course, it's Paddy, so it's going to have some kind of grip component. But there were a lot of athletes that also said, well, everything. And a few others that basically said, I have not in any way prepped anything for the mystery event. I'm just going to respond on the day and hope my prep for the other events is going to pay off quite well. So there's a lot of different tactics when coming up against the unknown. I do believe you guys have the best seat in the house. Being able to see both these events. That yellow keg was very, very well cleared. 2.5 meters clearance there, easily I would have thought. Nice clearance again, another good meter. So this athlete's definitely going for the start light and just build up. Now, a lot of people are getting stuck at this point between that blue one and this red one. If he can get this red one, I think it'll be big points. Oh, he's got the height there, I think, but just maybe needs to stand just a little bit further back. But I think he does have the height there. Yes! Oh, you can see he utilised that rollover really well there. And the athlete on the hold here, starting to sort of twist and contort a little bit to kind of eke out those last few seconds. This really is an event that's going to test your ability to dig in. Wonderful. And that, yeah, look at the hand, shaking the hand. Fingers to just unpeel. Well, we have a car that is trying to move. They're being asked to wait. The athletes take priority. There's one athlete to come. They're going ahead. The car's going to have to wait. Athletes ready to go. Athletes take priority today. It's the kilted athlete who has done very well. Opened his deadlift earlier, surprised everyone at 270 kilo. I believe he ended 280. I don't think he quite got the 285 if I remember rightly, but came joint first for that event. And here we go. I believe this is the final hold for this weight class. Looking strong, leaning right back as well, using his full body as like a lever here. Oh, that throw looked like it definitely had the height, and just whereas some of the other athletes have benefited from the spin, I feel like that spin almost sort of pushed it away. Well over then to get it. I'm really glad. That would have been a bit of a frustrating one to have not caught. I don't catch John with his bumblebee yellow and black stripy leggings. He is fashion. He is walking around with his purple sun hat on, which I have to admit, when I first saw this morning, I thought was going to be a pain, but it has saved the day. I would have been so burnt by now. It is very warm. There we go. A victorious lay down for battling hard against this 6-ton tractor, which again is the weight of a fully grown African elephant. This thing is, it looks small because we have the bigger tractor in the field, but it is not. It is not light in any way, and the car has finally gotten through. Now I believe that is all of the holds complete, as far as I'm aware. Hadstad looks like he is winding the 6-ton tractor down. We can concentrate back over on the throwing for the remaining lifters. I imagine there won't be too many more to go. John has returned back. We have finished the holds. Just the throwing to go, and I can't imagine there'll be many left.
No, probably not. I think you're pretty much at the over 100s men and the masters left.
Sam again giving you guys a wave. Oh, now that throw, I don't think it went over, but it definitely had the height. More than a meter's clearance, but I have a fit. There we go. Yeah, it didn't quite go over. Straight the same one, and it's this blue and red that a lot of people are getting stuck onto.
Yeah,
who's going to go for the red here? Sorry,
the blue is the 14 kilo, the red is the 16 kilo. But don't be put off, but it's the height that is the problem, right? That is a high bar, and people will have practiced with throwing bags. Not many people have a throwing keg available to them. So the interesting thing here is people will be judging the weights based on what they've done with a throwing bag, which are incredibly different. I've seen guys do, much greater weights on a bag than they can do on a keg. The keg is a much more awkward implement. You don't get the same swing on it, you don't get the same traction, and you don't get the same propulsion through acceleration through the top end. So unfortunately, a lot of people will be being put off here by the first 1 or 2 throws where they're being surprised.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off you looking back so you get the full screen on the throwing for the remainder here. There is a lot of mud on these laptops now. Let's have a look. So I'm going to just turn this one off. So hopefully you get a better idea of what's going on.
You having a good time? Yeah. We're loving this. Is wonderful. What's really nice about it? I'm just going to waffle for it.
Oh, that was a good throw. A good clearance there.
You've got such a massive set of people who've not done this before. They've never been in it before.
Hopefully you're getting a good feel for the crowd as well. There's a lot of people that have come out here, all ages. We have children, we have dogs.
Until the warm-up room itself. And you know what's nice about it? It wasn't just that he's getting stuck in.
Oh, that was very close.
The ones who were helping him learn how to do it. Other people's coaches,
the big old tractor has moved on for the day. I'll see if I can get you a shot of the rope at some point as well.
On stones before, and we're about to do the heavy stone run at the end. The strongest man on style stones. But he just said he'd never done it before, and other athletes were saying, "Have you got sleeves? Have you got the gaff tape? Have you got tacky? Let me help. Let me blend you some stuff." It's a beautiful side to the sport, which is that the other athletes are the ones who want to see you do well. But to effect, right, the competitive ones want to beat you at your best, which is kind of the, you know, if they want to be the strongest, they want to go
Okay, so I'm going to try and show you the rope.
Really carry weight, they want you to
So,
be
I
your
don't
strongest.
know if you can see here, it's all bunched up where all of the athletes have been gripping so hard. But as you can see, it is essentially a rope in a sock. So it moves around, there's a lot here. That means it's going to be really hard to grip hold of. I can literally twist that cover all the way around the rope. So that has been a really challenging grip event for them. It's also a really thick rope as well. So obviously everyone's had a lot to contend with there. I think that's been a brilliant show. I imagine we still have the women to come and do the hold. So I imagine they're bringing a different tractor around now. As you can see, the original tractor has now left, which is a nice burst of quiet for a little while. That looks like what's happening. As you can tell, we're definitely in the know. I think he's had more shout-outs than anybody currently. Yeah.
Second.
Did you see that?
Oh, I saw him yeet a 16 or 14 into the sky.
He did. He hit the fucking guy doing the cleanse. He's like, ugh.
I was that far off getting the 20.
I know. I saw.
I was like, oh.
I was impressed when he went with a 40 straight and then obviously wrong.
So I'm just going to see if I can get some scores for you for the hold so far. So bear with me and I'll see what I can find.
There he is. He's back now. I didn't know that I would do it.
Oh yeah, mate. Sucked it all out.
I was waiting for my name to be called. I'm like, when am I out?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know how well I'd done on the grip. Well, I was going like, I don't know where he stands, but yeah, he's great. I can just shout at people. It's like 8 people went out in front. I can feel my calves cramping.
I was happy and now I hate myself.
When I was tripping, I could feel my calves cramping. I was like, I'll get on there. I'm like, bastard. Also, I made Paddy, so that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not.
Well, I hadn't common.
One of his guns.
There's some dude, the power of long hair, like, I think I'm
I've not been able to grab hold of any scores, but we have another tractor coming here for the women. I will set up the camera again for you.
Tomorrow then.
Okay, so let's get you a good angle. We want as much tractor in there as we can.
I'll check in your book. You say you have some.
So I get away with that.
Oh, I can't.
As I've been saying for the last month, I've got a barrel at home.
Let's get in there. There we go. I think you got a good view there.
Well, no. It's just something super fun. Yeah. Because what else can you think of that's going to help your trucking extension?
Could we grab some scores from you, possibly? I have Charlie.
I just messed up by changing the order.
Oh
We're
no!
kind of doing everything like by hand at the minute until we're back in the correct order for event 5.
Yeah, no worries. Even if we just have like if you know who won the last event, that could be really cool.
So, I can tell you, the men's novice under 100 for the tractor pull, David, can't read Ryan's writing.
Oh no, David,
He
so
won
well.
that with 77.10 seconds. That's really good.
Oh, that is a good time.
Pad has the over hundreds at the minute because he's using it for the running order.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
But for the masters, we had the best time of the day from Phil, 82.60.
Wow. Okay, that's gone on for a long time.
Good, yeah. Not sure about weights, but for the keg toss, I know Elsbeth, Max's client, won that one.
Nice, go Elsbeth.
The over 75s and then under 75s, I believe Emmeline got 22 kilos.
That's beaten a lot of the blokes.
Yeah, she's smashing it. So
That's amazing.
really good.
That's really cool. Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for just grabbing you as you were just on your way to go do something. I just jumped and thought, there's someone who has the scores. So they're getting the tractor ready for the women here. This is still going to be a very tricky competition here. For anyone just joining us, just to confirm, we're not stood on flat ground here. This is on quite an incline. So the aim of this is a max grip event. The athletes are going to hold the tractor for as long as possible. Not only is the area that the athletes are sat on an incline, but and I'm going to just stand, hopefully you can see my amazing hat, from about this point onwards, the incline gets quite a bit steeper, and that's where the tractor is. So the athletes are really having to fight against gravity, and these tractors are not light. I would estimate this is about 5 tons, somewhere around about that region. It is not a light tractor. Now, we just heard that the winning time out of all of the classes so far is 82 seconds. Obviously, that was on a slightly bigger tractor. But that's a long time. That's nearly a minute and a half. And when you're holding something like this in your hands, that's going to feel so much significantly longer than even that. So these athletes are battling really hard. Just going to have a quick look at the comments. Yeah, I also hope the weather holds for tomorrow. I'm hoping my hat survives as well so I can enjoy the sun without burning. But yeah, it sounds like everyone is having an awesome time. If you are cheering for anyone, please feel free to shout them out. We're keeping an eye on the comments as best we can, and we will be being able to kind of like shout out for you. Now after this, obviously we've got the 2 events running side by side right now. We have the cake throwing at one end and we have the tractor hold on the other side. After this we still have the stones to come, which will be a absolute spectacle to watch.
Fuck it, well, absolutely, I nearly dropped the F-bomb there. Absolutely will, Em. For those who haven't read, the stone is going to be a strongest man on earth style stone. What does that mean if you haven't watched it? It's almost like the Trump deadlift. You have a set of stones, but you nominate the stone you are going to do. I don't believe you can move to a different stone if you struggle on the first one. Paddy may loosen those rules, but normally you are at that weight and you stay at that weight, and it's just how many reps you get at that weight. So if you do, so for the under 100 men, the stones available to you will be an 80, a 100, and a 120. Any rep at a heavier stone beats all reps at the large stones. M just catching Haynes Senior having the only break of the day. This man works hard behind the scenes, runs everything. He's also the mastermind. I would love to talk about it actually. Try me not to embarrass him where he overhears me, but he has masterminded a lot of the actual construction of throwing. He designed all of that mechanism himself. It is attached to the back of the tractor, so he can control the entirety of the height and the angle of the
It's a hydraulic arm.
It is a complete hydraulic arm. And he's designed it all so that the angle and the height of the Haynes strength sign can be adjusted from within inside the tractor, which is absolutely genius. Looking the other way, you won't see on the camera, but he's designed a rotatable, adjustable throwing bag height. So you've got 4 meter on one side and a 4.5 meter on the other side. You just turn the bar and you'll end up with the other height, and you can lock it in. It's designed a Viking press last year for the Haynes Farm Open, which attaches to the back of the tractor as well. So you can just drive it in, attach the back, and then a really robust Viking press was designed. The guy's a bit of a savant with construction and designing these things. So yeah, a massive shout out to him, because a lot of this is possible because of Pat's dad just absolutely being a genius with some of this kit. The hitching arms as well, I think, just fantastic, so amazing.
Yeah, last year we actually tried to mention John Deere enough that they got some kind of sponsorship out of it from being able to build this kind of stuff. But it's unique equipment that you won't find anywhere else.
Oh, it's fantastic, and it's just home built, designed, and just done out of love. Absolutely fantastic. A lot of this wouldn't be possible without Pat's dad being such a savant of construction. So just wonderful to see.
So I have set it up so you'll start seeing the women who are getting ready for their hold events as the throwing is still going on down on the lower field as well. But there's so much to see today. Well, that was a good throw. Really kind of spun itself over the top there, which is fantastic. Charlie, our expert scorer, in prime position to be able to note down these scores and get us back onto a bit of a running order ready for the stones later today. And that will be back inside the barn, I do believe. So we'll do another switch around. So we have our first female athlete of the day coming up for this hold. Now, I did a moment ago, I was able to kind of try and show the rope that they've got. It's not only thick, but it's a really nasty one for grip because it's essentially a rope in a sock. That's the best way I can describe it. It moves around. It is awkward. It is going to be a big grip challenge. Wow. That I also think goes to show she did hold in there quite well. You can see that her hands took quite a battering with that. So although this is a lighter tractor to the one the men had, it's not much lighter, to be completely honest with you. It's still a very big challenge. All right, the tractor is up and running. Just going to check that you can actually see the lifters. I believe you can. There was so much dust now on the screen. I'm actually struggling to see it. I'll have to clean it when we go back inside. Really holding in there. This is a huge test. She is doing well. She is holding in there. That is fantastic. I believe we have OAP Strongman out for his throw as well. What's he going to pick? It looks like he's actually gone for the heavier end, from what I can tell. But I'm looking through a crowd, so I might not be particularly accurate. The blue. Ooh, I'm not sure that went over. That might have been very vertical and not quite over. Just got the right height. But I might be mistaken if we see a different colour keg very, very shortly. Yeah. Yes, he's getting the height, but he's not getting it over. And you have to get over that. Whoever was using the hold there, I should have been able to pay attention to the leggings and remember names. We've got so many athletes here today, which is fantastic. That it is actually quite a challenge to keep track. Now, having said that, I might be able to make a good guess, as I did earlier write down the women's placing, and I imagine they'll be going in reverse order of the last event. So if we have the under 75s now, it'll be Emily and Tia that will be the first two lifters, but I'm not entirely sure if that is correct. This lifter has taken the slack out of this rope and they are holding on. Really using their legs to kind of give themselves that extra little bit of support. They're not only from bracing into the beam that's across the bottom, but also resting their, wedging their arms in. I think that's a really good technique. I think the lifters they're learning from seeing who's gone before them, which is why you have that benefit to going later in the order and being able to kind of see all the little bits and learn from all of the other athletes that have gone previously. So I've heard some bangs, but I wasn't paying attention to the throwing. I was looking in all the other way. Maybe got some really good throws. Oh, that's so close. Only a few inches away. Hopefully they can get that extra bit. Yes, just over. That was magnificent, especially after having not made it for the first few attempts there. And wow, that was a brilliant hold. It's hard to tell at this point where the scores are going to lie because we've got so many other lifters to go. And I think that hopefully you can see on the live feed the line of lifters in these black and pink t-shirts. It's just fantastic that there's been that much interest. Not quite there with that last throw. We have our next lifter coming into place for the tractor hold. And the lifter has taken out the slack. Really bracing their legs in there. Some action shots being taken as well. Oh, battled as much as she could there. The grip events are particularly challenging. We have our next lifter coming into play. The whip to pick up here as well. I might have to remove my amazing hat. Oh, that was a very close throw there. So our next lifter coming into place for this hold event. Getting set. They'll be given an opportunity to really kind of find a comfortable position, pull the slack out that rope, because you don't want that tractor to move at all. That's adding more difficulty to your hold event. But it's already difficult enough. You're not going to want to add any more challenge here. This athlete also using that really good brace your arms into your knees technique here to hold on for every second. Oh, I can see she's really, really fighting for every second here. Oh, that red keg was a really good clip, and that to get that red one in the previous category, I'm not sure how it's faring in this one that's currently going, but that would have been really good points because it was between that. I think it's 18 and 20 or 18 and 22. That was a jump that was catching a lot of people out, I believe. Now we have our next lifter coming up for the hold. I've never seen this. Like in strongman, it's great that we can have so many different events. But quite often you see similar variations of things, but I've never seen a hold like this. Full body brace in action here to ensure that every second of this hold is utilised. If you are cheering for any of the athletes, please do shout out. I will do my best to keep an eye on the scoreboard. I've had to give it up with my hat on the grounds that it's now a little bit windy. I can only just see through the dust, but it looks like everything's so good. But yeah, please feel free to shout out if you are cheering on any athletes in particular. I will try and keep an eye on the amount of dust that's building up on the screen. But that is the nature of competing in a working farm. Hopefully that's starting to help a little bit, but the second that I move anything off the camera lens, more falls pretty much instantly.
I want a couple of mouthfuls.
For the record, that was John handing me a burger.
Yeah. For the crowd that just heard, I want some mouthfuls, I was handing Em another burger. Sorry guys, I went off to get a bit of food and water. It's the athletes are having the toughest day. I'm not going to claim we are, but talking relentlessly without enough food and water. My word, I'm getting dehydrated in the sun. It is recognisable. So I imagine these athletes are feeling it. So we are witnessing the last few of the Masters, launching some of the heavy kegs over. That's a gentleman there trying the 20 or the 22 kilo keg. And behind us we have the women finishing up the grip hold as well. Absolutely awesome to see. They are crushing it. Apologies for being on screen there. Apologies for being on screen there, trying to keep up with some comments as well in case there's anything there. We're doing our best. I do apologise for the difficult camera angle. It's always good when, you know, a bit of a compromise, running a tight ship for the athletes, keeping the events moving, not too much waiting around. Two events side by side is two different ends of the farm, one power source. So I do apologise, the camera angle is not as ideal as we'd like. We'll have to think about if we can do it better tomorrow. Maybe put in the comments if there's something you think you'd rather see. Maybe tomorrow we'll focus more on the keg toss and have the grip event in the background. But I want to get as many athletes as possible. I don't want to bias one of the classes above others. It's nice seeing everyone equally.
We also might check to see if we're likely to do the side-by-side again, because we'll be honest, we got about 15 minutes notice that was happening, so we hadn't ever intended to use the cameras this way, but just like the athletes, we're embracing the fact that this is a working farm and we're just going to respond and adapt. But not quite as well as the athletes. I feel like I can't in any way take away from how hard they are all working here. So we have another athlete coming up to the hold. Oh, that throw just shy there. The next event will be taking place inside as well, which is a lot easier to control the dust. So apologies if the camera is a little blurry. It is just the nature of a working farm, which is half the fun here. I think it actually is creating a really, really good environment.
I mean, this was fun. I'm disappointed not with what's happening today, what's led up to it.
This athlete not using the bracing into the knees technique, but still looking super strong. It's a different style.
I'm genuinely stumped on how well I
It looks like it's paying off very well.
genuinely, I was thinking, like, when's my turn?
It's definitely a matter of playing into your strength.
Because I didn't stay there to see what other people have done. I know you said for the next 4 weeks. I think it's something I need to work on, especially because you might have
Another athlete stepping up for the tractor hold. And the throwing is still in full swing. They're consistently in those really heavy kegs now. And again, as we were saying earlier, they are not loaded in a way that's particularly nice. They're going to have sand and shot inside, so they're going to move in horrible, awkward ways. They're not going to be well distributed. The athletes have to contend with an incredibly awkward weight there.
I like doing that. I know I'm down with my balance and shit, but I watching other people do it, I'm like,
Sam Grover, I don't know if you see him sat behind the athletes, helping the athletes pull the slack out of the rope and get set every single time. By this point, he's probably done the equivalent of a good 50, 60 small, very short holds here, but that and the loading as well will be paying its toll, especially if he's going to do this tomorrow as well. So looking very calm and collected, a bit of an all-round technique using the bracing into the knees, straight arms, and just looking very calm. So some good throws about to take down, and the athletes have gone for the red keg. Aha, well played. That was the one that was tripping up a lot of athletes earlier in the day. Now going for a heavier keg from here. Can they get this one? This one is the one. Oh, well clear. That one's been tripping up a lot of people as well. And I think where there aren't so many kegs, and we've had obviously in previous classes a lot of ties, every keg is actually worth a very significant amount of points. Even the next one, that's fantastic. I don't think anyone that I've seen anyway has managed the keg that he's about to attempt. Can he get it? Oh, that was close. That was close. He might have that. He may have gassed himself out because remember by this point he's now done quite a few throws. That was close. He had the height. I just don't think it went over. But it looks like it looks like that's where he's calling it there. Now you'll see on the tractor hold side we have a really genius hand signal system to ensure that all of the athletes have the exact same length of rope, Grover, sitting down to help the athletes into place. I'm going to just swing in while there's no athlete here to just check. It looks like everybody is having a great time.
All right. Having a song. No, they're having yeah, exactly. And I'm just going to keep checking. Yeah, what I'm going to do is adjust the way I track. Yeah, see?
Oh, good attempt there.
Where are we up to, Em?
We have quite a few athletes to go. I think we're rattling through now.
This looks like the women's open.
It is indeed. Women's over 75. I don't know where we're at with the throwing though. I haven't.
Finito.
Oh, finito! Fantastic.
Throwing is finito, so we now have the last event of the last shoot of the grip, and then we'll be in for the stones.
Yeah, actually, I don't think there are that many athletes ready to go. I thought there was a whole other class down there, but no, that's absolutely fun. So
Neighbour goes right. I think we're pretty close.
Gearing up to the stones, we'll be back inside, which will be a lot easier for us to handle with the cameras and the dust and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully, you've been able to enjoy this. We just tried to give you the best of both by being able to see the two events that are going on side by side. We had about 15 minutes notice that was going to happen, so apologies. We had to just kind of adapt and give you the best that we thought we could.
That was a really hard one. That just started going straight away. Really tough. If you haven't got your first initial grip tucked in, that's a really hard place to recover from. Are you competing, Mush? Ah, back. Real subtle, John. Real subtle. I mean, I still might, because if he doesn't do the event, I still 0. So,
okay, getting into position for the last few athletes out here.
Start on the 100.
It is warm. Strategic chalk placement will be very, very important here.
you do.
Just because they are very small.
Yeah, normally we should tackle the thing.
Okay.
But by all means, stick to
I just think one right one.
Now, actually, if this is the last lifter, now, I'll be honest, I don't know exactly how many lifters we have left, but I do know the last lifter of this category was able to throw the 22 kilo keg, which is so significant. Not many of the ropes were able to throw that, and they obviously usually have a height, body weight, and upper body strength advantage.
Old man's back.
This athlete is definitely holding on for every second. Twisting through to just try and get every second. The more you twist, the less of a equal like position you're going to be in, so that it's going to kind of put a timer on how much longer you can hang on in there. She did well. I have no idea what the time was, and as soon as we do have any idea on scores, we will of course let you know.
It's also interesting because you see some athletes who really enjoy being told what their time is. You see other ones who just want the ref to shut up and just let me get on with it.
I want to forget that ever happened.
Some people just like to Em's a zoner outer. She likes to zone out, not know what the time is. I don't know where I'm at. I think I just get sad that I'm doing a time event.
You're thinking about your next snack.
Yeah, I'm just hungry.
Okay, I think we are now down to our last few lifters here.
For those who saw, that was a spectacular starting line, where as soon as his hand went down, the wind blew off his umbrella like some kind of Mexican standoff. That was beautiful. In case we haven't explained, the umbrellas are actually a provision by the Haynes farm for part of the staff today, so keeping everyone safe in the sun or the rain, depending on what happens. We are ready for all conditions.
It's one of the first nice days of the spring, so no one's used to it. No one's probably remembered to get the sun cream out yet.
Yeah.
I go downstairs and she thinks someone been murdered. What I did?
That was real bad, actually. It was the combo of it was bleeding everywhere from my nose, and then I breathed out real hard. Span it forward.
So I haven't had a nosebleed yet, but Deadlift wise.
Pulling too hard.
Loving the fact that all of the volunteers today are also having a great laugh as they go about supporting this competition. So the next athlete is ready. And the handbrake is off. Really calm and collected, going for the straighter leg technique here.
Yeah, that's the okay to do this. That is lovely. He's been all over life. He's such a good guy.
Yeah, for you too. You can shout for both.
Right, yeah, lovely. Yeah, wanted to get fit.
It's looking good.
Second training session with legs. Yeah. Both his ankles are front. Now he's going to have to do this.
That's it, doing really well there. Hanging on in, using everything she's got. You can see the biceps really coming into play here. The legs shaking. Holding on for every single
They've got
second.
like bender arms, which is all like that's really scary.
Just letting some cars pass before we get into the final lifters. It is a working farm. There is one way in and one way out. Okay.
They've got a sandbag throw, but it's 10 metres away.
Just a reminder, in case anyone has recently joined us, our next event will be inside the barn, where it will be easier to contend with the wind, the dust, and the cameras back on these stones, which will be a spectacular one to watch. The athletes by this point have battled hard in so many different ways. It will be a really, really good one to watch. Strongest man on earth style. This athlete is looking very calm and collected here.
Well, you always see how sometimes it's been mentally in the best place and physically awful.
Keeping the calm. Genuinely, I think with this one, most athletes will find the least amount they think about this
the better. Getting some encouragement from the crowd, as they can probably see, reaching that end point there, just the last few seconds. But every second counts.
I went for to check.
To be fair, he turned up with the absolute biggest risk I've ever heard of.
And remember, we have the Opens men tomorrow, as well as the non-novice categories for women and men. Under 75 and over 75 kilo women, and I believe under and over. Sorry, under 100 and over 100. That's the Opens categories, over 100 for this competition. Possibly also, is there an over? Is over 100 and over 120 tomorrow?
So I think tomorrow follows more like the normal weight class. I think there's a 90s. I don't know if there's a 105, but there's a 120s.
Okay.
So 90s, a 120s, and then an opens.
Okay then.
No longer novice. It's just like a
Yeah.
like heavy. I don't know. Opens skill
I think the women's
with the weight
I
classes.
think the women's is still over 75 and under 75. But
Is it interesting?
Not-
Yeah, fair.
Smell it. Shall I go straight into one track?
this athlete is doing well. This is not an easy event. We're holding an entire tractor. Now, again, to clarify, we're on a slope here. They are having to contend with gravity itself and this 5-ton tractor.
Everyone's fatigued.
And by the way, because you've angled the camera up the hill, it might look quite flat, but it is not. Do not let that deceive you. So I actually think that might be the athlete's finish. This looks like a member of the audience having a go here. So I will now get you onto a hold screen so that we can start moving back on inside for those stones. See you all soon.
Okay, so we are back in the barn. We've given you as high up a vantage point as we possibly can over the 3 platforms. So, how it's going to run is, for the first sort of big wave, we have the men's under 100 and men's over 100 going side by side. So there will only be 2 of the 3 platforms in use. Everyone's just warming up right now, so you're not missing out on anything. After those 2 groups have gone, as they're the biggest classes really, after that we will then have the Masters, women's under 75 and women's over 75 novice taking place, all 3 in one go. Keep the mic still on. So we are getting ready now. You see the stones are coming out. I'm going to grab hold of the weights because I've written them down somewhere as well.
Yes, mate. I've got lemon sherbet.
Okay,
Delicious.
so we have basically stones ranging across the classes from, I think, about 40 right the way up to about 160, but I am double checking that for you.
Hey? Wait, second day though, isn't it? Yeah, half the people one day, half the other. Long weekend, short day. Sorry.
Running just in 2 platforms for these.
Okay, so the stones for reps, let's have a look here. So, for our men's novice under 100 kilo, the options are 80 kilograms, 100 kilograms, and 120 kilograms. For our men's over 100 kilo novice, we have 90 kilograms, 110 kilograms, and 130 kilograms. Our women's novice under 75, 40, 60, and 80 kilograms, and our women's over 75 kilo novice, 50, 70, and 90 kilograms. The Masters 40 plus have 100, 130, and 160 kilos. So there is a lot of moving around today. Now not.
I'm telling you, right? It's not used for the first 2 classes.
Right, are you guys semi-happy?
Yeah, man. Yeah. If we keep the middle
So we are getting ready to go. I believe that the stones for each of these classes are ready to go, basically. The platform nearest to us is not going to be in use for the first one, as I explained. We've got the men's under 100 and men's over 100 in place for that first run through. I believe there may be some warm-ups taking place on it, but don't worry, that's not the actual competition. So that's where you've angled the camera up a little bit, and we'll move it back down again so that you'll be able to.
None for you.
We'll be able to see what's going on. Sorry, there's a lot of people having conversations around the desk, but hopefully you can hear what's going on. We will be getting underway very soon, and Paddy is going to do his best to tell everybody to stay onto the other side of the objects they're loading over. I can't quite remember the name, but that will give them give you guys the best view of the day. We have plenty of dogs around, and they are actually more on the sides that that I'm stood on, so you might not be able to see them in shot, but hopefully they will be around.
Plan is once they actually get underway, so they're still getting the loaders set up, they're still getting everything ready. They're about to call everyone to be ready, so the last 2 lanes is the only lanes that are in action.
Get out of the way then.
It is warm in here in the barn, so everyone's tacky is going to be having a bit of a challenge. So the lanes that have competition happening in this first round are the 2 at the back. The one nearest to us is going to be used for warm-ups at this point.
So in the middle lane there, you've got Angus from the under 100s, and in the far lane, you've got Sam from the men's over 100s. And they're off, so it looks like Angus has gone for the 120. Looks like Sam was going for the 130. Nice, very, very good first rep from Angus. Very, very nice.
Good extension.
Looks like Sam has opted to change stone to the 110. He's just gone down a little notch there. Front 130 wasn't feeling great from the floor. Got his first rep there. Angus just needs to get an extra few seconds here to re-tacky.
The aim here is to get as many reps as they can in their time. We believe a minute.
Got 60 seconds to do everything they can.
Brilliant.
Angus here's gone for 2 reps. I know in training he was keen on 2, so that's going to be his goal ticked. Third one will be great for him here. Huge points.
Expert crowd organizer John, trying to make sure that you have
Doing
the
my best.
queue.
Apologies everyone.
It's just because everyone's excited.
Yeah, this is the problem. Everyone gets so excited by this that they forget to say.
Here we go. So is this Jack and... Ooh, I don't know how to read that name.
So we're on the second people here. So Jack S in the men's under in the middle there, and that looks like Gav in the men's
Gav.
over.
I couldn't quite see.
Looks like Jack S has gone for the 120. Looks like Gav at the end has gone for the 90 kilogram stone. Locking in some good points here. Remember,
Fantastic.
there will be people here who they're trying to combat here who will not go who might go for the heavier stone and then not get a single rep, which is really difficult. Once that happens, it's really hard to recover. So never underestimate the power of going for a sure thing, making sure you get some reps and some points on the board, and then accounting other people to make a silly mistake. But if you're confident enough to go for a heavy one, looks like Jack in the middle there has gone for the top end stone. If you look at this rep, he'll be getting himself into a really strong place early in the game.
So for anybody watching who is not familiar with strongman and trying to wonder what on earth is going on here, the stringy gooey stuff that all of the athletes look like they're having on their hands is called tacky. It's essentially tree sap, and that will help them stick to the stones. It's a tricky one to work with because you kind of got to make sure that it's the right temperature. There are different grades that match different temperatures, and the temperature in the barn is very different to outside. So the athletes are going to have to make a lot of tactical decisions and keep working that. You're not going to want to put it on your hands too early, but also when they call your name, you've got to be ready to go. So you don't want to be rushing to grab that pop there. You may also see athletes.
Looks like Connor's starting here in the middle lane here as well by himself. No one in the far lane. Great first rep, insanely powerful from Connor. He's going to be going for some big reps here. He's just stay composed, not lose himself.
His sleeves come undone. That'll be sliding. Can you get that sleeve back done up? Oh no. Oh no, I think that was the sleeve. Some of the
It's a real shame. Looks like the tacky died there.
Some of the athletes will have gaps in their arms, some will use their sleeves to protect them, to give themselves that surface to stick to. He's going again.
Just hearing from Rich here. Rich, one of the strongest under 80s and 90s in the world. He's just come past and said he's got one of his guys on the grade 4. And it's actually bang on temperature for him. So that shows how hot it's got in this barn over the day. A lot of guys will be counting on April, springtime, British weather. Grade 2 would have been the normal bet for this kind of weather. Rich Molnar's come over and said he's got one of his guys on grade 4 and it's the right consistency. So unfortunately, it looks like the heat of the day has just caught a lot of people off guard. They've already applied.
Good extension there. So the athletes are wanting as efficient a triple extension as possible. That's the extension of basically ankles, knees, hips, to be able to get that object unwieldy at the stone over that benchmark. Now, as you can imagine, these stones might look compact, but they are heavy. 100-kilo stone is about approximately the same weight as a baby elephant.
Looks like no one in the opens yet has done many reps at the 130. Looks like that stone's eluding a few people actually. But plenty of people in the under 100s go for the 120, go for the heavier stone. Really interesting.
Tacky can also add in a few variables as well. As more and more lifters come, the stones and the floor that the stones are being lifted from will have more and more tacky to comply with. So you'll find that the athletes might start having to kind of fight against if there's any on the floor where the stones are just stuck down hard. Ooh, that was close.
Perfect demonstration of haste, not waste. Just rushed a little bit over the thing. Clearly had enough strength, but thought he was done and wasn't.
He's also extending like forward too early, so he's having to kind of really fight against what he's trying to load over. He's getting better. That one was better.
Much more comfortable stone that, yeah. He's taking his time now.
Sorry.
Taking his time now, yeah, getting consistent with it.
He's been able to feel that he fought over it, I think. Oh, just getting stuck to his shorts there.
Guy in the over 100s there, one motioning the 110 as a warm-up. Looks like he's now going straight to the 130. It's going to cost him some time having the stone changed over, but
if he's only aiming for one, maybe 2 reps, that could be really smart.
And not many people have done the 130 yet, so big points available.
Could be really big points.
It's got the 130, big point on the board there.
You'll see some of the other athletes also have like additional blobs of tacky on their hands, on their knees, and that's so once they've done a rep or 2, they have an extra little bit in reserve there, just to give them that extra little bit of stick. Brilliant extensions. This guy's really using power as well to get some momentum behind that stone so he doesn't have to grind it over the top. That can be really smart for energy conservation.
Yeah, and just an amazing powerful extension. It's all from the hips there. He's going up more than he's going forwards. It's a really valuable technique. Some of the guys will mess up here by going forwards, rushing to the hitching post, and then getting caught on it, as we've seen a couple of times. The guys who are going to extend high, pull up their body, and then get it over, much more secure tactic.
It can be really tempting to look too much at the platform you're trying to load to. And if you can imagine that then tilts you forward. Whereas if you're able to look up and extend fully, you can sometimes get those extra few inches that can be really, really crucial. That was a spectacular. We might have to potentially ask the pad to move over a little bit.
Paul in the under 100s now coming out. Oh, then, all right, let's see the under 100s. You've got a gentleman on the over 100s though. Up it in at a 130. Great first rep from Stoner there in the middle lane. Come on, Stoner! Reset, set yourself. Go again, Stoner, go ahead!
I believe he's in third place currently overall.
Go on then! Squeeze! See it away, finish it!
Ooh. Just pinged himself off there.
Gave it his everything, absolutely hero effort.
You see that though now, if you look, there's a lot of tacky on the floor there that athletes are going to have to fight over.
Yeah, so we've heard from Jack, another competitor, that the 130 over on the other side, he couldn't pick it up because it was too stuck to the floor. Too much tacky around.
It's definitely an art. More is not necessarily more.
Well, come on, finish it up, let's go! Let's go! Gave it everything there, started passing out right at the end. Absolute savage.
Talking to Pad himself, just slightly moving him out of the way so you get a better view of that back platform there.
Pad obviously understanding the instruction as please provide lat spread to block everyone out.
Well, there was some real power there. He can channel that a little bit more up.
Needs to make sure he grips the stone right around the equator.
He's got some power.
Yeah, he's got enough power. He just needs to make sure he has just a second to get his hands right around the middle so it doesn't roll.
Every time.
Loads of power. Also needs to just be careful not to go forwards, go up. And of course, criticising a man who's making really good points here. So,
and also has done bench by this point.
Yeah. Oh, I'll watch my words. He is crushing this.
It's obviously working for him so far. Good screen there. They've lost track of who is who.
Dude nearly took himself out in celebration on another stone. That was nearly the end of him.
Also, another one to remember is that the women will be loading over the same height. Oh, good pick up. That's a good extension. There's some good height there.
Phenomenal 130 for the first rep at the end there. Showing why this guy is currently one of the tops in the pack. May even be the top of the pack.
You can see the tacky though, getting stuck to the actual mats.
Yeah, that's going to build up for the other classes as well. Might be really tricky for whichever class.
Oh, so there's a t-shirt ruined.
Yeah, t-shirt's gone.
Definitely when doing stones, do not wear your favourite clothes. And definitely don't put them in the washing machine. This
Might now be throwing them off actually as he gets getting his chest hair torn out.
Yeah, rip out that t-shirt. It just gets in the way. You're definitely not going to want to be washing these clothes later either. A lot of people make the mistake of putting them in the washing machine, the tacky melts, then when your washing machine cools down, it just solidifies again and jams out. It's not necessarily nice stuff, it's not a glamorous sport, but it is a lot of fun.
Well done. Nearly free. Nearly. What you wanted?
So, what do we have going on this last credit? Everyone's just getting so into it, which is brilliant. They want to be behind people cheering, and it's so easy to just kind of creep in front. We're just trying to keep protecting your view of the day.
Yeah, and apologies, Joey, if the camera keeps changing focus. It is partially due to the signal quality. Like I said earlier, we are running off 4G out in the middle of a barn, in the middle of a farm, in Oxfordshire. Like, it's not an ideal setup. We do this because we love the athletes and we love the, we love the organisers. There's no point, being around the bush. It's not a massive professional setup. We're not getting paid for it. We're just volunteers like everyone else. So, trying to let everyone at home have a bit of an insight into the day. It won't be the most professional quality, but we do what we can to help the athletes get a bit of sight.
But these athletes have fought hard, so 5 events. This is the 5th event of the day, and they've not been. I mean, there wouldn't ever be an easy event, but they have been taxed and tested in every single way possible. They've had the power of the legs, the raw strength of that deadlift, and it's not an easy height at all.
Kind of looks like he's come out without tacky on. Looks like he's just too short.
Wow.
Which might be a smart move. If the stone has been covered in tacky from the last few people, actually it might have boded really well to not have a sticky, overly, wet hands, melted tacky. Too much tacky can be as bad as not enough. So actually at this point it might be a really good move to get him a good few reps.
Especially for someone who's prone to sweat, that can also hold you back massively.
Yeah, especially in this heat at this point in the day. A lot of different variables. So you'll see in the foreground, we're going to try and keep the tracks as clear as possible so you can see who's going on. We've got, I think, one of the final masters, one of the final over 100s on the final track. That dude is repping out 130 kilos like it's nothing. Smashing off big points here, showing why he's one of the tops of the pack. In the middle there, you've now got the first women out. I think they've warmed up, so I think this is their actual first attempt. This is her getting reps on what looks like the middle stone for her. She's done 1, she's done 2.
Nice, good work there.
Keep it going, full set, let's get away. 1-1. You could hear the hype in the room. That guy was just repping 130 after 130 for the entirety of that 60 seconds. He didn't stop. He was told he only had a few seconds left, and he went for another one as well. You are most welcome, Mr. Glitch. It's our pleasure.
And also thank you for helping me out with the animals. That's been a bit of a theme of the day, to just help anybody who is new to strongman or is new to lifting, if they're just watching their family, their friends, just to kind of get a bit of a frame of reference for just how impressive the weights that these athletes are lifting over and over and over again today.
What I'm personally enjoying is how covered in mud Sam Grover's ended up by the end of the day. Dude is filthy.
a working farm. It isn't all pop dressing and stage. It's all.
I don't even know what he's done to be able to be covered in that much mud.
Oh, I have a feeling it was when he was helping the athletes pull the weights earlier for the tractor hold, which was an awesome one to watch. And he did that over and over again for basically every single athlete. So by the end, he was basically just rolling around on the floor. I'm loving the use of decorating overalls. Hands just a little bit too far back there, I think, but that went up quick, so I'm pretty sure she has got this. Whoa, there's some power there. Oops, so a little bit stuck on the edge. Oh, going to the heavier.
Very much like she's enjoying herself today, having a great time.
Having a great time.
Oh, that's done.
She is fighting with a stone. This is amazing.
This would be amazing.
Very raw technique. Very much muscle.
Not quite.
That was nearly dangerous. That was tough to watch.
But there was some wicked power in there. Is she doing it again? Is she doing it again?
She will not give up, and that's what we love.
Okay, I reckon we need to do some camera adjusting. Right, now we have our 3 lanes as our second wave of athletes is coming out. We have the 2 women's classes, the novice over and under 75 kilo, and our masters at the back as you can. The athletes are looking prepped and ready. The tacky is out.
She is straight in. Looked like she was going for a one motion with her first stone there. Ask him.
We clearly look like we know what we're doing because we keep getting asked questions that we definitely do not know the answer to.
Benjamin Outlaw, not yet. The results will be published later, but today they're not up on strength results, which is the normal place they'll be up. They're being done in-house today, not being live. So unfortunately, not yet. But if you're looking for anyone in particular, the current scores are going out. So the stone order is in reverse running order of total points, right? So if at this point running out last, they're in a good position overall.
So I can give you the score, the overall points before this event, because we have that written down. We obviously don't have any of the events, especially for the classes that have already done their stone. But before this event, I can tell you for the men's under 100, we had Angus in first place, Jack in second, Connor in third, Sam in fourth, David in fifth, Isaac in sixth, Paul in seventh, Luke in eighth, and Will in ninth. And men's over 100, we had Sam in first, Gav, I think, in second. So we're going by handwriting here, so apologies if I got that wrong. Bert in third, Jack in fourth, Ollie in fifth, Dino in sixth, seventh was John, Patrick in eighth, Andrew, I think he's going by Andy, in ninth, Cameron in 10th, Matt in 11th, Luke in 12th, Gus in 13th, and Ben in 14th. Some amazing lifts going on in this middle lane here. So the score order before this event, the stone loading event, we had for women's under 75 novice, we had Tia in first, Livy in second, Emily in third, Kirsty in fourth, Rosie N in fifth, Rosie T in sixth, Julie in seventh, Joe in eighth, Anne in ninth, Kate in 10th, and apologies. I've just realised that I'm reading this out completely the wrong way around, because this is the order that they went out in and not the order that they came. So please reverse everything I've just said, because the person who's come in 11, is that not the person who is currently in first place? Elspeth.
Yeah, it's not that's the running order,
yeah.
not the total scores
order. So ignore me entirely, I'm going the wrong way around. So I will read the last event in the other order. Women's over 75. So we have Maeve in first, Katie in second, Kerry in third, Elspeth in fourth, Vicky in third, Chelsea in. No, I'm reading this out entirely wrong because I'm getting this confused. But basically, the top three are Maeve, Katie, and Kerry for the women's over 100. Top three women's under are Emmeline, Kate, and Anne. Men's over 100, Ben, Gus, and Luke and men's under 100, Will, Luke, and Paul with 4 stones. The masters were Paul, Sean, and Adam. Is that the biggest stone there in the last? Oh no, I think it's the middle stone in the furthest away.
Yeah, it looks like the middle stone here. I can't tell what the end one is. It's that largest one at the end, maybe.
Oh, repping right to the last second there.
Bear in mind, by this point, one of the key factors will be hydration. How much have you drank? How you managed to keep on top of fluids and food? Many people here starting to experience cramp, experiencing a bit of hydration problems, really starting to struggle by the end of the day. You know, this is an endurance day, not just a single strength day. So some of the problems can just be the amount that you've had to be able to take on during the day to stay fresh by the last event.
Especially because it's been a lot sunnier and hotter than a lot of these athletes would have trained in. So it's not just the amount of liquid in terms of hydration, it's like electrolytes. Can you keep that balance? Have you sweated everything you have out? Really good pick up there. This athlete in the middle here, as she picked it up, she shuffled her feet in. She's really good technique. It gives you that extra little bit of height.
You heard the cheer there from the crowd as she got the heaviest stone for 1 rep. She's going to go for a 2nd rep. Plus, she's get her hands slightly further round and over the stone. She's quite hunched. That should be a better pull.
Being able to tuck that in.
That's better.
That's it. And she's keeping that.
Push!
Yes. There's almost a good tummy bump there, which is your go-to move with stones.
Oh, I like to bounce it off my belly.
140 kilo-ish as a person, you have the tummy for it.
I am absolutely not 140 kilo yet, that's the aspiration.
133.
133.
Practically a lightweight.
Borderline middleweight there. Looks like we've got someone on the middle lane going for the middle stone and on the far lane going for the heaviest stone.
Oh, that is a big stone. Nope. Immediately going to revert back to that middle one.
Decided not today.
That was a clever tactic, I think. And some of his tape has already come off on the stone as well by the looks of things.
See the variety of choices for how they can, how they're applying their tacky. Not just the tacky, but what they're applying it to, right? Some people using stone sleeves, some people raw dogging it with just a bare boat, like bare arms. Some people putting tape around their forearms, and somehow it's paying off in varying amounts of different people. See the lady in the middle there's got a really good set of tape around her forearm, but one of the other guys came out before, had a tape around his forearm that came off almost immediately. So a really interesting blend of styles. Alan there going for the lightest stone, picking up a rep there. Looks like he's going to work his way up through the stones. Oh, he's going to go straight in for the heavy now. Gone from the light straight to the heavy. Interesting.
If you can get this, it'll be big points.
Gets a point here. This will be really big points on the board.
We've got a lot of smiling athletes who've already done this event now. It must be sinking in for them that they have now battled hard all day and they now get to just relax.
100%. Alan there deciding not the heavy stone. He's going to go back to the middle one, see how he does with that. Making light work of it, actually.
It looks like there's quite a bit of tacky on the floor there, so that must be adding a bit of an extra dynamic. A lot of these athletes have been able to lift these stones in training. but they can control the variables just a bit more.
Definitely seen one or two people struggle with the point where it gets stuck on the floor before they pick it up. Really tricky point to get stuck at.
There are very few people that would say their optimal warm-up to heavy events ratio is to warm up, have a 10-15 minute break, and then go in. There may be one or two, but for most people that is not optimal timing, but that's what you have to kind of contend with in competition environments.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've ever warmed up for stones on in a competition day. By that point, I'm already somewhere between fatigued and warm. I just go straight into the run.
This athlete in the middle lane here is doing very well.
And we've got to our leaders in the Masters at the end there as well. Guy's been performing very well today. Looks like he's just experienced a really bad calf cramp though. Looks like he's called it there.
Again, that can come down to that. How well are we going to hydrate? And we're at the end of the barn that has the open door. We can feel the breeze. At that end, I can tell you, it feels significantly warmer.
It is muggy in this barn.
It is humid. There are a lot of very strong, very hot, very tired people who are definitely sweating and making this into a little bit nicer. That middle stone at the end is being the popular choice, I think, for that category.
Yeah, that middle stone looks like it's, I don't know whether it's taking tacky better or something, but a lot of people are preferring that stone to the heavy stone.
It looks like it's got, it might be a different stone, but if it's the same sort of stone, it doesn't look like it's got a much more consistent layering of tacky stone.
Yeah, a bit more applied with tacky there. But Anna in the middle there doing her, I think it's the heaviest stone as well. She's already hit a rep or two, so she's now crossing into the next one.
You can literally
Very
see
consistent.
the strings of tacky from the stone to the floor.
Doing the end, shaking his head. He is happy with that, and he's done for the day. Got some reps, happy with his performance, he's done. Anna with her coach Tom Butts there, the under-19 natural world strongest man. Giving us some advice, giving us some kind of geeing her up, getting her ready. She's happy, that's what we love to see. That is fantastic.
There's also some very pink tummies of some of the lifters who've either lost their t-shirt or didn't go in with a t-shirt. Who've clearly had a bit of a waxing effect going on with this tackle.
Oh yeah, double-edged sword. I'm a big fan of doing the stones without any without a shirt on, but at that point you've got to say goodbye to any hair you have on your body.
But if you are a lifter that likes to have a bit of an adrenaline kick from maybe smelling salts, maybe that's the way to go. Or have your instant adrenaline mid-lift. Although that is the heaviest stone, I don't believe, in the middle lane.
Yeah, for the women there, she's just...
Oh, don't you get it?
Yes! Fantastic effort. Looked like she's going to get stuck there, but she's recovered it really well.
You can very much see how it's so easy to do 99% of the work and it just slide away at the last minute here.
She made that second rep though look much better.
Sometimes once you've done that first rep and you've convinced yourself I've got this, you can kind of feel your way through. Especially where these athletes may actually be quite, like, when I say cold, they're definitely not cold, but they haven't picked up a stone for a while. So sometimes you need, oh no, I think she's lost that one. Just less than you see that just slipped away.
Remember as well, after you've done one of the heavier stones, there is no benefit to going down. If you go down, you don't get any points for it. You must only keep doing the heavier stone. And she looks cooked by the end of the day. Tough day.
Well done. Some very pink eyes there. See Sam Grover being an expert there, trying to find the loose, tacky place to put that stone to give the athletes the best place.
Another gentleman at the end of the Masters going for the middleweight stone, not the heaviest. Making it look very easy. I would love to see him go for that heavy one, but...
Yeah, maybe his scope for tactical reps is going to be better.
Emma Line in the middle lane there. I think she was leading the pack actually. This must be her trying to retain her gold position.
Apologies for my terrible reading out earlier. I got very confused. They've numbered them obviously in the order we were going out. Whereas the other events would have been done in reverse order of the event previous. The order that the athletes have come out for this particular event
is the overall points up to this point?
I mean, if she's looking to retain her competition, she is doing a very good job. You can see she's clearly known by the farm people here with Sam, Daly, and Pad. You can see that they are hungry. She's done enough to win, by the looks of it. She's happy.
I like that, very tactful. I did enough good. I'm walking away here.
Shows the athletes. The athletes are done by the end of the day. They are tired.
So I believe we have the women's over 75 kilo lifters coming in. I actually realised, I think they didn't use the third platform, because I'm pretty sure they were using some of the same stones as the women under 75.
That's the heavy.
Oh, this heavy stone is coming into play. That will be huge points over there in that far lane.
It's a dude making the heavy stone look pretty tolerable, actually.
That is a big stone. Where some of the female lifters will find the stones that they had are really narrow, which makes it really quite hard to kind of really hug them in tight. When it gets to the other end of the spectrum, where the stones are so big that you can't really get any grip at all, because you just can't really get your arms around them. He's very much kind of the other end gets a bit of a challenge.
That third rep, just a little bit too much for him today. Tough, but really good effort. I think we're now into the top of the pack. You've now got the last two guys coming out, the Masters, so you can retain the title.
Also, one to note again that the women are actually loading to the same height and on average are significantly shorter than the blokes. So they are battling to, from an extension point of view, having to get the most out of that extension every single rep.
Massively changes the event for them, to be fair.
Some good dancing to get into the groove. I absolutely love it. I genuinely am a huge believer in, if an athlete, you are having fun in the competition, not only are you much more likely to just enjoy the day, but you're much more likely to perform your best as well.
Masters just make a terrible mistake. Feel for it. Made that stone look very easy, didn't quite fully push it over the top. Has to redo it because it fell back towards him.
Oh no. Alright, there we go.
More than enough strength to do it, just that first one was just a really small mistake.
And that 70 kilo stone that's being repped right now, so awesome in the middle, again it looks compact. It's heavier than I am.
See how really struggling getting the final position at the end of the day. Body's not performing how she hopes it's going to perform. Body's not behaving. I think she's going cold.
I thought she was going to go there. I was a bit worried about that. There was also some very wonderful strategic placement of, I think, sponge to really help her out there. She has indeed gone cold there. She's got a lot of a great team around her.
Should be okay. It happens fairly frequently. It just takes a couple of seconds to come around for your body to refresh itself.
Especially with the heat and the fact that we've got these max efforts. The extension, especially holding the stone out in front of you, can really fry your central nervous system quite a bit there. She is moving, I do believe. She's shaking her head, she's responding. She's talking to the medics around her there.
So I'm just going to give her a bit of respect. She is okay, everyone, don't worry. I'm just going to give her a bit of respect so she can take her time.
Just going to take the opportunity to chat about us. She'll play the subject. What's up?
Me. I am best.
So yeah, we are also strong man and woman. I compete as a under 64 kilo woman. I've recently competed at OFG Worlds for the second time, actually in December. Competed in Europe as well as multiple other world championships and stuff. You also competed at England's qualifiers a few times, and I've grappled with some meaty challenges at the Highland Games with the Dinnies, making them look effortless. And both of us coach in various different classes as well. And if you're interested in the ramblings, We also have a podcast which currently only has one episode live with Steve Tripp. It was a fantastic episode in which I learned very quickly never ever to select any kind of this is child friendly content with John, because his default is to swear every 10 seconds. He is behaving himself quite a lot today.
Yeah, I want to back myself and say today this has been the best performed, best behaved I've ever been.
You bit your tongue quite a few times, I have to admit.
I've had to choose my words carefully. But yeah, as Em said, so we're both athletes, we're both strong men, strong women, so we go for the love of the game, absolutely adore this sport. Honestly, there's not much behind it other than just, we love it. You know, we don't do it for glory, we don't do it for trophies, we do it because we absolutely adore it. Same as I've been saying to a lot of people, it's the right reason to do this sport, it's just because it's fun, you know? We just love it, it's what we want to do. It's time to enjoy ourselves, it's time to kind of get out there, see what you can do, test yourself and have a good time. So, that's a great question, Mr. Glitch. As a kid, I'm going to go Triceratops. I think they look cool as, I'm not allowed to say the F-bomb. I think they look cool as hell, they're really cool. They've got the fucking big horns at the front, they've got the big fin. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Stegosaurus. Did I ever recently learn there's a new dinosaur that's now really common in children's education? I didn't know. It's like an Argorosaurus or something like that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. Your favourite dinosaur?
Do you know what? I can't really give you a solid answer as to why, but when I was little, I latched onto Brontosaurus or Brachiosaurus. I know that they're kind of names interchangeable a little bit in what you're reading. And I actually have a little teddy bear one as well. So that's going to have to stay my favourite purely because of the nostalgia. And I have no idea why that one particularly spoke to me. She is up, she is smiling, she is laughing, she is got some friends around her as well. So I think we'll be getting back to the stone lifting in the not.
Looks like, honestly, it was purely heat. Just a lot of heat came over. A lot of temperature in the spa. Like we've said, I think she's actually saying she's just embarrassed.
It is hot!
That's what we love to see!
Everybody cheering.
Crushed it!
She did in feathers do very well. She made sure she got that last rep. Thank you very much, Mr. Glitch. I'm glad that our answers were good enough there. So, I believe we are getting back to the action. We've got a few lifters left. We're getting the thumbs up from the team.
Welcome back with a Sam Grover pose down.
Like the whole world has turned this. It's been told enough. I know I'm second to last, I just don't know who's in front of me to keep an eye.
So here we go, getting ready for these final lifters who are raring to go. I can see the camaraderie, but also the looks of determined staring down these stones. So I think we're in for a little bit of a performance here.
She's over.
Yeah, I'm over. That's me.
So, all right, you've got one. Sorry, we were looking at that class. You're there.
We haven't got all of the information, and we definitely don't have the current scores for the categories that have just gone. But we do happen to have a running order for participants. And so we're having a lot of athletes reach out just for a little bit more information. We will always be happy to help. It is a lot cooler in here. I don't know if the wind's changed a little bit, or we've just had a lot of people have left. We'll go down in here a little bit. There's now enough space. We've got a few of the kids cheering on people running around the external arena.
I think I'm open to it. Don't put my up in there. There is no one in my yet.
All right, so we have our next lifter coming up to the stone. Now, I believe that might be a 90-kilo stone.
I think this is also our last class of the day. I think you might be right, Em. It's either an 80 or a 90. The middle stone is 70. And our last class of the day with our last few athletes. So this now will be Chelsea.
And the stone weight there is the equivalent of a female gorilla.
Does anyone need decaffeinated blue? There's no caffeinated blue. I'll go get that.
It can't be deemed bribery, but one of the athletes has just offered us a cold rain. We can't in any way influence the scores, but I can't tell you how nice that sounds right now. Now, we're getting through some really, really good reps here. Just hugging that sun and getting into a really solid position before entering into that extension. That is perfect.
All right, I think now we've had Chelsea. We're going to be on to Vicky. We're into the home stretch of the day, everyone. Everyone is battered. The loaders are, and luckily it's day 1 of 2.
I know, we're coming back tomorrow. And tomorrow, not only do you just get us again, but we also have a guest speaker, Dave, who has also competed at Wales Strongest Man twice, I believe. Wales.
I was in Welsh. I was like, dude, he has picked up. No, yeah, Wales Strongest Man. Yeah, he is. Unfortunately for everyone, I do apologise. He is Welsh. You'll have to make the best of that. You know, we'll have to struggle through it sometimes. So, punishment for tomorrow is you've got a Welshman on the commentating team.
Got 2 choices. White over or share?
Are you sure?
Yeah, so I did more than this once.
So tomorrow we are joined by Dave, also known as Thomas the Tank. He is a wonderful human being.
Beautiful extension there. Nice and high. I believe that's that 70 kilo stone, that middle one. Good reps on here will still be really, really good points. And yeah, that stone weighs more than I do.
Let's go!
Yes! Oh, that last little flick. That was amazing. I think
she looks like she's in the hurt locker.
It's really easy to forget at this point that every single athlete who's come out here has done a max effort deadlift. They've thrown the heaviest weight they possibly can, which is awkwardly horrible implement to throw. They've done a max effort hold of a tractor. They've literally fought gravity.
Let's also be fair, guys, right? So let's also remember it's not just about the fact that they've done a max effort deadlift. They hit a max effort axle deadlift about 5 hours ago.
Oh yes.
Maybe five hours ago they were maxing out deadlifts. You imagine being in gym for 6-7 hours, and at the end of the day, after 6 hours of doing this, you now have to put stones over as many times as possible. That's what makes this sport awesome, but brutal.
We've just had an athlete who has pulled a face of disgust putting on the tacky, saying it's disgusting, but I love this game anyway, so I will create myself in 3 sats so that I can lift this game. It's actually the same lifter who took the axle deadlift record earlier and will be going home with a prize of £100 cash. And as they're already announced in the live feed that Jennifer Heron, our supporters today, is definitely on air.
Let's remind ourselves here, this girl is doing reps of the heaviest stone, a 90-kilogram stone.
Well, that will be hard to beat. That stone weighs the same as a female gorilla, and I will keep leaning into these animal analogies.
That is wild. What a set.
So tomorrow, the Open Zippers are coming in, and they're going to do all of these events all over again, with one subtle difference, is that their overhead medley has one extra implement in it, and that is the unwieldy block press.
This is Kerry, and then we will have Katie, the woman who took the farm record for the Cambridge deadlift earlier today.
It has cooled down in this barn quite nicely now.
Also, for those worried, fear not. It is not a zero crowd. The camera angle you can see, yes, looks crowdless, but actually behind us there is an astronomical amount of people still gathered to support the women. It's fantastic to see. You will hear the hype as it happens.
I think they've basically worked out that there's a cool breeze on this side and everything's on the other.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think everyone's just gravitated towards the cool air.
Also, I have a feeling the barbecue's just done another batch. Oh, can she get...
Go, let's go!
Yes, that was wonderful.
Oh, you can tell these guys are in the hurt locker. This is a difficult end to the day. Remember, stones isn't just a single movement event. Very, very difficult event that takes all of the muscles in your body. And it's just uncomfortable. It's a lot of risk involved. Very, very difficult event.
And you can get 99% of the way there, but if you don't get that last percent, you ain't getting any points. That was a beautiful one. She's walking away proud.
She knows when to call it.
A round of applause coming from the audience behind us.
Question for Mr. Glitch: would a slightly sickly male red kangaroo still try to fight everyone? I reckon yes.
Oh, absolutely love it. Those kangaroos are huge.
Red kangaroos are savage. They are awesome. Tell you what, I'd love to see one competing here.
No, but you did hear the story. We actually were really lucky enough to go train in a strongman gym in Australia for a number of weeks last year. And we heard of a red kangaroo.
Let's go, Katie Dillon! I'm going to cut him off a little bit because we've now got the record holder for the Cambridge Deadlift going for her final event of the day. She can pick this up. She is on the podium. This is very, very difficult.
She also did it. This is fantastic.
That's it. It's back. Come on, Casey, let's go finish it off!
It's really stuck on those shorts here. If she can just get detached from her. Yes! Well done there.
She's calling it there after 2 reps. Absolutely brutal. She knows when to call it.
That was fantastic. Actually, that might put her in first place.
We don't know yet because we still have Maeve, I'm apologising if I get your name wrong. Maeve, I think, is out last here. So she's currently leading the pack. So it depends on how Maeve does here. And I don't know how close the points are. We are not actually read into where the points are. We just know the order.
We're doing the best we can with what we got. Brilliant.
Wonderful first rep. That bodes very well.
I like the use of using the chin to hold the stones.
That is a wonderful triple extension. She's getting that stone super high.
Really well done there.
Never too early, but she still gets it done.
Brilliant. Still got time left. Really come to life there.
That is someone's body saying, no, I am out.
That was so that was Paddy announcing, just in case you didn't hear, that they will go quickly work out the scores and come back to us.
End of the lifting. That means people can go eat, people can go rest, people can go eat and drink what they like, get their fuel back up. They'll find out the scores in a minute. Some of them will know roughly where they are, but actually because the scores haven't been published online for this comp, they won't know exactly where it's been worked out. So it will be a surprise for them. It's all still to wait for. People don't yet know if they can celebrate or not. So we don't know either. We're going to find out who is where. Oh, it's been a good day. I'm excited.
I hope that you have all enjoyed this as well and had an awesome time watching these athletes battle it out.
We'll come back with the scores. We'll go to a whole screen for the minute. I think they're going to have 5-10 minutes to work
I
out.
think they are, yes. We'll give you just a little temporary hold screen and we'll be back as soon as the scores have been worked out. Okay, so we have moved on over so that you're going to get a close-up shot of the awarding part of the day, where we get to kind of just celebrate everything that everyone has achieved. It has been an awesome day, and actually, as we were moving everything over, we got into a really good conversation with a lot of people in the crowd who were either new to strongman, or they've kind of seen a few bits, they've come to support some friends, but they themselves haven't actually been able to kind of dive in and basically have a go themselves. So we've just been chatting about how, firstly, it's absolutely phenomenal that we have such a turnout in every single class. And obviously, I'm a strong woman myself, and I really do support the women's side. But it's actually quite rare that we see such an even spread between the women and the men. So I just want to make the plea out there that if you have watched this and you're like, oh, that looks fun, I want to have a go, please do. Just have a go. It is actually an incredibly accessible sport to get into. Now, I know that the weights that have been lifted today, they are hard. But, oh yeah, and also not many gyms are going to have a tractor. So that event may be a bit different. But most strongman gyms will have such an array of kit that you can start no matter where you are in your lifting journey, even if you've never lifted anything before. And a really good place to find out more is a website called Strength Register, which will usually have a brilliant array of the upcoming competitions, the gyms that are around the UK. They have a map, so you can literally look up where you are based and find the gyms that are nearest to you. And I can't really recommend anything more than, if you are interested and if this has looked fun to you, please do go. Like, go and just reach out to them online. Go just walk into the gym and find someone who looks like they know what they're doing and ask, because the chances are the community is fantastic in this sport and people will want to help introduce you to it as well. There are plenty of other competitions coming up as well in the UK. This is the part of the season where the amount that's going on just bubbles, just balloons. There is more and more coming, and the summer months especially, there is tons. You will have big competitions that are really, really great for all sort of categories, like Hampshire Strongest coming up, Newbury Strongest.
This is almost the start of the season, really. This is one of the first comps that comes up of the year. There's a couple before this, but most of them come up from now on, which is the weather warms up. Because people like being outside, they like competing outside and having time out in the fresh air. So actually, yeah, as Em says, if you are interested, so there's a couple of novice classes in today, but you will also find comps that are specifically designed for first timers. You could have been training for just a couple of months. I want to jump in, give it a go, meet some other people in the sport. There are first timer specific comps where I highly recommend that you jump in and you try it out. You just give it a go, see if you like it, see how you feel for training for it. You do not need to be a certain strength, size, caliber, anything before you try this out. Just give it a go. Find a strongman class. Most gyms in strongman kit will run a strongman Sundays or a strongman Saturdays, just because we like alliteration and it's fun.
We just like lifting stuff together.
We're just like big rocks, yo.
Yep, we have lifting things up and put them down again. Simple-minded, but we have a lot of fun doing it. Even if the idea of competing is not for you, if anything from today has made you go, I would like to have a go at that, please do go. There'll be gyms all around the country. Have a look, see what's near you. You will probably get far more out of it. Especially on the women's side, and I don't mean to make a two-start comparison, because this would definitely have happened on the men's side as well, but that's just because my frame of reference, I speak to more strong women than I speak to strong men, just because of the group that I compete with. And the amount of empowerment and self-confidence and just sheer enjoyment that they get out of their training and competing. You can't possibly think of anything else other than the lift. It is mindfulness at its strongest. I believe that there may be some athletes with some big smiles on their face creeping on into the barn. Now, we've tried to get you right up and close to the action, because we think that actually a lot of the athletes and spectators are going to want to come in.
Game-changing event, though. It appears that the women's class has a tiebreaker event.
Is that what's happening right in front of us? Right, I did wonder what was happening. It looked like for a split second there was just going to be some very artfully placed dumbbells. Let's have a look at what we have in store for us here. I did wonder why those smiles looked slightly nervous for a second. We are finding out about this just as you are, to be completely honest. We just heard a ooh from the crowd. So clearly something quite exciting is about to unfold.
We have a golf in the under 73 women's, so it's a tiebreaker event. So we're going to do a hole, trump style, 31 and 20, and then Kate, it's Kate and Kate's going first. And then obviously.
I personally love this. And what they're doing is that instead of a count back to award who gets the podium, it is actually tied for third place on the podium. So it's Kate and Anna who are tied in the women's for third place. So what they're doing is they've used count back to, for those who don't know, count back is often a way to determine who is going to place where. So they've used count back to actually determine who is going to go first in the tiebreaker. But then they're still going to do a tiebreaker event. It's a trump grip hold. So these two circus dumbbells in front of you, a 31 and a 20. Both have the thickness of a Coke can for a handle. They are going to use one hand to stand up and hold whichever dumbbell they want for as long as possible. Any time achieved on the 31 beats all time on the 20. As Pad says, he loves it. He loves it.
She did not look happy. Kate's going first because if we'd have used count back, Kate would have come fourth. So she has the disadvantage of going first.
You've got this.
Even a deadlift on the 31 beats any hold on the 20. Okay,
so, we love it. It's all to play for.
So we have our athletes coming on in. So is this a tiebreaker for third place?
This is a tiebreaker for third place. Who's going to stand on the podium?
Fantastic. So this is a pure test of grip. Of course it was Paddy, it was going to be a grip test.
Was thinking that the tiebreaker would always going to be grip with Paddy.
Not that they've done anything that potentially have find out their grip before this point.
So 3 seconds to beat on the heavy handle. So if Anna can hold on for longer than 3 seconds on this handle, she takes the podium. She's just going to keep going. She just fucking loves it.
Well done. That was fantastic. After having done that max factor hold earlier.
Great sportsmanship as well. What a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, so hopefully it was good to see the actual rope that they were using earlier because it was not a good rope. In terms of it was a very challenging rope to use for a grip event.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of that. Tiebreakers not often used in strongman. Normally they just do count back for time purposes, and because they haven't declared in advance there will be a tiebreaker event, so no one's trained for it. Personally, I like the way he's done that. Use count back to determine who goes first, but then provide a tiebreaker, so it's actually a test of strength to see who stands at the top of the podium. That I like.
Bonus mystery event.
Bonus mystery event.
So I think that was the only tiebreaker, but I'm just going to wait until Paddy says something. And we'll probably try and either get a microphone attached to him so that you hear what he's saying. Don's going to go attach a microphone to Pad so that you get the live announcements as well.
Yeah.
That hopefully will mean that you'll know what's going on.
No, I just poured a load of squash down us. Don't worry.
Second hand and delayed as well.
Right, let me get the trophies in.
Pad is getting the trophies.
Sorry, sports fans. Thank you, Andy.
For our podium.
If you chuck them on that tape.
That's fine, I'm just going to let Pad do his thing.
Really?
Brilliant, okay. Poised and ready. You might be hearing Pad talk as well, as he does.
Don't drop them, Paddy. Don't drop them, don't drop them, don't drop them.
Getting all of the trophies.
Oh, thank you.
Well.
Shout out to Odd Objects as well for giving the winners a pair of socks each.
Socks.
Yep.
Just so you get a little.
Right, are we live? Checking Gore Team.
Handed out momentarily.
This is attached to the live stream.
Fantastic.
Just waiting for the scores.
So we figured out everything you say will go straight to the live stream.
Yes. My internal monologue is coming out to you guys. So who likes a shield carry, hey?
I believe earlier there were in fact a few votes. There were 2 votes for shield carry being the mystery event as well.
Stress in this area. Anything to say to the live stream fans? Anything to say to the live stream?
Thank you all for watching.
Now, apologies to any athletes who are looking back. We did get a form out where we asked you a bunch of questions, and we just did not get round to actually using much of it today, purely because
I'm only going to run the top 3, so even if
nuances of doing a live feed in a rural location, working farm, where things change every 5 minutes. So hopefully, that hasn't been too much of a disappointment. We did get a good survey of all of your guesses for that mystery event as well. I think we are nearly ready for the prize giving. There's quite the crowd that's gathering for the open doorway. There's a bit of a bruise as well. Good question about tomorrow. I believe we're kicking off at similar times. Have you heard different, John? I believe that we're kicking off around about. I realise you don't have a microphone.
Tomorrow should be exactly the same. So as today, athletes will arrive for weigh-in anytime.
That's even if it's just the top 3 guys.
We will kick the live stream off probably around 9:30, around the athletes briefing. Athletes briefing for the athletes at 9:30, but then warm up for half an hour, a bit longer, before the athletes kick off for their first lift at 10 a.m. with a Cambridge deadlift. Depending on the classes you're watching, be aware that the Cambridge deadlift is all classes in at once, so they will be all in at the same time. So if you're waiting for a specific athlete, tune in for the Cambridge deadlift at 10 tomorrow morning. That's when it all kicks off.
And while you're here, we've had somebody ask, how do they sign up for next year?
Oh, well, check out the website. People kept saying they missed it. It's been all over my Instagram. It's the main thing I've been posting about. Are there any questions I can answer while I'm here?
I think that is the main one right now, unless anyone else have any right now for Paddy, as we stood right here. You've got a lot of love for just supporting you in upcoming
I know, it's crazy. People keep saying good luck at Worlds. It's just like, oh my God, yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah. You're getting a good test of conditioning to heat though in here right now.
It is a bit toasty in here, isn't it? Good job we had sun hats.
Yes, you joke, but they actually helped out.
Yeah, they came in clutch to be fair.
I'm wearing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm ginger and I'm not sunburnt. That is a miracle.
I'm not ginger and I am still sunburnt, but
Oh, no.
yeah, something's gone wrong with the spreadsheet. That's the only reason we got delays.
No problem at all. We've got a lot of excitement for people to watch tomorrow as well.
Perfect. Well, the main show tomorrow, this is the warm-up.
Big uns tomorrow.
The big boys and the big rocks.
And Rich Roller giving it something. He's going to break the deadlift.
Yeah, better believe it now, isn't he?
And any woman who wants to do it now has to beat Kate.
177.5.
Her record's inched on up.
Be nice to see a big 180 pulled on that tomorrow.
That would be exciting.
Do you reckon anyone in women's got 200? Who have we got in the women's?
I've got Lucy Hardwick, who was one of mine, who's pulled 210 on a deadlift bar.
Oh, she's in with a shot.
She's got a good chance.
It's action.
Who's impressed you today, Paddy, and who are you looking forward to tomorrow? A lot of people have impressed me today. Obviously, I'm very biased to my guys doing it, but I mean, Emmeline, who's just torn up the women's novice, I don't think she is in any way a novice anymore. So shout out to her. I think she's won near enough. It'd be like a wide pool, but yeah, the Masters has been. I think the Masters has been the standout category today for me. Just in terms of oh wow.
Yeah, they've been throwing some huge rates around. I believe there's quite a lot of athletes that were only doing their opening deadlifts around about 250, 270.
Well, that was a surprise to me. She had someone open at 270.
That's impressive.
They only increased the lift by 10 kilos.
Some people do that though, don't they? I like a sort of 20 kilo jump, something like that. But some people they'll open at 99% of their max and then do a 5 kilo jump, and it's
I do that usually.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why it's wild to me.
It's too scary. I need a banker in there.
I want to remember, I'm God, I'm strong.
yeah, I'm a freak. Come on, guys, let's go. It's been, in fairness, to get through a 55-man comp in, I think it was
5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah.
We could have pushed it quicker, to be honest, but it's just worked out nice. Tomorrow we should be done sort of 3-ish. Yeah, be good. Good weekend of strongman all around.
we've been saying to anyone, if they've been looking at the events today and thinking, oh, I'd like to have a go at that, then get on Strength Register, find your local gym, and get involved.
100%. All our mission is today is to keep growing the sport and put opportunities out there. So the more people we can get involved in this crazy sport we do, the better.
Yeah, and you might be surprised, there might be a strongman gym lurking near you.
Yeah, 100%.
All over the place.
Yeah, just look for the darker, dingier gyms and that'll be the one.
Yeah.
If there's a risk of hepatitis,
Yep.
you're in the right area.
Yeah, you're in the right
Found a
place.
good community.
Yeah. I see the results will be going live. I'll put them on the Facebook and the Instagram, but that will probably be, I'll probably put them on Strength Register as well, to be fair, but yeah.
Brilliant. Okay then.
Let me go check on the scores.
All right, Pad is off to just check the scores. You will probably still hear him chatting away.
Not guys, just working the scores out.
But yeah, make sure you tune in tomorrow for all the fun. And also, Gavin, on when you sign up, obviously Pad has given you the where to look out for next year. But again, there is plenty happening in the UK this summer. There'll be plenty more. So don't feel like you have to wait a whole year. Get looking. Strength Register is a great place to find out about what's going on. And if you are local to here, there are plenty of things happening. You'll definitely find something. I believe that I know more of the Midlands and the South because that's where I'm based. But there'll be plenty of stuff happening in the North as well. Also, get yourself in some experience.
I'll tell you what, I could do my closing speech now, couldn't I?
Yeah.
Right. Right, guys, just while we're waiting for the scores to be finished, sorry for the delay, we had a spreadsheet issue, but it's being sorted. Thank you so much to everyone that's come out today. Like, this was just a passion project day one, and it's just got bigger and madder every year we've done it. So a huge thanks to you. We will be giving a huge chunk of money to charity, but it's literally Let's Play Project. It's over there. It's a charity for like kids, so it's huge that we can just help them guys as well. So thank you to you all. Thank you to the athletes. Thank you to everyone that's come and watched. And you have a safe trip home and everything. We are working to get these scores done. It is a bit of a nightmare. Do just bear with them. Yeah, guys, I really appreciate all of you. Other than where's the hey? Focus. And then you got the mask after this. Yeah. Two minutes away. Do you know what was the disappointment of today? The deadlifts all finished, and then Nickelback Burn It to the Ground came on, and there was no one.
No.
I was going to jump in myself just to sling something.
Yeah, oh, bless.
What a waste.
That would have been beautiful.
Oh, Chad.
What I like is your dad's such an unsung hero, mate. He just
Just
struggles
lurks,
everything, just hangs around, sorts everything out.
sits on a tractor in the bacon sun all day.
He's so good.
Yeah, he's
I did a little bit about like how much he's constructing everything around.
Yeah, that throwing frame is, I think, the coolest I've seen ever, to be honest. Like,
The fact it's up and
Yeah.
down, like height adjustable, angle adjustable,
come at me.
but also like completely and utterly indestructible. Like that took
Seems
hits.
to be, yeah.
Oh my god, it took hits today.
Yeah, we split a keg on it, but the frame stayed strong, so.
Oh, split a K, didn't it? I
Yeah.
must have missed out on that.
Well, a handle ripped, but it's
Oh,
fine.
no.
But yeah, it's been a real good day. I think 24 kilo keg won in the men's, so
There's 22 in the women's as well.
yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? So I'm excited to see them beat. I want that golden keg thrown. It's too pretty not to.
What weight is there?
32.
Ooh.
We good?
Oh, it looks like we may have gone somewhere now.
What the hell is all this?
Winners.
Agree.
Masters.
Under over. So yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. Right, get in. Okay, guys, we have some scores. The delay. Thank you to your scores. I love you both, you're legends. Right, we'll kick off with the novice under 75s. So So it was obviously joint third. So third place is Kate. Yeah, it was second, not third. My mistake. It was second, not third. Apologies. There you go. What a treat.
So we got that wrong with the tiebreaker. It was actually the second, not third.
Wait, have I done that wrong?
I think he's just checking.
It was that came third. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kate.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry.
Paddy.
Sorry, darling. I'm so sorry.
It's getting a boo now. It's an easy mistake to make. They've had to.
That one was my fault as well. Right, I don't think Kate's coming back next year. Right, Anna, third place because you won the grip off. Well done. Hey. Well done, lovely. Congratulations. Wait, hold on. No, you're fine, you're fine.
At least you know how to make a joke.
And then in second place, we had Joe, 1 point ahead. Well done, lovely. Try not to take you with a notebook. There you go, well done. Go on, stand on them. And then in first place, it was a bit of a whitewash, to be honest. 52 points, 10 points clear was Emmeline.
Nice work. He has some.
There you go.
I've been saying she's one of those, but not been training this for much.
Right, no one let me near scores ever again. Happy?
A victorious leap off of there as well.
Right, then we move on to the women's novice 75. In third place with 23.5, Elsbeth. Well done, lovely. There you go. Congrats.
The winning keg throw for the blokes is 24 kilos. The winning keg throw for the women was
With 25 points, so a point and a half ahead, Katie. There you go, lovely.
was the individual who took
Congratulations, and well done on the record as well. Hopefully it doesn't get beaten tomorrow.
That is now the record that will have to be beaten tomorrow.
And then with 29.5 points, Maeve. Well done, lovely, well done. There you are, and some socks. Huge on the kegs, guys. Huge thank you to Odd Objects for sorting prizes for the winners as well.
Brilliant.
Woo! Right, we move on to the men's novice under 100s. So this one was pretty tight. Where are we? Right. Third place, 29.5 points. Isaac. Well done, buddy. Well done, bro. Pleasure. Awesome, man. Thank you, buddy. 1 point ahead. 30.5. Luke. Hey. Well done, bro. Awesome, mate. There you go. Well done, buddy. So Luke had 30.5. Our winner of this category got 40.5. So again, 10 points clear. A bit of a whitewash, but well done, Will. Well done, buddy. Awesome. Well done. There you go. Enjoy. You can have the notebook if you want.
And helping to throw onto the kegs. They are not flat. Well done.
Right, in the men's overs. In third place, 53.5 points, Matt. Well done, buddy. There you go. Well done, buddy. Awesome. 5 points ahead of Matt, 58.5. Gus!
Gus has clearly got a lot of support in the room.
Well done, buddy. Awesome. Well done, mate. There you go. Proud of you. And then 11 points clear of Gus with 69. Haha is Ben. Well done, mate. Awesome, mate. Well done, you. Hey, go. Get on him.
You must be quite happy to stand on the page.
Please.
Having tried out every muscle in their body.
And then to finish off the Masters with 41 points in third, Adam. Well done, bro. There you go. In second place, 45.5 was Sean. Well done, brother. Well done, mate. There you go. And then your winner with 40.5 points, Paul. Well done, mate. Awesome, brother. Well done, mate. There you go.
Thank you.
It's all yours.
Getting up onto that
Right, guys, thank you so much for coming out. I'll see some of you tomorrow, I'm sure, but otherwise, else that's here not coming tomorrow, we'll see you next year. But safe trip back, guys.
All right, so everybody still here. Thank you so much.
Did it.
Obviously, we've had a ton of fun today. The athletes have been
You are.
phenomenal. And of course, we're all going back to do it all over again.
The scorers
with a
will
whole
know
new
if you
range
want to
of
go and pester them.
We're kicking off the same time as today.
Big cock up with scoring, that's
you'll be around to join us. See you tomorrow.